Hey, hey. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm running a couple minutes behind. Happens when you have sick littles at home. I'll tell you in a minute. But you know what? I'm not even doing a 30-second. But anyway, I'll just go ahead and do it. I'm not even. Oh, I got to bring up my intro. I thought I was over it. I thought I successfully stopped my little from getting it. My other little from my other little. But no, she woke up in the middle of the night with a bad tummy ache, puking. So he's back to school today, but now she's home puking. And these kids, they don't get sick. This is the first time we had a great flu season. We skipped it. And she doesn't handle being sick very well. Yeah. Anyway, she's. But what do you do? So I may have to end this if she, because, of course, comes first. But I've medicated her. I've cleaned up the throw up from the living room to the bathroom, and gave her medicine and her water and her popsicle. So hopefully we'll be okay for a little bit, but you never know. My little was had today. He's 8. My baby turned 8 today. He woke up this morning too. I was so glad he was feeling better because I made his favorite breakfast, pancakes and stuff. He just loves it. But and his party's tomorrow. He's so excited. Finally. Finally. But yeah. But I don't know how this one's going to be. So it's going to be a day. And then I also have to work today, this afternoon. So yeah, ought to be a fun day, let me tell you. But I am so blessed and lucky to be able to work from home and be able to be here with them when they're sick and they don't have to be at a sitter's house, or they can't go to daycare even if they were in daycare when they're sick. I mean, they can't go to school for 24 hours. They have to go 24 hours without puking. So yeah, anyway, let's get into the intro.
Home in the valley, home in the city, home isn't pretty, ain't no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway, home isn't my way, home I'll never be. I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you. Time is the essence. Time is the season. Time ain't no reason. Got no time to I'm burning for you. Burn out the day, burn out the night. Can't see no reason to put up a fight. I'm living for giving the devil his due. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you.
Hey, yo. No. What the hell did it do? How did it switch my screen? What the hell? Give me a minute, Jesus. Oh, good Lord. Okay, stop sharing. Okay, so hopefully I'm back. And now it's at this stage. Is that still echo? Yeah, it's echoing. It won't let me. Why won't it let me? Hold on. Okay, that's the one I want. I have my device is not connected. And it's still echoing. Hold on. Is there still an echo? Sure is. Okay, is the echo gone? Yay! No? Okay. It's still not doing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to leave and reload, come back in. So just hang tight, please. I don't know what's going on. Is it still doing it? No. Yeah, it is. Okay. I don't know what the hell's going on. It won't let me boot me out. It won't let me. Let's see. That did. Is there an echo for you guys? Yeah, I hear it. Sounds good. I don't know what's going on, but I hear myself and it's an echo. Mm, it's going to drive me insane. And I don't want, I'd have to end it and set up a new live. And I don't want to do that unless I have to. No echo for you guys. So it's just on my end. And it's something with me. Oh, and it won't let me boot this other avatar. That's wild. Okay. And it says I'm muted, but I'm not muted. So the wrong one is on the screen. All right. Hopefully. No, I hear the echo. Oh, and it won't let me boot myself. That is strange. It won't even go on. I don't know. All right. Well, we'll just get into it and see what happens. Oh, I think I found the problem. Not desktop two, desktop one. There we go. No, that didn't do it. Uh, good Lord. Okay. That didn't make a difference. Okay. I don't know. I'll just have to mute all the time. I have no idea what's going on. There, I think I might have fixed it. I did it. Yay, I fixed it. It had me in studio 3 times. 3 fucking times. I clicked it. It should have had me in studio 3 times. What the hell, StreamYards? Don't forget to set a goal. Oh, I did. I don't know if I should, but okay, I will. Thank you, Kat. Who knows this computer is about? Oh my God, the noise it's making. It's freaking me out. It probably wasn't StreamYard. Um, it's my system. My laptop. It's I can't blame StreamYard. And okay, it won't even let me type. Oh my Lord. Done. Yeah, it won't even let me type. Let me go back out and come back in. I want to set a goal. It's not letting me. Let me try it on this one. Fucking laptop. I will never buy anything this generic ever again. I learned a very valuable lesson. Hmm. Because all the with what I put into it to upgrade it, and now it's there. We go. Let me do it. It's really thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. I hope you're having. Hope you stay safe. Hey, Cat 1961. Hey, Mystic. Hey, Shauna. Hey, Beer Can. Hey, Kenna. Oh, happy birthday. Yeah, he was like, Mommy, can you take me to school? I'm like, baby, your sissy's in the bathroom puking, honey. I said, can you please just ride the bus today? Because I really didn't want to drag her out. And she's not old enough to stay by herself. She's 10, you know? And I wouldn't leave her by herself anyway, being sick like that. But, and it was because he didn't want to go to the bus without his sister. But he had to take in his brownie cupcakes and stuff for his class today. So, yeah. Anyway. And then he goes, he's so sweet. He says, we don't have to do my dinner today because I always let them pick their whatever for their birthday dinner. He said, we'll do it on Sunday when Sissy feels better. I'm like, yeah, you mean when all you can eat buffet's open and you want to go there? I'm thinking to myself, I didn't say it to him because I thought that was sweet. Hey, Lucia. Hey, Rubber Ramada. Have not slept since you watched BHB. Oh, hey, Sweetie Cakes. Hey, Rebecca. Hey, Straight Talker. Big Booty Jody. Morning, everybody. Morning, everybody on the vertical side. Israeli, you be safe out there. You be safe out there. Hey, Mathis. Oh, God, do I miss my Keurig. Okay. Now, there's a lot going on today. Sorry about the whole mix up with the. I don't know. Oh, Happy Feet. Good to see you. Oh, thank you, Happy Feet. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, there's a lot going on. I couldn't come live yesterday. I was the kids. Yeah, my little still wasn't feeling that great, and then the other one started not feeling that great, and she just had a bad headache. She said her tummy didn't bother her or nothing. Her tummy, the puking didn't start till in the middle of the night. But yeah, thank you so very much, Happy Feet. Um, but yeah, I couldn't do it. I had meetings yesterday, and they went longer than they were supposed to, and yeah, anyway, it happens. What the hell is Nick doing? How do you turn? Oh, look at that big pine cone that just fell. There must be 50 pine cones in the yard. Time to load them up and get rid of them. Can't even put them down in the ditches anymore because they're full. And my pup can't see that good, so he steps on them, and those things hurt. And they'll cut his paw. They'll cut pine cones hurt when they're full open, and you step on them bitches, they hurt. Um, but yeah, so they got to be cleaned up out of the yard. Anyway, there's something else to add to my list. God, I don't think I'm ever going to get everything done. Do you ever feel like you're getting absolutely nowhere and you're just thinking? It's a lot from just when I'm not used to doing any of this stuff, you know? I never thought I'd be taking care of my house by myself, inside and out. If you get my meaning, you know what I mean? Anyway, it is what it is. And we are outside poolside. It's beautiful out today. And it's supposed to rain all weekend. Of course. Why not? Why not? I still don't understand why it had me on here 3 times. That never happened to me before. Heck, twice never happened, let alone 3. That's wild. But okay, computer. At least I got you to quit making the sound right now, so that'll work for now until you start back up again. Hey, GM Lovely. So, Nick, and I saved that post because you know how Nick puts stuff in, it disappears. What the hell game you playing? Seriously, dude. You have changed your life more times than Brittany J has ever changed her life. And now you're not doing it till the end of March. Quit playing, quit baiting people. Quit clickbaiting. Quit playing games. Put your money where your mouth is. Do your fucking live. It's that simple. Because it's to the point where no one's even going to show up to watch, Nick, because you're dragging it out too much. Anyway. And don't forget to do all that YouTube stuff, the likes and all that stuff. So BJ didn't bother to come back last night and do her Sebastian Rogers live. I wasn't on, but I didn't see one this morning. So I don't. I was in Trisha's for a while, went over to her kick for a little bit, but oh, thank you for the Cash App. Oh, that is so sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. For the birthday. Oh, I will give it to him too. You know what he's going to do with it, right? He's going to say, Mom, can I get a Robux card? Because they can only play on one server with um, me and, like I told you, there's really good friends of ours. I'm friends with the parents, and the kids have been friends for years. We we do a server together that just our kids play on. Um, that way I know it's safe and it's locked down like Fort freaking Knox. But oh, she had tests today. No wonder she was mad. I made her stay home because she didn't want to stay home from school. We actually a big argument this morning while she was throwing up, because that's why she had a spelling test and stuff today. She don't like to miss school. This child does not miss school. I think this is the second or third day they've missed this year, and one because that they missed because of their dad passing. But BJ's live was running with no one there, not even BJ. When was what? She went live. She deleted it. Hey, Willows. Brandy Wine has it. Okay, I'll check Brandy's page. Wait a minute. What? I thought this new computer she got was state of the art, the best of the best. Do you know how blessed she is to have someone send her such an expensive computer? And the bitch can't even take time to figure out how to use it? Shit, I scraped, they borrowed and stole off my budget for months and months to get this piece of shit 2 years ago. But then, Forgotten did help me to upgrade it, which I cried that day. And that's why I've gotten 2 years out of it, because it truly is a piece of shit. But, I don't listen. I listen now, though. I won't ever do that again. Because what I put into it and what I paid for it, I could have got a really nice one. I won't ever do that again. Can't run it when sleeping. Oh, good Lord. You got. Hey, Whispers. So she 3 times last night? Good Lord. Look, I get being tired. I'm dragging ass right now. But I can tell you what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sit on here and fall asleep. I have more self-respect, and I have more respect for you. But that's insane. What do you guys want to do first? Do you want to get because this is Hot Topics. We're doing a little bit of everything. We can, the Crama Hot Topics. We can go ahead and get this out the way. Betty's just a disappointment in life, period. Or we can go ahead and get right into Lindsay Clancy, which that's hey, Vanessa, that's the mom I've been telling you about for several days that I wanted to do a story on. She murdered her 3 children, and then she tried to take her own, and she jumped off a building. Only she survived, and she's in a wheelchair now for the rest of her life. She's finally had her first court appearance. Of course, they're one of the reasons they have used since it's happened is the 12 different men. Hey, blank screen. Now she's a flop at life and a disappointment. That's what. Yep, you got that right. Shame on Seth. Shame on him. Sorry, but shame on him. And they were so happy because everybody was buying merch. Okay, look. Anyway. And she's getting Sheriff Craddock fired. Okay. Go ahead, Betty. Even I know he's a public figure, but there has to be a line that there has to be a line. There has to be a limit on what they have to put up with. I'm sorry, but when you've got someone like her, and in all honesty, until the third day, it wasn't much of a turnout. And even for the situation, it wasn't much of a turnout. Where were all the locals? I mean, if their own community isn't doing it, Betty, good luck. That's what BJ is what happens when people ignore the don't feed the animals sign. I wouldn't mind hearing about someone new. Yeah. So stupid. That isn't any better. No. It was a total grip. Buy my shirt, so I pocket the money. It wasn't about Sebastian. No, because like Betty called it, it was the Bullhornbetty event. It was about what her fifis being hurt. And hey, let's go after, Craddock's job because hurt my feelings because he actually did his job. And let's slam the Propwits and show everybody how horrible of a mother Katie was. And let's lie and say that the Bauer Sox were at washrooms when they weren't. There's video footage to prove that car was in her driveway, never left. Anyway. Oh, that's probably one of the nicer things he's called him, Big Booty. And you're not going to get a law passed with that kind of behavior. No politicians are going to get behind that. Sorry, they're just not. Especially when law enforcement has pulled out all the stops in the case. They get it's your child. They get you want your child found. So does all the other parents whose kids are missing. But they don't get the attention this case has gotten. They don't get the resources used on them that this case has gotten. So how dare you stand there and say law enforcement hasn't done diddly squat when they have done it all? Getting getting some of the other parents' faces whose kids are missing that they barely got a damn flyer, and tell them law enforcement hasn't done nothing after you tell them everything they've done to find your child. Yeah, okay. I'd like to see that. But anyway, Lindsay had her first appearance. So, do we want to talk topics? I went right in her chat yesterday and said, "What's the point of you being in Tennessee to complain at the sheriff and searching?" Yeah, they not one search, but guess what they did do? Guess what they did do? They managed to go out and eat. Yeah, they managed to all hook up, and like always, it's nothing but a meet and greet. It's not about Sebastian. They supposedly were there all week. Not one search was organized. Not even a foot search going through town, which isn't very big, posting flyers anywhere. Nothing. Nope. It was all about the sheriff. He's lame. He needs fired. He violated my rights. He hurt my feet. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I don't understand. Straight talker, I was really surprised that with 3 and 4 mics going at one time, that the noise ordinance wasn't followed, because it wasn't. And the sheriff's department could have done something. And I don't get what, I mean, I do get, but hey, screw a little bit of bad publicity. There was other businesses right there. They didn't want that shit going on when they're trying to conduct their day. They were bothering people that were trying to get into the building. Did you know, confronting them? Did you know this? Did you know Sheriff Craddock did this? Did you know he's still missing? Then they're running with the rumor because some waitress in some little hole in the wall place said, "Oh, well, I thought he was found." She didn't get that from Chris and Katie. It was in her own freaking head. You can't put that on Chris and Katie. And one person doesn't make everybody think that he was found. People in your own community don't know. And people don't want to touch it because of all the stuff you've attached to this, Seth. All the frivolous legal action and all just the whole circus. She thought she would get the JLR views. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And like I said, the only reason why the final day that there was even 20, 30 people out there had nothing to do with Bullhorn. Nope. I'm sure they could have done without the stale cake and the warm water. Yeah. And then Betty leaves the restaurant and knowing that she ate all her food and took a box, even though she knows, she said, well, I didn't have a box. I ate all my food. She took somebody else's dinner and then threw it away. So she says she threw it away. I'll play that though. Yeah. They say 2 cops flipped off Seth. Oh, I doubt that. And so, yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Can you blame them though? How much harassment do you want these cops to put up with? They're people just like us. Everybody has a limit. How much do you want them to put up with? They have done their job. So, put a 1 in the chat if you want to start out with Lindsay's, or put a 2 in the chat if you want to just move right into the Crama drama. How much do you want to bet they went by Chris and Katie's house a dozen times? Probably a couple dozen times. I'd imagine they stopped and filmed it, to be honest with you. Please, she scarfed that food down. Yeah, I agree with you, Vanessa. I don't believe. She said, I threw it away. I'm not gonna eat after. All right, well, we'll do the Lindsay story because unfortunately I think there is some videos, but there's not a whole bunch, and I've saved the articles and stuff. I totally get it. I totally get it. With medications, and I've told you this before. Sometimes GPs, they don't use their PDRs, and they're not as cautious as they should be with the different. They'll put you on. Hey, Regina, it's good to see you. How are you? Oh, thank you so much. It's good to see you. I hope all's well. I like being up on panel. When I was over at Trisha Talks and Regina's on there, I like that. She always has some good points. But and it pisses me off that everyone says, oh, she's a liar. She's a drunk. No, she's not. She has receipts. You just got to pay attention. People get nervous when they're not used to having to be put on the spot like that. Just, as a viewer, just pay attention to what's actually being shown and said, and you'll get it. Sometimes it's really, when you're put on the spot like that, it's, I like Regina. So, always found. Anyway. All right, let me go to, I have it saved here. But I'll tell you what, PJ's really, just in a couple days that, Clue started going to kick before she even lost her channel. So from the minute that Clue started going to kick, BJ's sub count and views went down, and they're going to keep going down. Because I'm sorry, but she's not true crime. And it's her fault. She could have so used this. She could have so. Did I miss that from the Hatter's Madness? No. That was the other day. Okay. She's so stupid. She so could have used it. Okay, why are you not giving it to me now? Okay, I found it all. All right. Uh-oh, here comes my little. She spent some time in the hospital. What? Honey, a popsicle is clear liquids. It'll be okay. You can eat a popsicle. It's clear liquids. Okay. All right. Just get back under the blankie, okay? She's such a little drama queen. I love her to pieces. Oh, I've turned her into a real diva. Oh my God. I really have. But she's not used to being sick. Because they don't get, I'm telling you, we skated through this virus season. I'm so lucky. Um, but I do get their flu shots and stuff. And brother, for me, it helps. Um, because if I don't get it, they get everything. I do get it, they get nothing. But so having a 24, 48-hour stomach bug, I'm good with compared to the big viruses that have been going around all season. Okay. So this is from the sun. Okay, this is from the father. And they'll give us a background here of what happened. She had a I think it was 8-month old, and two other children under the age of 10. They did. They had three children in total. Apparently, she suffered from some mental health issues, and she had been put on multiple medications. The husband says he even went to the doctor and said, "Look, she's zombied out. You know, she's a freaking zombie." And so what ended up happening is, unfortunately, she took her three children's lives and then tried to take her own by jumping off a building. However, she spent some time in the hospital, and she survived, paralyzed. She will spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Don't feel sorry for her. Sorry, I don't. Um, why wasn't, we're going to get into it, but why wasn't more done if the husband knew she was in that kind of a state? Oh, Regina, thank you. Oh my gosh, 55 memberships. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Poolside, everybody. You're a misfit like the rest of us. And I'll be glad to drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Um, and now, this happened, this interview, this happened in 2023. But because, not only because we all know how slow the legal system is, but because of her medical conditions, it delayed everything. So this poor family just can't get a break. You know, hey, what are you doing? I don't want scratch offs. You kidding? I'm not wasting my money. I had a look. I'm pissed that I wasted $2 on a quick pick and didn't win it back. All right, so I'm not wasting my money on a scratch off anyway. It says heartbroken dad has relived the devastating moment he found his children's bodies after his wife strangled their three kids and leapt from their bedroom window. Okay, it was from the window. Sorry, I said building, but it is a building, it's a house. But she jumped from the bedroom window. Okay, it wasn't whatever. I why not just go to the roof? I mean, I don't know. Whatever. After nearly 2 years mourning the deaths of his kids, devastated dad, Patrick Clancy, came to the conclusion his wife, Lindsay, 35, isn't a monster. Hmm. Oh, okay. That's so sad. Look at that picture. And that's when before they had the third, she used one of her exercise bands to do that to her three children. She actually stared in their faces while she was doing that. Do you think that medication was the sole cause? Oh, thank you, Regina. Beautiful family. Yes, very, very. I'll open the slideshow. There's 5 photos. There's her with the baby. Patrick and other family members have come forward to say Lindsay was a loving mom and not the monster she's been made out to be. Lindsay's attorney argued she was driven to murmur by postpartum psychosis, but prosecutors have accused her of plotting the killings. Okay, let's go to... On the day of the murmurs, Lindsay told Patrick she tried to unalive herself as he found her in the backyard off their Duxbury, Massachusetts home. So that would have been the bedroom window. I have questions about that. You're not going to kill yourself jumping. I just got banned. I know I'm going to get hit for saying that. You're not going to unalive yourself from a window that high. Okay. And maybe that proves her state of mind. Okay, for the defense. But let's see if they give us any other info. No. Okay. Alrighty then. Nice family. Really beautiful family. That's so sad. This is so sad. Oh, look at that. Patrick has opened up this about his year and a half spent recovering from the horrific tragedy in a bombshell interview. Let's look at the photos. Oh, the same photos? Okay, it's the same photos. All right. I want the interview because it'll give a background of the case. On January 24th, 2023, Patrick Clancy found his wife with broken bones and gashes on her wrist in the backyard of their Duxbury, Massachusetts home, an hour south of Boston. He then found that his 3 kids, Cora, 5, welcome to Poolside, Regina, Dawson, 3, and 7-month-old baby Callan, had been strangled with exercise bands. I did, and I didn't even go full term, but my baby didn't make it. And the first time it happened, I was 6 months along. It was kind of mild, but the second time I was almost 7. And yeah, that hit hard, but I didn't do anything to try to hurt my child that I had. But, that's just my experience. But I also wasn't put on 12 different medications that zombied me out. Back in my day, they didn't have back then, 40 years ago, they didn't have, it wouldn't have went down like that. You're a misfit, Regina. This is sad. But we'll see. Lindsay's been charged with murder, and the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. However, her defense lawyer claims she was driven to the unthinkable after suffering a psychotic break. And, you'd have to suffer a psychotic break to hurt your children like that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so many parents that do it, and I have a really hard time wrapping my head around it. Look, I've been in some really rough situations, and I've been going through a lot, but it's never crossed my mind to hurt a child in any way, shape, or form. The exact opposite, do everything I could to protect them. Do you know how I could have just, with all this hard shit going on, I could have just threw my hands up in the air and said, look, the final seal wasn't on the adoption paper yet, I could have just, I just don't understand people. I'm trying. Friends of Lindsay wrote letters to the Massachusetts courts to protest the charges, saying she was a respected labor and delivery nurse. Now, this is a trained nurse in labor and delivery and a treasured community member. And is that possible? All of that. And there was a side to her that nobody knew. Happens all the time. People can hide who they really are. Just 4 days after the murmurs, Patrick boldly urged the public to forgive his wife in a GoFundMe where he described her as a loving and attentive mother. So he put up a GoFundMe for his family that was murmured by his wife. And then in the GoFundMe, wants people to forgive her. Okay. All right. Now he's opened up about the day of the murmurs in a bombshell interview with the New Yorker. On January 24th, Lindsay asked Patrick, who worked remotely in software sales, to go pick up takeout for dinner and a laxative for their eldest daughter. Lindsay was having a good day, which was a big deal as she's been suffering from mental health issues on and off since having kids. Not since the last baby, the 7-month-old, almost 8-month-old, since having kids. But yet she continued to have kids. Okay. Boy, they dragged these articles out. Weeks earlier, she admitted herself to a psychiatric facility for insomnia and depression, but was discharged after 4 days as doctors said she wasn't a danger to herself or others. How often does that happen? Patrick said he would have been weary about leaving her alone around that time, but things appeared to be getting better, and she'd just been running errands with the kids that morning. Okay, sorry guys. She ran errands that morning with the kids. Is this on them? Let's watch this video. Let's see what it shows. It's only 17 seconds. Or is it an ad?
Clancy's husband told investigators she was getting nervous to return to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She got psychiatric help for suicidal thoughts and wanting to harm her children. She was prescribed 7 anxiety medications, but was said to only take 4 a day.
You guys, can you hear me now? While he was at the store getting the treatment, Lindsay called him to confirm which brand he was picking up. He said it sounded like she was busy with something. Well, clearly she was. I mean, I'm not trying to be, no pun intended, but still no sound? Okay. Around 6 p.m., Patrick came home with dinner and found the house was empty and quiet. He thought Lindsay might be giving the kids a bath and went upstairs to their bedroom, but the door was locked. Okay, so that means she was able to put that together to conceal things. That could be a red flag. Prosecutors will use that. If it was such a psychotic break, she took steps to try to conceal. Okay. He thought Lindsay might be okay. He banged on the door and busted it down when he couldn't get an answer. Then he saw blood on the floor, a bloody knife on the nightstand, and a shattered window. The terrified father raced to the backyard, where he found Lindsay covered in blood with broken bones from the fall, but still conscious. He screamed, "What did you do?" Before she responded, "I tried to unalive myself." Patrick called 911 to get his wife help, and she told him that the children were in the basement. In the basement. He went to check on them and screamed out in agony at what he found before desperately trying to rip the exercise bands from their necks. Yikes. Reflecting on the dark day, he remembers the sinking feeling of having to decide which child he could save. What do you do when you have 3 kids like that? He told the paper. How do you pick? That's... Hey, Shauna. I couldn't even imagine. Look, I'm the one that found my son, and I knew when I found him there was nothing I could do. I don't know. That would be... And this woman was a trained labor and delivery nurse, which I'm thinking RN at least. But yet she knew enough to take the children to the basement, and not just one child, but 3 in a row. She stared in their beautiful little faces while committing this act. Oof. That's going to be tough for a jury. That's going to be tough for a jury. It would be tough for me if I was on the jury. Patrick now lives in New York City and has taken extended leave from his job at Microsoft. Right after the murmurs, he lived with his parents and slowly visited their now abandoned home to go through the items. Yeah, that's hard. I so get that. In his Manhattan apartment, wait a minute. If he's on an extended leave, oh, the GoFundMe. Okay, never mind. In his Manhattan apartment, wow, Manhattan's expensive too. Good for you. That's been at the top of my bucket list. I've always wanted to live in Manhattan ever since I was a kid. He keeps only a few spare photographs and toys that once belonged to his beloved children. That poor man, I can't see it. He'll never, how do you be right after something so horrific. Your whole family gone. And you find them. I was a trained medic and nurse. But that didn't matter when I found my son. It's not something you forget. Ever. 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 Patrick's taken solace in newfound relationships with dads whose wives were driven to infanticide because of mental health crises. Sadly, there's support groups because there's a need that these babies are being murmured by their mothers because of mental health issues is what they're stating. It's hopefully life has some blessings in store for him. Yes, I hope so. I hope so. After taking months to travel and process, Patrick reconnected with Lindsay, who is still receiving psychiatric treatment at Tewksbury Hospital in Massachusetts. In their first conversation, she sounded disturbed and told Patrick that voices told her to murmur the kids, he said. Yeah. However, now she's become more coherent, and the two of them have been able to talk about carrying on their lives without the kids. He still has hope for her recovery. Prosecutors are still looking to pin murmur charges on Lindsay, saying in court that she researched for ways to murmur on her phone. However, she said this was for herself since she was suicidal at the time. Yeah, well, you're not going to be looking up using exercise bands to do it to yourself. Just saying. I don't know what all searches they found. That's the trials just start. The court stuff's just starting. So I'm interested to hear the evidence they have. And this is a case, I hope you don't mind, that I am going to be following. And as there's court appearances, I can't show court every day. I work and I also have littles. So I'm just going to do highlights, but it's a story that I'm going to keep following because I want to see where this goes. There's just things that don't add up, and then there's things that do add up. It's like, I haven't decided what, I need to know a lot more on what they have, what the state has. Hey, Purple Dragon, good to see you. Hey, Tammy. Hey, everybody coming in. Please hit that thumbs up. However, she said this was for herself. Okay, we read that. Patrick still wishes for the public to forgive his wife and is hoping for a plea deal to be met. I don't know, dude. I think that you're just an emotional, honestly, mess, and no wonder. But I think deep down inside, I find it really hard to believe that you forgive her. I don't know. But maybe he really does. I don't know. I'm still hurting, but I can smile and even laugh sometimes. And it's true for Lindsay too, because humans are resilient, he said. So it's true for Lindsay too. She can smile and laugh. Interesting. She's worried people just won't understand if she's a somewhat normal person. No, because a somewhat normal person wouldn't murmur her 3 children, especially the brutal way it was done. I mean, you're talking about 3 children that you sat and stared in their faces while you took their last breath away. That's going to be hard for any jury. It wasn't just 1, it was 3 in a row. Lindsay's been charged with 3 counts of murder, and she will appear in court for a status review conference on December 18th. All about Lindsay Clancy. Lindsay Clancy, a mom of 3, had reportedly been suffering from mental health issues before allegedly murdering her children. Lindsay is a nurse from Duxbury, Massachusetts. Before her arrest, she worked in the labor and delivery department at Massachusetts General Hospital. Lindsay and her husband Patrick were dating for a while before they tied the knot in 2013. The couple eventually welcomed 3 children: Cora, 5, Dawson, 3, and Callan Clancy, 7 months old. He was about 7.5, almost 8, but anyway. In the early evening of January 24th, 2023, Lindsay allegedly murdered her kids. Her husband came home to find his wife lying in the backyard after throwing herself out a window. He later discovered his lifeless children in the basement of their home. The Clancy kids had been strangled. Cora and Dawson were pronounced dead at the hospital, and Callan died 3 days later due to his injuries. Lindsay's unalivement attempt resulted in a spinal injury that left the mom paralyzed as she awaits trial. Postpartum doesn't last forever. No, it doesn't. But according to what they've said, ever since she started having children, this has been an issue. So 5 years? 5 years and you continued to have children, and you can bet it most likely got worse with every pregnancy. She is a trained labor and delivery nurse. Come on now. That's what I mean. There's just some things. I got a lot of questions. And I want to see what the state's going to present, because things just they just don't add up for me right now. Okay, so we're going to go back and we're going to go over the interview that the father did. And then I'll show you some videos of her. I'll show you her first appearance in court. But this was just to test the waters to see. I don't know where everybody's at today, but thank you guys for the ones that are here. I swear nobody was scheduled to go live when I set this live, but never fails. To see if you guys would, if this is something you wanted to follow more. And I do. I want to file the court case. Follow, not file. A husband in the aftermath. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this. It's the new. Ah, okay, get out of here. I can't do anything. I'll just have to scroll down. It's the new. This is the New Yorker. Watch, they're going to make me pay $1 to read it. A husband in the aftermath of his wife's unfathomable act. Patrick Clancy's wife murdered their children during a postpartum mental health crisis. Prosecutors describe a clean-headed scheme by Clancy. But Clancy says, I wasn't married to a monster. I was married to someone who got sick. And you know how many people will say they weren't married to a monster but end up finding out that they are once they're married? I mean, I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying, you know. Thank you, Tammy. Appreciate you. Oh, I hope my little one got these brownies. They were strawberry brownie. My boy, if you gave him a choice, cake or brownies, cupcakes or brownies, he's taking the brownie bites all the way, but I make them really big. And I didn't make these. I ordered them, and I had them order them double size, you know. And they're strawberry swirled, and I know he was just drooling. But believe me, if he would not have a birthday cake, he'd have a brownie cake. But he does like a chocolate cake, though. Anyway, I hope he didn't beat the hell out of them. They're in sealed containers, but you know. from the store because we're not allowed to make things and send them in. I wish. But, okay, this is the interview. 4 days after Patrick Clancy's wife, Lindsay, strangled their children, he publicly forgave her. The real Lindsay was generously loving and caring, he wrote. Okay. And here he is. That's Patrick Clancy. I don't know. Patrick Clancy's new apartment in Midtown Manhattan looks much like any other tidy bachelor pad. There's little on the living room walls besides a mounted acoustic guitar and a sailing trophy. He has held on to a few keepsakes from his former life in the coastal suburb of Duxbury, Massachusetts, with his wife Lindsay and their 3 small children. A pink blanket printed with rainbows is draped over the couch, beside throw pillows stitched with scraps of kids' clothing. A toy helicopter, his middle child's last Christmas gift, sits on a sharpened, cornered media console that would have needed baby-proofing in the family home. Cora was 5, Dawson was 3, and Callan was 8 months. See, I told you that last news report said it was 7 months, but I knew it was closer to 8. Yeah, anyway. Pat loves to talk about them and dreads having to explain what happened. On January 24th, 2023, he stepped out of the house in Duxbury to pick up children's medicine and a takeout dinner order. When he returned, less than an hour later, Lindsay lay semi-conscious in the backyard, having cut her neck and wrist and thrown herself from their bedroom window. She'd left the children strangled in the basement. Cora and Dawson were pronounced at that night. Callan was airlifted to a hospital where he passed away a few days later. I have 3 kids, Pat sometimes still says, out of habit, before adding, they are deceased. The Clancys were the kind of family whom true crime enthusiasts often find irresistible. Young, white, well-off, photogenic, Lindsay, a 32-year-old former cheerleader from suburban Connecticut, had no criminal record and was a respected labor and delivery nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital. Tabloids reprinted Facebook pictures in which she cradled her baby bump or posed with the kids along a picket fence. Internet sleuths turned up a message from a private web forum where she'd sought advice for postpartum anxiety and depression. As legal and medical experts have noted, women who murder their children tend to be portrayed as either mad or bad. Victims who are very ill or villains who are very evil. Whereas the bad mothers are demonized as callous and neglectful. The media scholar Barbara Barnett writes, the mad mothers are routinely exalted as perfect and normal, innate nurturers who were driven to insanity because they cared so much. Though little was known about Lindsay's state of mind, the public was quick to slot her into the role of the exemplary mother who unexpectedly snapped. State prosecutors announced that they were pursuing murder charges. But online, a group of Lindsay's fellow nurses rallied to her defense. Okay. All right. This woman had access to whatever medical care she needed, being her career, including psychological. Just my take, but whatever. Anyway. They shared a hotline for struggling mothers and changed their Facebook profile pics to an illustration of hearts labeled with the letters LAOL. Lindsay's Army of Love. Almost 100 Massachusetts women wrote to the judge, vowing to stand by Lindsay in her darkest hour, as we wish any other mother would do for us. My big this wasn't just because of the last pregnancy, the most recent pregnancy and delivery. Evidently, this had been going on since she started having children. She worked in the medical field, in the labor delivery department. She worked at a big hospital. She had access to whatever she needed. Why was it not dealt with? Why did you continue getting pregnant? I mean, 3 kids in less than in 4 years, that's a lot. That's a lot. Because the baby was 8 months old, her oldest was 5. You carry for 9 months. So that's a lot of kids. Never once did you stop and say, hey, the depression is, postpartum is too much. I need to get it in line before we have another. No. See, I have questions. Mentally unwell people often don't realize how unwell they are. But her husband did, though. Hey, Criminal Med, good to see you. And she, they're claiming, including her, that it had been going on for 5 years since she started having children. Their oldest was 5. Like I said, it's going to be interesting how this plays out. Only because of the publicity it got back then. Okay. Among Lindsay's most vocal defenders was her husband. 4 days after the tragedy, from the Children's Hospital where Callan had just been removed from life support, Pat appealed to the public on a GoFundMe page. Okay, so the GoFundMe page was for the funerals, or because he's not working. He's living in Manhattan. That's expensive. I don't know. Whatever. I hope he got enough for the funerals, and I hope though usually in those situations, the funeral homes and stuff don't charge, at least in my experience. But God bless him. Oh, that poor man. He is set up for medical bills and funeral expenses. He devoted most of his note to eulogizing his children, then asked others to join him in forgiving his wife. So he was doing a eulogy for his children, but it really wasn't. It was about forgiving her. The real Lindsay was generously loving and caring, Pat wrote. All I wish for her now is that she can somehow find peace. Within days, the GoFundMe raised more than $1 million. $1 million. And yikes. So now we know why he cannot work and how he can live in a very expensive middle of Manhattan. Anyway, wow, yikes. Okay. $1 million, peeps. He told the doctors and it wasn't taken seriously. Correct. That's what he's claiming, yes. And some of the medications she's on, I'm waiting to get a full list because unfortunately primary cares do that and they don't check the PDRs to see, the contraindications and everything. There's some meds that you just don't take together. It is what it is. But sadly, it happens all the time. It's been done to me, and I was a med nurse. I'm the one that had to look up the medications. Yeah. And it's just some, even nowadays with having PAs and stuff, it'll still happen. It just does. And And a lot of times, I've seen it happen over and over again. A lot of times when the patient or a patient's family member will say, um, hey, this is what's happening since this medication and stuff. It's just chalked up to, well, it just takes a while. It'll level off, and it's not in all cases, because I've seen doctors say, that's it, don't take another one, you know. Get in here, let's do some blood panels, let's go. But sadly, there is a lot of cases where it's just not taken seriously. Okay. On February 7th of 2023, Lindsay's arraignment was broadcast live from Plymouth District Court. Her plunge from the window had left her paralyzed from the waist down, and she attended virtually from a bed at the Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, where she was in police custody. The prosecutor, an assistant district attorney named Jennifer Sprague, presented new details about the case that were meant to illustrate Lindsay's lucidity on the day of the murmurs. Sprague pointed out that Lindsay had managed to take her daughter to an appointment at the pediatrician's that morning. In the evening, she had been the one to send Pat out of the house for the medicine and the dinner order. She looked up the restaurant on Apple Maps to calculate how long he'd be gone. Sprague contended, and almost immediately after he left, she strangled the children one by one with exercise bands, a method of murmur that would have required several minutes of sustained effort. Sorry, she's a drama queen. I love her to pieces. I created a little diva. And that's what I was telling you, to look in 3 of your children's faces, which means how did it go down? Were the children asleep? Did they have to watch what she did to their siblings? Did she, take them one at a time to the basement? I mean, I have all kind of questions. I used to know someone that had a pretty well-known case, and it was postpartum. Shannon Torres, she didn't harm her baby. She lost her and kidnapped the baby. Thought it was hers. Yeah. Yeah, that can. People really feel when children are hurt. They do. But $1 million? Come on. Why didn't he shut that GoFundMe down? Why didn't he shut it down? Come on now. See, I have questions about things. And strangulation is not a quick. It's. Oof. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, laid the groundwork for an insanity defense, arguing that she suffered from severe postpartum depression and possibly postpartum psychosis, a rare disorder that is estimated to affect 1 or 2 in 1,000 new mothers, usually within weeks of childbirth, which in perhaps 4% of those cases is linked to infanticide. Lindsay, however, hadn't been diagnosed. It's not infanticide, though. A 5-year-old and a 3-year-old is not infanticide. Sorry, it's just not. Not in my book, anyway. You're barely with the 8-month-old, maybe as a newborn. But Lindsay, however, hadn't been diagnosed as having either condition. The day before the murmurs, in a note on her iPhone, she mentioned just a touch of postpartum anxiety. She said that she'd strangled the children during a moment of psychosis after hallucinating a voice. But according to Sprague, she never reported hallucinations until after she met with her defense team. In the prosecution's telling, she looked like a scheming psychopath who, tired of her child rearing, carried out a triple murder, then flubbed or faked an unaliving attempt. In legal terms, Lindsay's apparent composure on the day of the murders isn't enough to rule out temporary insanity, and nor is any evidence of premeditation. Postpartum psychosis is an insidious disease, as clinicians like to say. The symptoms often wax and wane, and it's not uncommon for high-functioning new mothers to hide them out of shame, paranoia, or confusion. Okay, but this is a medically trained mother who multiple births, worked in the labor delivery department. I don't know. The lawyer advocate, Teresa Toomey, who suffered a psychotic break after her own daughter's birth, has written that social myths of motherhood. So even someone working the case, the lawyer, an advocate. So one of the lawyers in okay. Societal myths of motherhood may incentivize women to keep up appearance of well-being and may lead to healthcare providers to overlook precursors of serious psychiatric conditions. In Massachusetts, a defendant can be found not guilty by reason of insanity so long as owning to mental health issue. She lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of law, even if she understood what she was doing at the time and knew it was wrong. To much of the public, however, the revelations of the arraignment made these nuances seem like irrelevant, offensive technicalities. In a Facebook group devoted to Lindsay's case, which has more than 16,000 members, commenters condemned her army of love. Childhood friends who submitted character letters to the judge received threatening messages, and a Justice for Lindsay fundraiser scheduled at a local seafood restaurant was abruptly canceled. I would guess so after raising $1 million freaking dollars. Internet forums circulated increasingly outlandish theories that Pat and Lindsay had orchestrated the deaths just to rake in the crowdsourced funds, that she caught him with a male lover and murmured the children, not unlike Medea, in order to exact revenge. Pat is 36 but looks younger, with pale blue eyes, cowlick dark blonde hair, and a narrow, clean-shaven face. He has been selling in races since childhood and tends to dress sportly in black sunglasses, long-sleeve Henley shirts, and belts made from tactical fabric. When we first met, he mentioned that he'd been reading Man's Search for Meaning by the Australian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl, who wrote of the human ability to transform a personal tragedy into triumph. After the murmurs, Pat took an extended leave from his remote job in software sales at Microsoft, where I am also employed in a separate division of the company. Oh, great. In his free time, he joined a selling club, signed up to run the Boston Marathon, and on behalf of Children's Medical Charity began volunteering as a guide for runners who were blind. So he's living large on that $1 million. Just saying. I mean, it's what they're saying. I mean, how else is he doing it if he's not working? Anyway. Hey, Denise, good to see you. Are you? She's genuinely a good person. Sounds crazy. I know. No, it actually does happen. Sadly, because it has been the lack of understanding of the mental health issues, and also the ones that have used the mental health issues, insanity pleas and stuff, knowing that wasn't the case, has hurt it for the people that it really truly was. It, it really truly was the snapping. It really truly was. This case, I'm not so sure yet. Sorry, I'm clicking my lighter a lot. I don't want to smoke. Okay. But yeah. But the ongoing case against Lindsay clearly hindered his attempts to squeeze some good, as he put it, out of his family's heartbreak. So that drives me nuts. Call the attendance office. Make sure you let them know. I do that, and you still send me 50 messages. Anyway, it drives me nuts. As he put it, out of his family's heartbreak. Zero delivery. What? Oh, you got to be kidding. KFC's having zero delivery this weekend? Oh my God, I could eat a KFC sandwich. Yeah, I'm not doing that though. I got too much going on this weekend with the kids. So, I wasn't married to a monster. I was married to someone who got sick, he told me during one of a series of conversations this year. We often met at his apartment after he completed his training run, and as we spoke, he'd sit on the floor, stretching his legs. Pat seemed eager to testify at Lindsay's trial. In the meantime, he saw our discussions as an opportunity to squash lies and misinformation. He'd recently found buyers for his home in Duxbury, and on one of my visits, he received a text message informing him that the sale had closed. There's no house anymore, he said, his voice flat and low. There are no kids. All that's left is me and Lindsay. Pat grew up in a sprawling Catholic family on the South Shore of Massachusetts, sometimes called the Irish Riviera. His relatives remember him as a gentle and even-keeled child. Pat doesn't like to be angry, Sue Clancy, his mother said. He doesn't like hostility. He's always been that type since he was very little. And to just give the benefit of doubt, at the Jesuit boys' school he attended, Pat was, by his own admission, an average student, unable to muster much enthusiasm for Greek mythology and Egyptian What? Okay, go ahead and sit down. Okay, yeah, you can watch. Yeah, you can watch it. All right. Sorry, she just wanted to make sure she was allowed to watch something. But he won a Citizenship Prize Award to a man for others. He studied business at South Regina University in Newport, Rhode Island, where he was a varsity skipper, and then began working at telecommunications company in Boston. So he had a scholarship for his sailing. Good job. In the summer of 2013, Pat met Lindsay Musgrove, a nursing student who was living with one of his 40-some first cousins. Another of his cousins works on the editorial staff at this magazine, The New Yorker, where they have ties, huh? So you're going to get a one-sided interview. Honestly, it's not going to be a straight down the. It's not. They're too connected. Lindsay was 22, soft-spoken, and determined, with a broad, heart-shaped face and straight brown hair that she liked to pull back beneath the headband. One of her best friends from childhood told me that she was looking for a good potential family man. Pat took Lindsay to fly a kite on one of their first dates, and not long afterwards brought her to the Clancy's beachside 4th of July party. His sister Erin recalls Lindsay as sweet and a little quiet, but just lovely. The cousin who introduced them, Kristen Walton, told me they never really had any bumps in the road. They were married in December of 2016 and held a reception at a golf club decorated in red and silver for Christmas time. At Mass General, where Lindsay's colleagues knew her as a ray of sunshine and a positive light, she often joked about wanting enough children to fill a baseball team. Cora, the Clancy's firstborn, arrived on Christmas Eve 2017. Dawson followed about a year and a half later. In a letter to a childhood friend with a new baby, Lindsay once described motherhood as all-consuming with new baby, adding, let yourself delve deep into it, but also take time to come up for air. Several of her friends told me insistently that she was born to be a mother. She pored over forums about topics like attachment parenting and baby-led weaning, and occasionally she'd post her own questions, a habit that perplexed Pat. The person who'd responded would be some random stay-at-home mom from St. Louis, he told me. I'd be like, you're a nurse. You're the one with all the answers. Although her roles as a new mother and labor nurse seemed complementary, Lindsay struggled, as many parents do, to balance her family and her job. After Cora was born, she went part-time, often working night shifts at Mass General, where she liked to monitor her own babies from a video feed on her iPhone. In character letters to the court, Lindsay's colleagues remembered this tendency fondly. She watched them sleep while she took breaks to pump breast milk, one fellow nurse wrote. But Pat told me that it drove her anxiety. Once, late at night, he awoke to a knock on the door from the police. Lindsay had seen Cora crying on the video feed and requested a wellness check because an incident report notes Pat wasn't picking up the phone. So there was signs. This is what I mean. There was signs that things were not okay. Snapped covered her case. Oh, I probably seen it then. I'll look it up too. I watch Snapped all the time. I used to never miss an episode of that show, man. I don't know, but there is signs. That's what I mean. This case is. After Cora's 1-year checkup, Lindsay worried that a blue vein on the bridge of her daughter's nose might be a sign of a gene mutation, a pseudoscientific notion that she likely came across on the internet. Pat brushed off the idea, but Lindsay wrote in a private Facebook group that she'd ordered an at-home genetic test in the mail. In the same group, she mentioned that she was pregnant again. When Dawson was a baby in the spring of 2020, she met with talk therapist for anxiety, but Pat told me that they didn't really vibe. She thought about switching to day shifts at the hospital, but because of rush hour, doing so would have doubled her commute time. Occasionally, Lindsay joked about becoming a stay-at-home mom. And Pat would say, do you really want to be at home 24/7? He considered her dual vocations healthy. I'd say to anyone, usually moms, but really moms or dads, that you should have your kids, but you should also have a life to yourself, he told me, adding that he never discouraged Lindsay from taking time away from work. Lindsay was on a jog the morning she went into labor with Callan. On May 26, 2022, he was an easygoing baby. She and Pat called him Happy Callan. In a Facebook post that July, while Lindsay was on maternity leave, she wrote that she was faring better than she had after the birth of her first 2 children. This time, I've stayed so dialed in to my routine of exercise, nutrition, personal development, and mindset. The next month, though, in an online group for followers of a wellness regime called the Miracle Morning, she sounded like I guess sanguine. She hadn't managed to do the routine for the past couple of weeks. So she had been involved heavily in exercise, nutrition, and all that stuff. And there was even a regime she was following, a website she was following, the wellness regimen. But she had stopped doing that. I'm definitely struggling because of it, she wrote, adding, someday it will be easier. As her return to work approached, Lindsay's anxiety grew worse. In September, with Pat's support, she postponed her start date. She told him that she had planned to go on Zoloft, one of the most frequently prescribed antidepressants for breastfeeding mothers. She got a prescription after a telehealth consultation with a local psychiatrist, Jennifer Tufts, who diagnosed Lindsay as having generalized anxiety disorder. The Zoloft caused insomnia, a common side effect, so Tufts prescribed additional medications, including Ativan. Ativan is a benzo. It's supposed to. I used to give it to a lot of patients. It's supposed to relax you and help you to be able to sleep and stuff. It's supposed to calm it all down. On November 8th, unbeknownst to Pat, Lindsay sought suggestions for other medications in a private Facebook group called I Am Not Alone, Postpartum Depression, Anxiety, and Rage. She was concerned about Ativan's addictive properties, but said it makes me feel like myself again. And I know patients that were both on Zoloft and Ativan. Here's a picture of the Clancy's children, 5, 3, and 8 months old. Oh, look at that picture. Oh, breaks my heart. Pat often described himself to me as a software guy with little knowledge about mental health. He'd imagined Lindsay conferring at length with a therapist in an armchair, as he'd seen in movies like Analyze This. Oh, crap. Come on, dude. This dude is not stupid. Okay, come on now. See, this is what I mean about the story going to be. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Oh, you know what my little did? They earn points and they can shop in this school store. Usually he gets his talkies. He loves that damn things. Or, some little gadget or something. But he used his points and brought his mommy home a Mounds bar. I have such a little angel. But anyway, sorry, got sidetracked. I'm just saying, there's just things aren't adding up for me. Like this with the husband. It's just, come on now. When Lindsay's insomnia didn't subside, he started sitting in on her virtual visits with Tufts, her psychiatrist, which he felt were limited to narrowly to medication management. It was just like, what are your symptoms? Take these pills, he recalled. Neither Tufts nor her employer, Astor Mental Health, responded to requests for comment. Psychiatric medicine has been shown to work best for some mood disorders in conjunction with talk therapy. But Lindsay's crisis coincided with a widespread strain on mental health providers during the C-19 pandemic. They're stretched to the limit, the president of the Massachusetts Psychological Association told the Boston Globe at the end of 2021. Pat said that he eventually called more than a dozen therapists but found none with immediate availability. That's not surprising. By the middle of November of 2022, Lindsay had lost her appetite, had largely stopped socializing, but yet he didn't see any problem with leaving her alone with the children. Or that this is what there are huge red flags here. Take her to the ER, have her admitted that way for a 72-hour hold. These were not dumb people. Hey, Winnie the Pup. They were not dumb people. I don't know. Her parents drove up from Connecticut for days at a time to help with childcare while Pat worked from a home office. In the afternoons, when Lindsay's Ativan wore off, Pat would find her rocking back and forth on the living room couch, her heart racing. She'd say that she felt terrified, but Pat couldn't understand why. On the morning of November 15th, Lindsay told him a reproductive psychiatrist and professor at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston told me that prolonged insomnia in a new mother should be treated as a warning sign of an underlying psychiatric condition in the moderate to severe range. Like all the mental health professionals I spoke to, Serena was careful to note that she did not have firsthand knowledge of Lindsay's case and could not comment on it specifically. But she pointed out that sleep deprivation can be a trigger for postpartum psychosis. The disease doesn't always start with someone hearing voices, he added. It can present with a woman saying, I feel anxious. I can't sleep. I don't know what's going on. But that's not now. This is what I mean. This had been going on. There was clear signs. There was issues. With the family. There was clear signs the family knew. There was issues. Diagnosing a psychotic disorder typically requires evidence that a patient has lost touch with reality. A new mother may imagine that her baby is under attack by a malevolent force, as in high-profile case of Andrea Yates, who believed that she was rescuing her 5 children from Satan when she drowned them in a bathtub in 2001. But some delusions centered on newborns, including, in the words of one filicide study, obsessional fears about the child's well-being. These were not newborns. They were not newborns. A child's well-being can be harder to distinguish from more ordinary maternal concerns. In 2012, a New York lawyer named Cynthia Wackenheim reportedly became fixated on the idea that a few small falls had so irreparably damaged her baby boy that he'd never walk again. The next March, when he was 10 months old, she strapped him to her chest and jumped from the window of her 8th floor apartment. Wackenheim died, but her son survived and took his first steps a few weeks later. In advocating for women with postpartum mental illness, the clinical psychologist Susan Feingold writes that despite suffering from what almost certainly an undiagnosed psychotic disorder, Wachman was able to pass as just another worried new mom. Yeah, well, I don't know that case, but this case, there's actual things going on that have just not been addressed like they should have been. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'd have 5150'd, but that's just me. You know, I'd have taken him for an evaluation right to the ER. After Lindsay went a second consecutive night with no sleep, she drove herself to the emergency room. She returned home a few hours later and told Pat, they gave me some Ambien and said it should be okay. Number one, he should have went with her because Lord only knows what she told them there. And I don't know what she told them, but it will come out. The Ambien didn't help, though. So Lindsay contacted a new medical office and began seeing Rebecca Jolata, a prenatal psychiatric nurse practitioner. As with Tufts, the appointments were virtual, but after a few sessions, Pat arranged an in-person visit. According to him, Jolata was quick to prescribe more medication, including Seroquel, an antipsychotic that is used off-label in low doses as a sleep aid. It just sounded like she was throwing things at the wall and waiting for us to say yes, Pat said. Jolata did not respond to requests for comment. A representative of her employer, South Shore Health, declined to comment, citing patient privacy laws. So she had been getting multiple medications from multiple sources. And how much do you want to bet that it's not? I'm not showing photos. Okay. How much do you want to bet they didn't know about each other? Because that happens a lot. They didn't know that this one was prescribing that or that one was prescribing this. And times when they did know, didn't matter anyway. They didn't, hey, give that prescribing physician a call. Let's see what's going on. Let's see, no. Sadly, it doesn't happen that way. Lindsay's defense team has named horrific over-medication as the chief cause of her mental decline. No. A line of reasoning that may provide some solace to her loved ones. It can be comforting, as Big Feingold told me, to blame an external source for the inner changes wrought by mental illness. But the link between psychotropic drugs and violent behavior is poorly understood. At Lindsay's arraignment, Kevin Reddington, her attorney, pointed out that some of the antidepressants she took have so-called black box labels listing unalignment ideation as a rare adverse effect. Okay, unalignment ideation would be about yourself, not doing it to 3 children that you stare in their faces while you're doing it. Anyway, just a thought. This is those warnings, however, are primarily for adolescents. So the black box label, the unalignment ideation, are rare adverse effects, and the warnings are primarily for the adolescents because I guess that's when the studies were done. I don't know. And while it's true that Lindsay was prescribed an unusually extensive list of drugs, more than a dozen in the course of 4 months, Reddington has drawn a dubious connection between those medications and workplace violence, homicides, family homicides, as he put it in court. Huh? Workplace violence. Besides family. Okay. According to a medication diary that Lindsay kept, which was seized as part of the investigation, she was taking just 3 of the 12 medications. So she was really only taking 3 of all the medications she was prescribed. Wow. And she knew enough to keep a medication log. She was taking 1 of the benzos and 2 of the antidepressants in the days leading up to the murders. Reddington, a veteran Boston trial lawyer, is a gruff, ruddy man in his 70s, with a shoulder tattoo that reads in Latin, "Never represent an informant." He's perhaps best known for defending a woman named Catherine Gregg against charges of harboring a fugitive, her longtime boyfriend, James Whitey Bugler. We all know who that was, right? The mob man. But he specializes in what the Boston Globe once called mental health crisis-driven horrors derived from unanswered pleas for help. When I met him this past March in a hotel lobby in Braintree. He recalled a landmark insanity case that he'd won in 1989. His client, who had stood accused of fatally stabbing her abusive boyfriend in the eye with a steak knives, was acquitted after he argued that she'd suffered from temporary insanity brought on by battered woman syndrome. Hey, Vanessa, member for 7 months. The doctors probably believe she's a nurse. Yeah. So when she went to the ER, my guess is she told them I haven't slept for a couple nights. She hadn't said nothing else, especially being the hospital she was employed at. Hey, sweetie cake. Let it sink in. When she woke up, she didn't ask for her babies. She asked if she needed a lawyer. I'm a nurse, and I believe other nurses when they describe their symptoms. Yeah. And there were so many red flags. There was just so much, but it was just not. It was not. I don't know. It just wasn't acted upon the way it should have been. My little cracked me up with this Mounds bar. He said, because he knows me, he knows I'll only eat a small piece, and then I won't allow myself no more for the day because the calorie intake. I'm really watching my calorie intake. He says, "Mommy, I got you a treat for a couple days." I'm like, "Oh, good Lord, the kid knows me too well." And thank you for being a member for 7 months, Vanessa. I so appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you guys for hanging with me. I didn't think we'd get a huge audience. Maybe when I go to the Crama drama, I don't know. But anyway, so he said she got off temporary insanity brought on by battered woman syndrome. She didn't serve a day. Postpartum psychosis lacks an official category in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, a fact that some experts argue undermines its use in criminal defenses. At Lindsay's arraignment, Reddington pointed out that postpartum mental illness is notoriously overlooked, telling the judge, "Our society completely abandons women with this condition." It was bad at one time, yes, but things in this day and age, things are better. Not where they need to be, by no means. But these people had the good medical coverage. They had the access. So, and there goes my lighter again. Sorry, I'm going to get another email about clicking my lighter. I put it down. I'll take it now. I don't know. This one lady that watches me doesn't like that I click my lighter. I don't know. Gaddy, do you know the Emily Long case from New Hampshire? Last year, she killed her husband with brain cancer, kids, and self because she had stolen money from work. No, but let me write that name down. I'll look into that. Wow. And she thought that was the only way out. That's sad. That's sad. I'll definitely look into that, Straight Talker. It needs to be in that book. It should be considered a diagnosis. Yeah, I agree. Postpartum is a diagnosis, though. But anyway. At Lindsay's arraignment. Oh, okay. We read that. Telling the judge our society completely abandons women with this condition. At the same time, he seems to have overlooked or downplayed Lindsay's mental health struggles after her previous births, saying that there were no significant issues as far as anxiety. But that's not true. She had suffered from her very first birth. So this lawyer is just, let's not bring up the continuation, it has been a continuing mental health crisis for her. And with every pregnancy got worse. His strategy has focused on portraying Lindsay as a consummate mother who had no reason to murmur her children. In court, he rummaged through his suit pocket and pulled out a small wish vase that he'd found in a drawer of pill bottles at the Clancy's home. It was stuffed with scraps of paper on which Lindsay had scribbled down hopes for the future including a desire to get pregnant again. Oof. Residents of Duxbury sometimes call it Deluxebury. Sue Clancy, Pat's mom, who grew up in a working-class family on the South Shore, described the town as a high-end community, whereas in much of suburbia, people kept up appearances. They keep up their appearances, like the Jonesens. Although Lindsay often sought advice from strangers online, she didn't advertise her struggles to the other mothers in town. Nicole Benito, a nurse with children at the same preschool as the Clancys, recalled hosting a get-together with her husband, Jeff, the weekend after Thanksgiving of 2022. Pat had told Jeff that he would attend alone and mentioned Lindsay's insomnia. But after Nicole texted her to check in, Lindsay showed up too, with a bowl of taco dip. She looked flat and absent, Nicole told me when I visited her and Jeff at their home. But never in 25,000 years, she trailed off. Then she added, "We thought Lindsay was just tired." One puzzle of the Clancy's family tragedy is that, although Lindsay sought help from several postpartum mental health specialists, as far as Pat knows, she never received a more severe diagnosis than generalized anxiety disorder. He emphasized that none of Lindsay's providers ever warned him, or to his knowledge, her, of the possibility of postpartum psychosis. This woman was all over the internet, in every group you could be in. She was more than aware. "I never even heard the term until after the kids died," he said. On December 20th of 2022, he and Lizzie visited the Women and Infants Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island, a facility that specializes in perinatal care. Lindsay's indictment notes that psychiatrists there concluded she had no symptoms of postpartum depression. But Pat told me that this statement is misleading. As he remembers it, the doctors were hesitant to intervene in Lindsay's treatment because her prescription history made it difficult for them to tell whether the symptoms she reported were signs of underlying postpartum disorder or side effects of psychiatric drugs. A spokesperson for the hospital declined to comment on her case, and of course they did. At the end of the month, Lindsay insisted that she needed to be admitted to a hospital, telling Pat, "I have thoughts of wanting to die. I feel numb to them." According to police records, Pat stated that by this point, she also confessed to having unwanted thoughts of harming the children. So you see what I mean? Even before she was saying these things, and he was just, I don't know. Yikes. That's, anyway. Clinicians call these intrusive thoughts, and they're distressingly common among new mothers with mood disorders. One study found that more than 40% of depressed women with infants or toddlers reported thoughts of harming them. Even a healthy new mother may experience such thoughts, not so much as a real impulse to harm the child, according to one journal article, but as an apprehension that such an impulse might occur. As with suicidal patients, the treatment protocol relies on a precarious attempt to gauge the link between thinking and potentially acting. Pat said, "We were told by doctors if she doesn't have a plan and if she's disturbed by the thoughts, then they are probably just thoughts." Lindsay had been scheduled to return to work at Mass General in January. Instead, on New Year's Eve, Pat dropped her off at the hospital's emergency room, by the same entrance where exactly 7 years before he'd picked her up from work with an engagement ring in his pocket. By the following morning, Lindsay had been transported to an inpatient program at McLean's Hospital a top-ranked psychiatric institution outside of Boston. When Pat visited her that week, they sat in a harshly lit common area as an agitated patient walked up and down the hallway talking to himself. There were people there who were clearly like nuts, Pat told me. Lindsay seemed to have it together. He recalled her texting him, "I don't belong here." Yes, you did. In the anthology, Understanding Postpartum Psychosis, A Temporary Madness, several women were hospitalized in psychiatric wards as new mothers. They recount how they felt so ashamed or depressed to find themselves there that they started downplaying their symptoms. At first, I told him everything. One woman in the anthology writes of her husband. But as the days went on and I thought I would be confined there forever, I began again to pretend to be better. She also writes that after persuading the doctors to discharge her, she immediately went home and continued to research ways to end it all. A suicidal woman with thoughts of harming her children may assume that they share her sense of despair, or they will if they're left to live without their mother. Such reasoning often derives from depression rather than psychosis. Though some clinicians are reluctant to draw a categorical distinction, Sarah West, a forensic psychiatrist who has evaluated more than a dozen women accused of murdering their children, told me that severe depression tends to involve an element of distorted reality. She added it's not always technically psychosis, but it's also not psychosis. It's also not psychosis. One study of maternal filicide observed that whereas psychiatric mothers often acted suddenly, depressed mothers tended to contemplate murdering their children for days or weeks before acting. Well, she planned it. She knew exactly how long it would take him to go pick up dinner and the medicine and come back. She took him to another part of the house, then proceeded to hurt herself. That wasn't spur of the moment. Lindsay was discharged from McLean after only 5 days with a prescription for the antidepressant amitriptyline, Pat recalled, her 13th medication in a span of 4 months. Okay, being put on multiple medications to try, I would hope that they stopped all the other meds, but she wasn't taking all those other meds to begin with. So, I don't know, to me that's a moot point, because just because they were there, she claims she wasn't taking them, and by the medication logs and stuff, she wasn't. And coming out of a facility like that, any other medication she would have been on for those, any psychotropic drugs would have been DC. They'd have been discontinued. She left the hospital on January 5th. She denied having any more intrusive thoughts. And of course, the hospital can't comment. 2 days later, Lindsay and Pat hosted a party at a trampoline park for Cora's 5th birthday. In a photo from the celebration, Cora, wearing a pink paper crown, watches expectantly as her mother bends to light candles on a chocolate cupcake. Seeing Lindsay there gave me hope, Pat said. I think it gave her hope too. By mid-January, back under the supervision of Jennifer Tufts, Lindsay seemed to be improving, and she began accompanying Pat on outings with the kids. On a few occasions, she encouraged him to leave the house himself. He joined a group of dads for a Sunday brunch and took Cora skiing on Martin Luther King Day. Both times, Lindsay looked after some or all of the kids alone. Her parents visited from Connecticut on the weekend of January 21st, and afterward, Lindsay's mom wrote to her in a text, "Nice to see you doing better." It had become routine for Pat to hug Lindsay each morning and ask, "How are you feeling? How did you sleep?" On January 24th, he told me her answers were good and pretty well. The kids were off from school and Pat had back to back meetings, so childcare was left to Lindsay. The fact that she could bring her daughter to a medical appointment in the morning has been cited as evidence of her mental acuity. But Pat told me that it wasn't an ordinary checkup. Cora had a stomach ache, and Lindsay had become fixated on the idea that something could be wrong with her liver. Sounds like she had some Munchausen going on. Pat had hoped that a visit to the pediatrician would bring Lindsay back to reality. Around 5 o'clock, she texted him to ask if he'd pick up Pedialax for Cora, plus a takeout order for dinner. "I didn't cook anything," she wrote. "It's been a long day." Had Lindsay asked him to run such an errand a few weeks before, Pat told me he would have had second thoughts about leaving her alone. "If I could go back in time, I'd have called McLean and said, 'Take her away, lock the door, keep her in there for a year if you have to.' But he said that day seemed like a really good one. I mentioned that the same is what? Sorry. Anyway, she comes over to have me stop just so she can say nothing." Oh, I love her. Anyway, I mentioned that the same is often said before unalivements. A sense of peace can set in when someone in despair decides to end things. "So what do you do?" Pat asks, sounding offended and genuinely uncertain. "Somebody's having a great day. Should I call the hotline?" Hold on one second. That's less than half an hour after leaving, Pat called Lindsay from CVS to confirm which brand of medicine to buy. She didn't pick up at first, but she called back a minute later, sounding like herself. Their conversation lasted 14 seconds. Pat noticed only, as he later told police, that she seemed to be in the middle of something. Yeah, well, she was. The house was quiet when Pat returned from his errand just after 6 o'clock. He set the takeout containers and the CVS bag on the kitchen counter and went upstairs thinking that Lindsay might be giving the kids a bath. And we know what he found. That the bedroom door to the master bedroom was locked. He forced his way in. The room was cold. The window had been left open. There was blood on the floor, a bloody knife on the nightstand, and a novelty tumbler labeled "Because Kids." Pat ran back downstairs and found Lindsay lying outside, barely conscious. He asked her, "What did you do? What did you do?" He said, shining his phone's light into her eyes. She replied, "I tried to unalive myself." He asked where the kids were, and she said, "In the basement." Pat stayed by her side as he dialed 911, terrified that she'd die. When paramedics arrived minutes later, he rushed inside to retrieve the children, unaware that he was still on the line with the emergency dispatcher. On the recording of the call, which Jennifer Sprague, the prosecutor, narrated at Lindsay's arraignment, Pat shouts down to the basement, "Guys," Sprague explained. He can then be heard screaming in agony and shock. So wait a minute. He sat there with her. Never, and she would have been okay for a minute. And who knows how long it took the ambulance to get there. And never went and checked on the children, considering her condition. I don't know. Okay. Considering that she had told him that she had had thoughts of unaliving them. Okay. He can be heard screaming in agony and shock. The kids still had exercise bands tied around their necks. Pat removed the bands and begged each child to breathe. He attempted to resuscitate Cora, who was lying on her side. What do you do when you have 3 kids like that? He asked me. How do you pick? For a while after moving to New York, Pat would say that his children lost their lives. When the paramedics reached the basement, though he could be heard on the line crying, she murmured the kids. Wow. Mm. Let me see. These are just Philip Bresniak, a leading filicide expert who was hired by Lindsay's legal team to evaluate her, told me that women accused of murmuring their children might benefit from society's reflexive assumptions about a mother's unconditional love. She must have been insane to murmur her child, since no sane mother ever would. Psychiatric studies often refer to the phenomenon of mothers murmuring their children before killing themselves as extended unalivement. Killing one's child under the delusion that it's the best interest is described even more as altruistic filicide. I don't know if I agree with that. In a persuasive circular logic, the crime itself can come to seem like the clearest evidence of the condition that is held up ex-mother. And also like its own form of punishment. So that's the defense they're using. And there's Patrick again, staring out his window. Yes, I picked my lighter back up. I just threw it down. Sorry about that. Despite publicly forgiving Lindsay, Pat didn't contact her after the murmurs. He stayed with his parents at their home, not far from where he grew up. Periodically, he went back to Duxbury to pick up clothing and deliveries from the house. Once, on the doorstep, he discovered a rotting apple pie. So many reporters had gathered in the town that he held the children's funeral at his parents' church. 3 small coffins were rolled out into the nave, and the priest read Pat's eulogy on his behalf because, as one of his cousins recalled, he was basically catatonic. A couple of days before the arraignment, Pat got a voicemail from a number that he didn't recognize. It was Lindsay, calling from the psychologist's cell phone to say that she loved him. She called back the next day, as Pat was wandering the shoreline, and this time he picked up. Speaking at a quick, panicked clip, Lindsay explained that she'd heard a voice commanding her to murmur the children, and then herself, because it was her last chance, Pat told me. She did not sound like my wife. He ended the call after about a minute. For months, he was consumed with the thought that nothing was left. In February, he took a solo trip to Central America, then to Europe. He had $1 million GoFundMe account, staying in youth hostels to avoid the sight of vacationing families. When he got back, he cleared out the Duxbury house and drove around town, handing off his children's stuffed animals and unused arcade cards to friends. He didn't realize until arriving in New York that his new apartment building sits beside a preschool. In the mornings, he often sees rushed mothers and fathers coaxing their clingy kids through the doors. I envy their misery, Pat told me. After Pat's unsettling first call with Lindsay, they went 6 months without speaking. That spring, after a stint at a rehabilitation facility, she was transferred to Tewksbury Hospital. A state-run institution with a large population of psychiatric patients in criminal custody. Her parents were living out of a hotel to be near her, and although Pat and Lindsay hadn't been particularly religious, the pastor who baptized Callan had been visiting weekly from Duxbury. A psychiatrist said that rosary beads were a suicidal hazard, so the pastor brought a string of them that wasn't long enough to fit around Lindsay's neck. On her 33rd birthday, last August, Pat called her at the suggestion of her father, who told him that she was in tough shape and going downhill. Lindsay's parents declined to speak with me. Lindsay was playing Rumkid with a therapist when Pat reached her. Rumacub? She told him that every day was the worst day of her life. She misses her kids. Pat explained, then added, which I know sounds crazy to some people, but that's the reality. The ample evidence that Lindsay was a loving mother has made it difficult for Sprague, the prosecutor, to supply a plausible motive for the murmurs. In court, Sprague has labored to depict Lindsay as a selfish woman delusioned with domestic life, reading aloud a note that Lindsay had written to herself 5 months after Callan's birth. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids. Sprague concluded. This would indicate that she did not feel love or connection with at least some of her kids. And yeah, that could. On the internet, Lindsay's detractors found a post from a parenting forum in which she once described Dawson, her middle child, as the most difficult human I have ever encountered. This didn't sound especially different from a line in Pat's eulogy. Make no mistake, this boy loved to push buttons. But it was touted by online observers as incriminating evidence. A member of Lindsay's mom's group in Duxbury, who was questioned by a group of male police officers after the murmurs, told me that they'd printed out the woman's text correspondence and interrogated her about Lindsay's frustrations with Dawson's sleep schedule. The woman recalled replying, I can pull up messages like this from all of my friends who are moms. Last September, Lindsay's case was moved to the Massachusetts Superior Court. At a hearing that October, Sprague suggested that her unalivement attempt was half-hearted and possibly staged, calling the lacerations on her neck and wrist from that night minor scratches. Lindsay's cuts had been deep enough to leave streaks of blood on the bedroom floor on the home's shingled exterior, but Sprague presented the later detail as evidence that Lindsay had slid down the side of the house, adding she did not jump. That's a possibility. Because they weren't deep wounds, deep enough where she would have bled out. That I do know. And being the wood shingles of the house, that could have been a possibility. I don't know. The prosecutor added she did not jump. The hearing was held at Tewksbury Hospital so that Lindsay could attend in person. She sat across from Sprague at a long conference table in a wheelchair. As if to explain Lindsay's paralysis, Sprague said, I don't think she took into account the fact that the ground was frozen. Just a minute, Dookie, and I'll let you in. The only times Pat sounded heated or sarcastic in our conversations were when discussing the prosecution or the ringworms on social media, as he called them. It's really hard to murmur yourself, he said one night at his apartment. If you think it's so easy, why don't you try it? In his bedroom, he keeps a bag of letters from sympathetic strangers, many of whom relate to their own battles with postpartum mood disorders. Pat showed me one of the handwritten notes that said, when I hear the prosecution speak, it sounds like the Salem witch trials. He often characterized his forgiveness of Lindsay as a reaction against bad faith narratives, a matter of accuracy rather than loyalty. If the prosecutor and the public had gotten it right from the beginning, I probably wouldn't have even written that GoFundMe note, he said. Pat saw Lindsay's case as crystal clear, but insanity pleas face long odds. He saw it as crystal clear, yet the whole time there were so many signs. I mean, huge red flags. 4 days before unaliving the kids, she had searched the phrase, Can you treat a psychopath on her phone? She also looked up what court records describe as ways to kill. Postpartum mental illnesses exist along a vexingly complex spectrum. The legal system generally presents a binary sane and guilty or insane and not a guilty verdict. Might seem unconscionable when the victims were innocent children. As writing Lindsay's lawyer told me, juries don't want it on their hands. Okay, I don't want to read about what he sent his mother. Okay, she's a labor and delivery nurse. Sue Clancy is a youthful-looking woman with a blonde bob and a strong New England accent. Like Lindsay, she's a labor and delivery nurse. And the two women briefly worked together when Lindsay did a rotation at Sue's hospital after nursing school. In an old informational video for patients, they sit side by side in matching blue scrubs. Sue was one of the few people in whom Lindsay confided about her difficulty after Callan's birth. Sue told me, I still have text on my phone. I have an appointment Tuesday and Thursday. I'm working so hard. I want to get back to myself. I want to be with my kids. That was the grandma. She didn't return back to work. She tried but didn't. Anyway, I'm not. They did a memorial on the first anniversary. I don't know. Despite the long course of Lindsay's illness, Pat always portrayed her terrible act as a sudden rapture of self, a bolt of lightning that had struck without warning. Okay. No, there was plenty of warning, dude. During their calls, though, he began venturing the kinds of questions that would eventually be debated in court. I think one of the first things I asked was, did you plan this? Is that why you sent me out? He recalled. She said no. It was just like a snap of the fingers. Yeah, I'm not buying that. Pat asked why she'd looked up how long it would take to pick up their dinner, and Lindsay explained that she'd been concerned about getting him stuck in rush hour traffic. Then I said, did you Google ways to murmur? And she said, yeah, for myself, because I was suicidal for 2 months. Pat sounded satisfied with this explanation. Okay. All right. Now let's go. Lindsay's trial date is yet to be scheduled as of this article, but she's had her first appearance, so I'm going to show you. Now, I wish there was a plea deal, and it was just done like Pat told me in June. He was preparing to resume his job the next day after almost 18 months of leave from Microsoft. A fresh round of media coverage since the marathon meant that more people in New York knew his story. The Post had published a piece with the headline, Grieving Dad Finishes Boston Marathon in honor of 3 children strangled by mom. Even Pat's doorman had congratulated him. Yikes. In the past year, Pat has been introduced to several parents of children who were murmured. Last summer, he read a news story about Crystal Casada, a 40-year-old oncologist from Westchester who murdered herself and her 4-month-old daughter while her husband was out of the house. The news shocked her friends and colleagues as well. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to look up, I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, I'm going to show you it's a real short video of her first court appearance, and then we'll be done with that. I'm pretty sure I saved it. Wait a minute. Should be right in my YouTube. So what do you think? They made an angel playground in another children's memory. Oh, that's fantastic. It's to start. Yeah, well, I was just reading an older article. I haven't gotten to that far yet. Yeah, it's scheduled to start because she already had her first appearance. I think it was 1,000 premeditated. Yeah, I do too. I don't think it was for the moment. There was too many steps taken. Preventable deaths, yes. It makes you feel sick to your stomach, yeah. I have big questions. I'm like, look, dude. There was, it wasn't even just little signs. There was huge signs. Huge. Okay. I might have put it under playlist. Let me go to my playlist. I know I saved it. To me, there was anyway. But again, that's just me. I think. And then he said she'd been doing fine, but yet for 2 months. I don't know. I think. And maybe that's what he's got to do to just get through it, you know? Where the hell did it go? I know I saved it. Oh, that's all right. I'll just type it back in. I'll just bring it up this way since. Yeah, this is from Long Climb. Oh, there's a couple videos there. This one's from 2 years ago. But this one is from 6 days ago. Well, I'll show those other ones. As we're doing more, as the court stuff goes further, I will be doing more of those to just show you. I should have just did that instead of reading that article. But here's our first appearance. This is Long Crime. She got a good lawyer. That's for sure. Hey, Tanya.
Court, all right. Is honorable court stop?
Would have been.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, all.
But my issue, one of my biggest issues, is the fact that this was not just from the last pregnancy. This is something that had been ongoing since her first pregnancy 5 years prior. And, that's when you're going through that and you're, dropping baby after baby, you're not giving yourself time to, I don't know. This ought to be an interesting trial.
2026, first case before the call was number 2 on our list, 2383 CR 198. Case
The reason for the
versus
hearing was
Lindsay
partly to
Clancy.
discuss her
This case
mode
is
of
called
transportation
motion for record defense.
to the
President
trial.
Bar. Counsel for the record,
She
David
should be
Call.
transported by ambulance.
Straight to Commonwealth.
She don't need transported by ambulance.
Kentucky, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge Kevin Brady, Lindsay Clancy,
Mr. Reddington, good afternoon. Ms. Clancy, good afternoon. All right, so this is a matter, on for a number of reasons here today, I think, but first, I just kind of want to know, we talked about the evaluation. And I know there was a motion that was just recently filed. And by recently, I mean just the last day or so. So I'm not sure we're gonna address those motions that were filed. We'll leave new gate on those. But one of them that was filed that I think didn't know if we could take up a little bit, and that's one regarding the taping of the Commonwealth's evaluation. Now, I know we've talked about this for a number of times, so I didn't know if we can address that at the Commonwealth's position. My understanding was that there was no objection to the taping of the evaluation, with the only proviso on that dealing with some of the actual testing. So I don't know where we stand on that. Call.
Yes, Sharon, I did just receive these motions yesterday, so I don't have any case law to argue or anything like that, but our position was that we had no objection to the recording of the examination of the defendant. We would only object to recording of the testing process because of proprietary rights for the standardized testing.
Mr. Reddington?
I don't know the impact of videotaping the proprietary rights for standardized testing. First of all, I would suggest that might come under W for who cares. We're not here to protect proprietary rights of private businesses and enterprises, number one. Number two, personally, I don't really care about the proprietary rights. My concern is what the actual tests are going to be, how they're going to be implemented, how they're going to be administered. And I can speak to certainly Dr. Zeisel, my consultant who's here today. I can speak with him regarding that. I know as far as the testing is concerned, usually it's, the usual judges. You're well familiar, Minnesota multi-phasic personality, Beck inventory, all of those tests. So I don't really have a problem.
This first appearance is all about is, how it goes. There's all these things they've got to get worked out before the trial starts, including transportation for her, which I don't think she requires an ambulance. Just my thoughts. But the defense doesn't want her evaluation being recorded. All right, we'll fast forward through this. But that's basically all this is about. Nothing major's happened yet.
The suggestion was to allow the taping of the evaluation and testing. And if somebody wants for me to reconsider it and come forward with any additional evidence as to why the testing itself shouldn't be.
Well, I think that, it puts the Commonwealth in a position where we received this motion yesterday. I haven't had a chance to research it or respond, and yet there will already be a decision allowing that taping.
But you
that
want to tape it.
We're objecting to
You're
the
the one who
taping
wants
of
to,
the,
you're the one who wants to tape, you want.
I don't want to take the testing portion.
All right, okay. All right, so why don't what I don't want to do is I don't want to delay the testing.
Right.
So, how much time would you need to prepare for this motion?
As you well knows, I'm on trial now.
Sorry. I think the court's going to allow it, and there's no reason it shouldn't be videoed.
Then in Superior, I'll have a jury out probably Monday or Tuesday. I will you say,
Just my opinion, though.
a lot of the courts are putting that stuff at 2 o'clock in the afternoon now, so it's a little difficult. How about, the 2nd of March, would that work? It's a Monday.
Trees spread.
I'm preparing for a trial that starts March 9th,
March 9th?
but could we do it more towards?
Okay, she has a trial that she's starting March 9th. Okay.
And that gives us.
Not
a
this
couple
trial, a
weeks
different one.
Before the testing's supposed to start?
I don't have a problem, but just so everybody knows, that testing's going forward on that day, no matter what.
I apologize, I just looked, I'm paneling with Judge Hussein on a triple homicide in Fall River on that day.
Which day?
The one you just mentioned, which would be, I think, the Monday. Yeah, March 2nd. Thank you.
So Collins, you suggest the 23rd?
No, that's right, no, not March 2nd, it's the 23rd of March. Right, I'm paneling in Fall River on that day, that is not the year. I mean, I'd certainly accommodate, really, if you throw out there, March 10th, you could be here in the afternoon.
You're on trial.
Can we do March 2nd? I know you.
That's fine.
For purpose, and I don't want to jam you up in regards to that, but it sounds like, quite frankly, the defendant may or may not really object to the testing. I think he just wants the opportunity to speak to his doctor. And so it may not even need a hearing in regards to that. But if it is, it's going to be a fairly short hearing. Most of this could be done through affidavits if
Okay.
parties have an objection to it.
I think what the court would probably want to know is what is it, when they say protection of their proprietary rights, what is it?
Okay, so they're fighting over not recording and this was a report. This was a year ago. Mom who confessed to unaliving kids now says she's not guilty. And then 4 months ago, Vinny did another one on Court TV. I've watched all these. They're all really long. 3 years ago, this is Long Crimes, where, here, I'll show you, this is her in the hospital. I'll show you this one. And then we're going to move on because this is Hot Topics. And we got some Hot Topics to get to. That's why I named it the way I did, so they couldn't say, oh, you did drama with the case. I'm not a true crime channel. This story just interested me. So, I'm not a true crime channel. And I'm going to follow this. And I hope some of you will come with me. I noticed I lost my whole audience, but that's all right. They'll come back in for the drama. People want the drama, of course. We'll play a little bit of this, and then there's going to be a part 2 to this where we'll be just this, but I have to go through, there's so many other videos I found, and I don't want to do repetitiveness, so I'm going to take out parts, and then I'll share the links to the complete videos if you want to go and watch them. This is Long Crimes. This was right after 3 years ago, and this is her in the hospital.
Were face down on the floor. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe. He continued to scream uncontrollably and screamed for officers to come to the basement. The dispatchers are hearing this and they send help down to the basement. And when they encounter Patrick, he yells out, "She killed the kids."
We're learning more gruesome details about the murders of 3 young Massachusetts children as their mother, Lindsay Clancy, is charged in their deaths. In Clancy's first court appearance since the murders, she appeared virtually from her hospital bed.
On Friday, January 27th, 2023, using an erasable whiteboard because she was still temporarily intubated.
You
one of the
have
first
been,
questions
sweet
that Lindsay
cakes.
Clancy
Good.
asked was, do I need an attorney? She knew that she had murdered her children, and she had the clarity, focus, and mental acumen to focus on protecting her own rights and interests.
Prosecutors outlined the events that led up to the murders on January 24th, alleging Lindsay Clancy meticulously planned the deaths of 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan before attempting her own suicide by jumping out of a second-story window.
On the morning of Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, the defendant took her 5-year-old daughter Cora to the pediatrician's for an appointment. She interacted with a receptionist, nursing staff, and a doctor. There were apparently no issues with the defendant's demeanor or behavior as she completed the appointment and was allowed to leave with Cora without any issues or concerns. When she returned home, she went outside with Cora and a 3-year-old son, Dawson, to play in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent photos to her mother and to the defendant, to her husband. She texted with them. Nothing in the text was out of the ordinary or any sign.
Thank you, Sweetie Cakes. I appreciate that. I will definitely use it in part 2. Thank you. She has the darkest, evilest looking eyes. Yeah. I agree. At one point, she wanted house arrest and go live with her parents. How was she going to get around to her appointments if she was on house arrest? Will you be released to be able to go to doctor's appointments and stuff and to visit with her lawyer? But I don't know. I mean, they were outside that day building a snowman. She was taking pictures and sending them. I don't know.
Of any distress or trouble.
After that, prosecutors say Lindsay Clancy searched for the 3V restaurant in Plymouth, about 25 minutes from her home in Duxbury.
She then searched the takeout 3V via her cell phone at 4:13 p.m. Immediately after doing that, she used Apple Maps on her phone to determine how long it would take someone to drive from her home in Duxbury to 3V restaurant in Plymouth. So she would know how long someone would be gone if they ran that errand.
It was then that Clancy texted her husband, Patrick Clancy, asking for takeout.
At 4:53 p.m., the defendant texted her husband, who was working in his home office in their basement. She texted, "Any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything."
So his home office was in the basement where she had taken all 3 of their children. She does give me some not so good vibes.
It's been a long day. This was an unusual request, as when the family ordered takeout, they'd usually go somewhere closer to home, but it was a place that they had been in the past. Patrick Clancy texted back yes, and then the defendant asked him to check the menu.
Minutes later, Patrick Clancy left the family home.
At 5:15 p.m., Patrick Clancy headed out the door to run these errands at the defendant's request. As he left, she texted him Pedialyte liquid stool softener. Surveillance footage shows Mr. Clancy at CVS on Summer Street in Kingston at 5:32 p.m. He goes to the medication aisle, the children's medication aisle. Phone records show that he called the defendant at 5:33 p.m. and she did not answer the phone. He then calls him back at 5:34 p.m. and the call lasted 14 seconds. He's there at the store unsure of which medication to get, and she tells him exactly what she wants. He had no issues communicating with her. It was a completely normal call, although he did mention that she seemed like she was in the middle of something.
You be safe.
When Patrick Clancy returned home, he found a tragic scene.
When he arrived home, the first thing he noticed was the silence. He did not see or hear the defendant or the children. He actually called her cell phone at 6:09 p.m. looking for them, and she did not answer. He went to their bedroom on the second floor and the door was locked. He was able to open it, and when he looked inside, he saw blood on the floor in front of a full-length mirror and the window open. He immediately runs downstairs and into the backyard, where he finds the defendant laying on the ground. She appeared to have cuts on her wrists and neck, but he stated to 911 that those wounds were no longer bleeding. She was conscious. He called 911. During this time, he asked the defendant, "What did you do?" She responded to him, "I tried to kill myself and jumped out the window." During the 911 call, Patrick can be heard asking the defendant, "Where are the kids?" He later told police that she replied, "In the basement." So immediately after this happened, she knew what she had done and she knew where the kids were. When EMS arrived, he asked them to stay with her so he could go find his kids. The 911 call kept going. Patrick can be heard on the 911 call entering the home and heading to the basement. At one point, he calls out, "Guys." He can then be heard screaming in agony and shock as he found his children. His screams seem to get louder and more agonized as the time passes.
Prosecutors say the 3 Clancy children were found with exercise bands around their necks.
Cora and Callan were on the floor in the den area of the finished basement, which is to the left when you walk down the stairs, while Dawson was alone on the floor in his father's home office, which is to the right when you go down the stairs. Each child still had the exercise bands that was used to strangle them tied around their necks when their father found them. Dawson and Callan were face down on the floor. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe. He continued to scream uncontrollably and screamed for officers to come to the basement. The dispatchers are hearing this and they send help down to the basement. And when they encounter Patrick, he yells out, "She killed the kids."
Cora and Dawson were pronounced dead at the hospital the same day. Baby Callan was rushed to Boston Children's Hospital but died 3 days later. Ahead of their deaths,
good
prosecutors
Lord.
say Clancy spent time in the hospital for mental health issues, but was being treated for her symptoms. She even told her husband she was improving.
According to her husband, she was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at one time. And at the time of the murder, she was taking only 3 medications.
Right, but they're
And he
claiming
said to the police that she always took
they
medications
claim
as
12 to
prescribed.
13, but she actually wasn't prescribed to currently be taking that many at one time.
After her stay at McLean, the defendant appeared to be getting better, according to her husband. She slept well, interacted with friends and family. She went out with her kids and husband to places like the Kingsbury Club in Duxbury, the Charlie Horse Restaurant, the Museum of Science in Boston, the Cape Codder down the Cape, interacting with her family and the public without any apparent difficulties. She even stayed alone with the children on several occasions without any issues in January of 2023. Her husband asked her in mid-January, "Are you still having suicidal thoughts?" And she said no.
Prosecutors argue Clancy never had hallucinations or delusions before the murders.
On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth Hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days.
Very
She was
beautiful
smiling
family.
and happy,
Very.
and there was no indication that she was going to harm the kids. No one at all described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murder or on the day of the murders themselves. On February 5th, 2023, this past Sunday at 1:35 p.m., while sitting with Dr. Paul Zeisel, the psychologist hired by defense counsel to evaluate her mental state, the defendant used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. She left a voicemail stating that she loved him. Yesterday, on February 6, 2023, at 10:09 a.m., she again used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. This time he answered, and during this call, the defendant stated that after he left the house that night, she killed the kids because she heard a voice and had, quote, a moment of psychosis, end quote.
A moment.
He asked her what
That was
voices she
more
heard,
than
and
a
she said she
moment.
heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it was her last chance. Patrick Clancy told the police the defendant had never heard voices before. He also told the police the defendant had never used the word psychosis to him before. The first time she used that word psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by defense counsel and using his cell phone.
Prosecutors also say Clancy had every opportunity to change her mind about going through with the murders, as they say it took time to strangle each child. Instead, they say she acted deliberately.
The children were killed by ligature strangulation. Ligature strangulation causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds up to a minute. The more the victim struggles, the longer it takes. After the victim is
moment,
unconscious, the
Maya, I
ligature
agree.
must be held in place with force, squeezing the neck for up to an additional 4 to 5 minutes to cause death. Therefore, she had to strangle each of them to unconsciousness and then make sure the bands were squeezing their little necks for several minutes. She could have changed her mind at any point during that time and removed those bands from their necks, and she did not.
Yeah, and she didn't do it just once. She did it 3 times.
The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the home that night. She created the situation, and she used Apple Maps to make sure she would have enough time to strangle each child before her husband returned from where she had sent him. The defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders, gave herself the time and privacy needed to commit the murders, and then she strangled each child in the place where they should have felt the safest, at home with their mom. She did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty.
Clancy's defense argued
And
she was
then
a
she took one into Dad's office, which was the oldest boy.
woman with mental health struggles on top of newly sustained physical trauma.
So you have a paraplegic who can't walk, who is definitely a danger to herself, and the government wants to put her in where? Framingham State Prison? Plymouth House of Correction? There's no way that any humane person would do that, especially within the structure of our criminal justice system, where a person is presumed innocent. And I'm not suggesting that the facts that the government has read
But she has a good defense. She's got a darn good defense for this case because that's what happened.
Clancy's team said her suicide attempt caused major injuries, rendering her a paraplegic.
To have this woman not held on bail, perhaps put a GPS on her, I guess, if someone's concerned that she's going to miraculously recover, which isn't
Didn't
going to
take
happen.
into consideration the ground was frozen and wouldn't give. And all it takes is landing the right way.
As your Honor knows, being a paraplegic, paralyzed, she can't move. Can't get off the bed. She can't walk. She can't even go to the bathroom. She has to have 24/7 medical care.
The defense also noted that Clancy is suicidal,
not
saying
true.
her cries for mental
There's
health help.
plenty of people that are in wheelchairs, paralyzed from the waist down, that function and have their own lives, don't have 24-hour medical care.
Were ignored.
We all know that this woman is, as counsel concedes apparently, a danger to herself. I question whether she would ever make it to a trial. She's suicidal. She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry.
That's not what the
And in
husband
fact,
said.
Sometime about a month or two ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something." Now, our society fails miserably in treating women with postpartum depression or even postpartum psychosis. It's Medicaid, Medicaid, Medicaid. Throw the pills at you and then see how it works. If it doesn't work, increase the dose or decrease the dose. Then end up trying another combination of medications.
In the end, presiding Judge John Canavan ruled no monetary bail would be set just yet.
The factual allegations in this case are both horrific and tragic. The potential penalty faced by the defendant, if convicted, is severe. The defendant has no criminal history. She does not even have a driving record. There is no evidence of any history of any abusive behavior by the defendant. The defendant was raised in New England and has extensive ties to the local area. She has an extremely supportive family. She'd worked for several years in a local hospital, and a number of coworkers have written letters in support of the defendant and her character. She's described in these letters as an exemplary worker, colleague, and friend. In the letter submitted by her attending trauma surgeon, she has extensive injuries that will require long-term inpatient rehabilitation. Weighing what the doctor has written and the facts from the defendant's current condition, the court.
Sorry, I keep muting because my little keeps coming out. So, I'm sorry, but I'm going to call privilege. If she gets with no bond, yeah. At the end of the day, the bottom line is 3 children were horrifically murdered.
Finds that there is minimal risk of flight given the defendant's circumstances. The court is going to make the following order on bail. The defendant shall remain in her current hospital until medically cleared to be moved to a new facility. As a condition of bail, the defendant is ordered not to leave the hospital until discharged to a new facility. The defendant shall provide notice to probation 48 hours in advance of any transfer to a different facility. Based on the letter of the doctor, it would appear likely that she would be sent from the hospital setting to a 24/7 rehabilitation facility.
The judge ruled Clancy could be transferred to a different facility or potentially even home confinement as she recovers. Right now, she's due back in court on May 2nd for a probable cause hearing. Reporting for Law and Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Okay. Well, he also don't want to put that burden on the taxpayers either of, I don't know. She's been getting princess treatment. Yeah, it appears she's been getting what they call privileged treatment. It really does appear that way. Wow. Yeah, her eyes are dark. They really are. They are dark. I don't know, man. Like I said, we're going to do a part 2 of this. And I'll get into the search warrants and stuff. But today was just to see what you guys would think, you know. And we're going to move on. It's like I said, today's a hot topic, so don't get all pissed off that I'm going to show other things because unfortunately I have to. And look, even going live, everybody and their mother went live as soon as I posted one. I swear it's what it seems like, even though I know that's not the case. It just seems that way. But I got to go live when I can go live, especially with sick littles. And I got to work. But so I got to hurry up because I got to work at 3:30. I was supposed to be off today, but because I had to take off the other day, I'm working just to make up some time. Because I originally took today off, you know, make sure I could get, where the hell is she at on here? And why don't I find her? I know I follow her. Where's Brandy Wine at? I know I follow her. But now I can't even find her on my list. And let me see if I can type it in. Of course, she deleted her fucking live, the coward. No, it's not what I wanted. What the hell did it? What the hell did it bring on? Battle of Brandy Wine is what it brought up. Oh my gosh. That's not what I wanted. Hey, Miss B. Yeah, they compared her with Andrea Yates. No, that's all right, B. You get here when you get here. You know? I'm not subscribing to you. I've never subscribed to you. Mm-mm. No, I said I wouldn't be subscribing to a lot of people. Well, not a lot of people. But, oh my God. Enough is enough. Should be ashamed did this. And I know people are going to say, you shouldn't mix this drama with true crime. I'm not a true crime channel. But it's definitely a case I'm going to be following, and I am going to do strictly a part 2 on it and go over the search warrants and stuff because court is going to be starting up soon. And I have a feeling it's going to be motion after motion after motion, delay, 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 drag, drag, drag. Drag it out. I can't find her. She's not coming up. I don't know why. This should be ashamed. Let me get her link. And it's 2 hours ago, so I'm assuming it's from BJ last night. Even though she's going to say it was tech issues and she wasn't sleeping. You know she's going to have millions of excuses, right?
Stand up. We gotta rise up. Stand up.
Oh, wait. I didn't know she had music in here.
We gotta rise up. Stand up.
I got to stop because I don't think she's monetized. And last time I played one of her videos with music, I had to edit it.
All right. Stop, Greg. I'm doing a true crime case. Please don't do that. Give me a second, guys.
Okay, this is 2 hours ago.
Craig,
no discretion.
seriously, it's inappropriate while I'm doing this. Jesus. I'm sorry, you guys. I really am sorry. I can't believe that we're at 2 years of this child missing.
Okay, this is it.
So,
So if it was tech issues, why didn't she work them out and come back and do this story on Sebastian? It's called Brilliant Brandywine. Okay, I'll look it up. Thank you, Willow. Britt, what are we doing? Look at her own audience asking her, okay, what's up? Did you find it, Britt? Unfortunately, I think she is sleeping, guys. She needs to just stay the hell off YouTube. It's every night, and it's just ridiculous at this point. What's going on? Is she awake? This chat. Yes, she's awake, Katie Horton says. How do you know that, Katie? Are you there? Are you actually sitting beside her? Doesn't sound like she's awake. You can hear him, but not her. But he could be playing his game and not even looking at her, which happens all the time. Ivy League said, she's gone. Elizabeth said, yes, sleep tight. Oh, wow. Another pothole. She's not in a pothole. She's not a pothole. She's out. You're right. Did we just hear Craig? Sounded like he was in the background. And it's possible that, she could have had tech issues, but it's wild that we could hear the background, him playing his game, but not her. My guess is his back was to her and he was playing his game and didn't know she was out like a light bulb. I don't know. Could be. I don't know.
I apologize for the delay, for all the chaos. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning now. This is wild. I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize.
I mean, I had tech issues in the beginning. I don't have them every night. But, yeah, let me look up Brandy Wines. Yeah. Beige. Oops. Still brilliant, right? Oops. No. Okay, let's see if it comes up. I follow her. I don't understand why it's there. It is. Came right up. I follow her on Twitter and on YouTube. Oh, it went on for an hour and 22 minutes. I agree that it's a case to continue to follow. Yeah, I'm going to. I hope you guys like it, but I want to know what goes on. And how are you using the medication defense when she clearly was not taking all those? Thank goodness she wasn't taking all those medicines at once. I don't know. It's going to be tough due to the situation and that the children were in 2 separate rooms, and the time it takes you know, to oh, this thing. See, it's not StreamYard. It's my system. It's my laptop. It's on its last leg. I've been having issues for weeks with the mic, with it not wanting to pause, with it making this weird sound. It sounds like a German tank. Yeah. Anyway, it's not even wanting to hold a charge right. Like I said, I'm gonna do a part 2, but it's gonna be on the search warrants and stuff. And thank you for sending me that, by the way. And there's a bunch of other videos I found that I want to just like take parts of each one because it's a lot of repetitiveness. And yeah, we don't need that. And we'll go over it. But she's got a good lawyer. That's for sure. But I don't know. I think she's being handled a lot gracefully than a lot of people would be, in my opinion. But whatever. No, don't pause. So wait a minute. You're doing a 2-year on a case that you have been spreading misinformation and have been instrumental, filed frivolous legal action on the back of, and you weren't even prepared. Oh, okay. But you're a true crime channel. Okay.
But of course, nothing can go right anymore. So what else is new?
Oh, I know it's new.
What did y'all say? What did y'all say that it was? Yeah, I feel terrible. I really do. Listen, I don't have anything. Thank you. I appreciate you, Carolina Moon. I don't have any reason to be whatever it is you're saying. Like, you come in here saying stuff, and I'm going to just block you. I really don't have time for this. I really don't. Please stop. Give me a second, guys. It didn't go through. It won't let me highlight it. I got it, y'all. Thank you. I apologize. Hey, Lolly. Yeah, can you try to send it again, Carolina? Because it for some reason it's not going through. What's really hurting me is I don't have my phone. Oh my God. Hi, Michelle. Hey, everybody. Listen, I'm not paying any attention to the trolls. Let them do what they do. Can you guys do me a favor and click that thumbs up if you don't mind? No problem, Barrett. I'm sorry, y'all. I really am. I'm seeing people coming in here saying crazy stuff. I can put it on. I don't know if I need to put it on members only. I can. Oh, Elizabeth. Hey, Lolly. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Hey, Missy. How are you? I didn't get to thank everybody. There were some of you who did a membership. A couple of you gifted memberships earlier, and I didn't get to say thank you. I appreciate it for those of you that gifted, and I didn't get to say, why is it not working? That link's not working that Carolina Moon sent me. Weird. Well, I don't care what anybody's saying about me. It don't stop. It never stops. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't sound good. Yeah, I'm sick. And now Neil's saying that he feels like he's getting sick too. He's aching and hurting. So y'all please say a prayer for us. I think we're coming down with something. Me and Neil both. I woke up this morning, my throat was on fire. So I'm really trying with being sick and on top of it. Yes, Haunting Hope, I like you, but it's really rude for you to come in here and say I'm lying about my tech issues. Listen, I don't know what's going on with my stuff. But I don't have any reason to lie. Okay. That's all I can tell you. If you don't think I'm taking care of my kid, you need Jesus. Seriously. He's laying down and he's had some medicine. It's a freaking cold we're coming down with. There's nothing more that I can do, whether I'm online or I'm off. He's in the bed. Yeah, let me check, Carolina. I mean, please don't come in here starting in on me about what I'm doing and what I'm not doing. I've been a mama for 20 years. I know how to take care of my kid. Like, I don't know if this is it or not. We're gonna see. Nope. Yep. Okay. All right, we're gonna try this. Okay, thank you, Carolina Moon. Goodness gracious. Thank you. I appreciate it, y'all. Yeah, I think that's what's wrong with me too. Stay humble. Me and Neely. So I told you guys not, but I'm just asking for prayer. I probably shouldn't have said anything because they're using it now, but all right. And I guess reality is probably going to bed. yeah, in case reality is here, there's the link.
When I was
I do
muted.
need to
Sorry, I was
get
muted.
some more
a
vitamins.
little.
I got some.
Hopefully she won't come to the door another million times. But I have a 10.5, almost 11-year-old, and I can guarantee you, and she's ADD, ADHD. I'm not hid that fact. She does fantastic with it though. I can guarantee you, again, this is just me. This is just how I do things. At 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, she will not be up playing video games. That I can guarantee you. Again, that's just me though.
Already, y'all gotta remember, I got the prenatals and all that stuff too. So I apologize for the delay, for all the chaos. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning now. This is wild. I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna try to get better at this. It's just too much. It's just way too much.
We hear it every night, don't we?
Probably going to be doing a little more day streams too. I hope you guys understand. I know for some of y'all that may mean that you can't make it, and that makes me sad. So I don't know. We'll see.
You can't make it.
All right, thank you guys.
They can always replay, which I'll probably end up putting this member.
Yeah, we're good. All right, let's get into this because I haven't watched this.
That's who's live. Shock.
I wanted to watch it with you guys, so we're gonna watch it together. Hi, Gabby. Can you guys do me a favor and click that thumbs up, just for the sake of doing it? If you want to become a member, consider joining. And yes, please click that thumbs up. It's free if you like the channel. Please hype. And yes, so here we go.
Had to take the dogs
Threats,
out.
lies,
Mine hasn't even
or
cried yet.
misinformation is not helpful. I don't think that it does any good to help find Sebastian. And I would ask that people take a step back and consider that not everything you may hear is accurate or healthy. All I can say is that I feel like he is out there, and that is my main hope, that him being out there means that he's alive and that he can come home when we find him.
And our whole interview there with Sebastian's mom is over on our free WSMV4 News app. The FBI now offering a $50,000 reward for any information that could lead to finding Sebastian. Lydia and Tracy, over to you.
All right, Hunter, thank you.
You're not just moving, you're moving in the right direction.
How am I going to play soccer in Connecticut?
When life changes lead to tax changes, don't navigate it alone. Get expert.
Damn it. Hold on, y'all. I got the wrong thing. Shoot. Give me a second. I apologize.
This is insanity.
All right, give me a second. That was just the news condensed version. Hold on. Hold on a minute.
I'll tell you what, I hope that hell you don't sit here picking apart Katie and her interview about her son. That you can't even pull your shit together and put on right. Funny, when I played it yesterday, not yesterday, day before, I didn't have a problem bringing it up and letting it play in its entirety.
Jeez. They're going to eat me up over this one. She couldn't even find the interview. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you.
She sleeps through it.
Here we go.
Good Lord. Look.
Got it.
We all have tech issues sometimes. Example, just today. I had all my shit ready. It's just my laptop wasn't cooperating because it's on its last leg. But I fought through it and made it. She doesn't even, she's got a brand new state-of-the-art laptop. No cheap, according to her and Craig, state-of-the-art, no cheap laptop. And she can't get her shit together. This is day in and day out every single day. Her chat attacks Katie. Of course they do. But she sure can read them memberships and super chats, though. Yeah. Hey, I'm thrilled. I got over 2 years out of this laptop. For what I paid for it, got it. I'm thrilled.
All right, I got it, I think, guys. Hold on.
I didn't think I'd have it this long. And I probably wouldn't have if I wouldn't have put those updates on it. Had the tech guy do that.
Jesus.
Oh, Lord have mercy. This is a professional true crime channel, people. It did, Straight Talker. I didn't know what to say when I played it. I was actually speechless. There is no human being that can look in that mother's eyes and say that she is not broken.
Oh. Jeez.
It's very easy to find the interview, BJ. It's Nashville News. It's a local station. It's really easy.
I'm looking
to
on the
find.
website real quick where they said it was
my
at.
God. It's right there on the site. Scroll way down. It's right there.
I don't understand how, like, if they shouldn't make something so, it's probably not hard to find.
It's not. It took me a whole 10 seconds, maybe 15.
Hold on. I think I got it.
Oh my God. And that's why I left our chat rolling, because I would imagine they have a lot to say. And instead of her, chilling people out, she encourages that shit. Plus her sub's seen it like 205 times. Yeah, straight talker.
This is crazy, y'all.
No, what's crazy is you call yourself a true crime channel.
I went into Google and everything. Am I crazy? Is something wrong with me? So let's just talk about Sebastian and how you're feeling. Well, I can tell you how I'm feeling tonight. I'm incredibly frustrated that it's 2 years since the child went missing. I'm frustrated that Sebastian's case was treated like a runaway case.
Number one, it doesn't really fucking matter what your frustrations are because you're not relevant in the case. Number two, he's a 15-year-old who ran away. Do you have any evidence that says anything different? No, you do not.
The whole time? When there was never any, they had no more. Yeah, I'm probably just going to go to, I didn't want to use anybody's because they use content. They commentate over it. Thank you, Opal. Let me see. Opal sent it. Hold on.
Oh my God. I mean, these people are sending her this video.
Tell you exactly how I feel about it. I'm frustrated because it's always been a pain in my thigh that law enforcement just went along with Sebastian ran away when there was no evidence to support that at all.
There was no evidence to support anything else. He's 15. He left the home. Teenagers run away every day, all day. Even when the parents say, I don't know why they would, there was never no reason. Everything was great. It wasn't great for Sebastian. He didn't want to be homeschooled. He didn't want to go live with his dad's. There's that.
You know, if there was evidence to support Sebastian. Okay, Opal, what'd you send me, honey?
They did? Yeah, they did. Yeah, I remember that was Thanksgiving. Yeah, I remember that.
Didn't Opal just say she sent it?
And what the hell is going on with PJ?
That wasn't the video. And don't come.
What the fuck is going on with PJ and Dolly? What fucking Delulu land is she living in that she thinks that all these women want Dolly? You know, maybe 2 or 3, women in their 70s and 80s that follow him. Come on. The man I'm going to marry. Honey, you can have him. You like gnomes, apparently. You can have your own little gnome there. Trust and believe. Nobody I know wants that gnome. Nope. I have a garden gnome. He's actually cuter than your gnome. But yeah. Ugh. Ugh.
It was a 5-minute part of the video. Why even come in here and do that?
You notice Dolly's feet that were hurting so bad? Weren't hurting not bad. A couple hours later, run into his car that his chat pays for. Where's all the money you collected to be there and didn't use
get out of my chat.
In your pocket?
Oh my God. Y'all, I got to turn on members only.
Don't read the comments. You have mods. Let them delete them and ignore them.
Wow. Yeah, Opal, I don't have it. You didn't send it. I just looked.
Yeah, she did. Tip a really nice one. A really nice one from what her and Craigie saying.
Holly, that's the one that I just checked, and it's just a part of it.
I can't believe
I did do that. Mufasa way. All right, y'all. I'm sorry, and I'm going to just tell you this.
Has
to the people,
the full interview.
Let me delete this.
Check
Do I have any mods in here?
WSBM Nashville. Oh, good Lord. I want to send her the damn video. 23 minutes and she
Me
still
doing true
can't
crime
find the interview.
does not affect any of you, even if you don't like how I do my true crime.
This
Let me
isn't
just say this.
This isn't true crime. This is Crama. This is pathetic. You don't even know the news station that did the interview? Good Lord. When I showed it the other day, BJ, I don't even think it took me 15 seconds to bring it up because I already knew about it. And, you know, sometimes we do have tech issues. We really do. And hey, it happens and it sucks. But girlfriend, you have tech issues every day, 2 and 3 times a day when you're live, the whole entire time you're live. And you have, according to you and Craig, one of the best laptop out there right now on the market. So I don't know. I don't know. But go to WSVM5 Nashville and you will find the interview. Scroll down and there's the interview in its entirety.
Y'all act like me talking about a case.
Oh, you haven't talked about it. You haven't showed shit.
A case somehow, or it affects. If you don't like the way I do it, just don't watch it.
Do what? You haven't done anything.
Here, it's late. It's 1:00 in the morning.
Okay, but you stream. Stop using that. Now all of a sudden it's your excuses. But yet you've always streamed this time of night and always fucked it up this time. You know, it doesn't matter if you're streaming during the day, in the evening, or in the middle of the night. You still have it up.
If you don't like what I'm doing,
just defending about streaming at night. So now, oh well, you got to give me grace because it's 1:00 in the morning, and you know she's tired and stuff. Then don't stream. It's that simple. Don't stream.
Just don't watch. That's all you have to do.
I wish I could go live every day. I can't.
I'm telling you, I'm going to prove every one of you wrong too. You're not going to do this to me. If I have to go members only every night, I will.
And you do that, but you only do it till the memberships stop rolling in, and then you put it out to the public. It's all part of your shtick, BJ, to sell your memberships. Jesus, is she serious? This is insane.
Let me see. Give me just a second, guys. Yeah, this is a 3-minute clip. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even going to do it. It's a 3-minute clip. That's Opal. That's not the whole video. It's a 3-minute clip. Honestly, I'm over it.
In the 3-minute clip, it is the same station, and it tells you where to go to find the full interview. You didn't listen to the clip. Even the clip told you where the damn full interview was. Come on now.
Let me just go ahead and put it on members only. Give me a second.
Oh, good Lord. There was a stream before this one? How many did she do last night?
It's like they want to push you over the edge. Oh my goodness. All I wanted to do was come talk about Sebastian. That's it.
She felt obligated. She took down her community post about him. Oh, she did 3? Oh my God.
I don't even know who you are. Can one of you guys check this account? You're not even, no, I already know who you are. You're not, I recognize you. Never mind. That's a troll. Jesus. All right, let me
Quit
put it on members only.
to all the comments.
I'm not doing this anymore. I'm gonna just come under members only from now on.
Did she take down?
The only reason these people they don't care about my true crime. What they care about is trying.
Straight talker. Did she take down the one that prior to this that he was all drunked up on? She combined the 2 into this one. Okay.
Good.
Thank you, straight talker.
To make things worse. Just. Look, when I try, I'm literally all I was trying to do was find the full version because everything that I have queued up is not the full version. That's it. I was just trying to find the full version of the video.
Listen to the freaking clip you played. It tells you in the clip you played where you can find the entire interview. Oh my God. I'm glad I didn't watch this live because I'd have been screaming at her. Deleted them all? Oh, good Lord. Does she not understand that she's under a preservation rule where she's not supposed to delete anything? Does she not get that? But I'll tell you what, in Nick's post, I had to comment. You sure did. I did. And it was funny because, dude, this bitch definitely don't have no Botox or veneers. That's the part he got wrong. Everything else he was spot on. But, I let him know that, come on now, dude. Botox, veneers, this one, look at her. Yeah, no. Everything else he got right. But, I had to say something. And then I told him to quit playing his game about this damn live. Either do it or don't, but knock it off. I actually want him to do it.
Let me just try to put members only on so we can talk
Because
about
he
it.
knows things about the case
I want to
that we
talk about
don't.
the case.
Of her
just talk about
correspondence with the legal team, which she claims there wasn't any. But who knows? Does he have proof that there was? I don't know. Maybe that's why he's not doing it, because he doesn't have the proof that he's claiming. I don't know. They all lie, so who knows?
Case, don't worry about these people. They're nothing. Get out of here, trolls.
Ignore
all right, yeah,
them.
this one.
You know how many I ignore?
How about this? Because I don't even want this attached. I sent you an email, Britt. Okay,
So
thank you. I'm going to end this and I'm going to come back under members only.
Here we go.
Okay, I love y'all. I'm going to do a members only stream. You can still watch, but you have to be a member to talk to chat in my chat. I'm going to do that. That's the only way that I can do this. And then I'll
no, just ignore the trolls. You don't have to respond. That is why you have a gazillion mods. You instruct your mod, you talk to them all the time. They know to immediately delete. So why are they not doing that? Maybe you should question that. But you do not have to read every damn comment, BJ. You do it so you can play victim. Poor me.
Yeah, I'll have the interview queued up. Okay, I keep checking Carolina Moon. I'm not seeing it, but I'll check again.
Stay awake and play the clip.
Michelle, I don't know what else to do, honey. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do.
I don't understand. Maybe she don't understand.
I don't know what else to do to make the only way that I can make it
Some
stop
of her own people
is to do
calling
members
it
only.
out.
I'm so sorry. I don't want to do that to anybody that's not a member. If I can help you
Yes, you do. You do that all the time. You put it on members only until no memberships come in. Once no memberships come in, then you take it off members only. You've been doing it since I've been reviewing you, which is almost 2 years. It's all part of your shtick. Your forever victimhood. It just folds right in.
Remember, I will. I'll help you as best I can.
Shame on you. Shame on you for not being prepared. You made a ton of money off the back of this kid. You put him forever attached to frivolous court action because you were having a drama dispute on YouTube with someone else. You chose to attach it to this boy for the rest of his life. Good job. And
but yes, Michelle, if you message me, I'll send you the money to become a member. Just my girl, thank you for gifting a membership. Hopefully somebody decent got it. If you were gifted, thank you, or welcome to the Club Mabel. Gabby gifted a membership.
And
Thank you, Gabby.
Y'all never do what I did today. It's the last day of the month. Well, tomorrow's the last day of the month for us to make any money on here for our next check. She would have never did a story she knew she wasn't going to get any audience for. But just because it was something that she wanted, was interested in, she never did that. She never did what I did today. I knew I wasn't going to get no big audience. I didn't, and I knew that the audience wouldn't be here for the second part of Hot Topics over her because they'd have checked out because of the story I was doing. But I didn't care. I didn't think about that. And I wouldn't have done a goal if somebody, if one of the mods or Kat wouldn't have told me or asked me to do a goal. But yeah, she'd never do shit like that, man.
I really appreciate you. You guys are true supporters. Yes, Michelle, email me. And if you give me, Michelle, if you send me your Cash App link, I will send you the money to become a member. Grown people can't control themselves and have some kindness. Listen, this is what I'm just going to say this because I don't want anything attached when I do talk about Sebastian. If you don't like my coverage of true crime,
but she never come back.
Then don't watch it. Just don't watch it. But you don't have to sit there and act like me doing true crime is destroying the world. If you don't like it, don't watch. But just because you don't like me covering cases doesn't mean that I'm going to quit. Y'all want to see me do bad. You want to see me fail, and I'm not going to.
No, actually, no, BJ. I have been telling you for over a year and a half how to spin this. Girl, I wanted you to spin it and succeed. You just, and I'm not the only one. And you just refused to do it. You could have turned this around. Oh my God, the opportunity you had. You blew that. You wasted it, in my opinion.
I'm sick.
Oh, you're always sick.
It's been a really bad week. And I'm still here and I'm still trying. I'm still trying. And if you really think that I'm disrespectful to people in the true crime community, then coming into my chat, trying to cause fights and talk trash is no more respectful to Sebastian than anything you can say I'm doing. You're coming in here distracting us from what's important. Thank you.
No, you're distracting yourself by feeding into it, because it's part of what you do and have always done.
Thank you so much.
She plays the full interview, zero commentary. She sleeps the entire time. Oh my.
I don't even know who you are. I don't even recognize your name. Ashlyn, thank you so much for gifting a membership.
So ignore them. Let the mods do their
Hopefully
job.
our subscribers are getting these memberships. Thank you, Katie Horton, for gifting a membership.
Poor Brit.
Thank you, Ashlyn, for gifting a membership. You guys, welcome to Club Mabel. Diana, I'm trying, honey. I really am. I'm trying.
Well,
maybe I don't know. Maybe I can put subscribers only mode for 24 hours.
Oh.
Just give me a minute. Let me just set it up while y'all are here with me. Thank you guys. The subscribers are really trying. Just My Girls just gifted another membership. Thank you, Just My Girls.
This has absolutely nothing to do with anybody but Brittany. This is all her own doing. This is insane.
But y'all, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be all right. I'm sorry. We're gonna try this again. Y'all aren't gonna destroy us.
No one's trying to. You're doing that all by yourself.
Just because you don't like me or you don't want me here doesn't mean other people don't.
Never said I didn't want you here.
You don't have a right to.
I have actually repeatedly over and over again stated the exact opposite. No one should go after anyone's channel. And no, I don't want you gone. I know that this is how you take care of your family. I would never do that. But you're hurting yourself because you couldn't capitalize on this. And oh boy, could you have. Instead, you were happy to stay in victim mode and just be the forever victim.
Choose who comes here and who does.
Well, there's another one coming. She deleted that real quick. Okay, there's another part coming. Gotta be patient. Brandy's learning on clipping and putting shit together. Okay, she just gotta. That's why I loved iMovies. It would be so easy to clip these two together and not have that thing in the middle. Have that in the middle. Oh man, I miss iMovies. Okay.
Let's get to it. Now you have to give Ryan his wrench back. Did I take it, Depot? Oh no. Okay, Daisy. give Ryan his respect. Okay.
And I don't
Daisy
know
Love, welcome.
who
Thank you so much.
this
Thank you so much for
Depot
gifting a membership.
and his girlfriend Jada think they are. But I screenshotted some of the nasty shit he was putting in Brittany's chat the other day about Queen. You know, spreading sinners gossip and lies, even though he knows Brittany admitted that it was a lie and that the police reports didn't say that. He still was putting that shit in there. But they really think there's something. Yeah. I also found some interesting clips about him begging for a 40-ounce beer while they're living out of hotels. Yeah.
Guys, if you were the one that was gifted from Daisy, please tell her. Thank you. You
But
are
now he's
amazing. I'll
against
get him his
Sinner.
wrench.
That's because you individually take people's wrenches.
Sorry, Ryan. I didn't mean to do that to you. I appreciate you very much. Daisy Love, thank you. I
What
appreciate you.
Jada's
Hold on
trying
one
to
second.
do
Let
is
me get
trying to build a channel off of Brittany. And these people have no problem with begging on YouTube.
give you a
Be a cold day in hell before I come on here and beg for you to buy me a 40-ounce, which is bigger than a quart, a little bit bigger, you know?
a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Or not a thumbs up, but a round of applause.
Oh, good Lord, I can't.
You, Daisy, I love you. I appreciate
She doesn't get that the gong did not never mean good. The gong meant that your act sucked and you had to go.
you. Did Ryan change his name? Ryan. Did you change your name, Ryan?
Oh, why am I bleeding? What the hell? Man, just the littlest tiny scratch will bleed forever on these damn blood thinners. Oh, good Lord. And she breathes on top of her mic because it amplifies it and makes it sound worse than it is. She does. It's all part of her shtick. And this goes on and on and on. Unbelievable. And this is the third attempt? Second or third attempt? And it goes on and on. Wow. Wow. Just wow. I'm telling you, a lot of this is put on because she's on top of that mic. She's a good manipulator. Do I think she's dozing off? Absolutely. Now she's typing.
Are y'all ready to try to do this? We can try to do this.
It's only
All right,
been ready for I don't know how long.
Let me see. I got it. Here we go.
Okay.
All right. Shoot. Sorry. Can you guys hear me? I don't even know. I feel like I'm talking
Brittany,
to myself.
no, just go to bed.
Just scroll
Listen to
down.
this chat.
We're going to go through this interview.
Look at her chat. Shut the stream down. She shouldn't have started the second stream. Is there a managing mod in here? PJ, you here? Brittany, no, just go to bed. Can you end it? Brittany, you okay? Please go to bed. Go to bed. She was just speaking and having trouble breathing, okay? That's all. It happens often. Learn to accept it. She's not having trouble fucking breathing. Most of that is I would say that 80% of that is an act. This woman will use her inhaler when she's clearly in no distress. Bullshit.
And then we're going to do part 2 tomorrow. So we'll do the interview tonight, part 2 tomorrow.
It's not that long of an interview.
We got it. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Here we go.
Can she stop
Let me
the
see.
chat? Yeah, she can. She can turn chat off.
I think
And now this is what I mean. She knows by now clearly that she's on top of her mic. She knows that this is sounding really horrible. She's using it. Fake bitch. Fake bitch.
All right, here we go. Let me know.
Thank you for coming to talk with me today to help bring Sebastian back to the forefront of people's minds.
Y'all can see it.
It's now two years.
Can you guys hear it?
Since
Put a 5x5 if you can hear it.
What feels different about this anniversary than the first?
Well, first, I don't particularly consider it more of an anniversary because in my mind, an anniversary is something worth celebrating, and this is anything but that.
Exactly.
Truthfully,
I totally feel you.
Every day hurts the same. I mean, it doesn't get any better. I know that there are many people out there that are still helping to share his flyer and whatnot. We continue to ask people to do that. We continue to ask people to just stay aware, keep aware of your surroundings, that type of thing. But as far as different, it's the same. It's the same pain.
There's
it's the same
no
absence.
more words after this. None.
How has time changed the way that you cope with these
Oh, listen to her.
Like I
She's
said, it doesn't really
snoring.
get
That bitch is snoring.
easier for me, but I do have.
And she also can adjust her mic settings, but she's too lazy to. And also she don't want to because, you know, it gets her sympathy. It's part of the manipulation grift. I have severe asthma, and I'm not going to tell you what stage, but I have bad COPD, severe COPD. I get the breathing sounds and stuff. I also get how to move my mic. You guys may hear it sometimes, and I sound worse than she does most days. But I also don't put on a show to use my inhalers or anything like that. And if I'm laughing and joking and singing, then clearly I'm not in no distress and don't need an inhaler. Neither does she. You can tell when I need to use it because I can't talk. I can't breathe. But I also don't turn my screen on and put a big show on using it.
A lot of family, a lot of friends that are, I don't know how to, supportive seems like
she's sleeping.
Not the accurate
Within,
description, but
I mean, she was asleep as soon as she hit play.
that are with us,
this goes
you know,
on.
that care about Sebastian as well. And, you know, unfortunately,
A little quiet,
we do
but
still
I
have to
can
get up
hear
and we do
it.
still have to go day by day.
Chat saying,
But
Brittany,
every day
I did
is
send you
praying,
an
is
email
hoping,
about a
searching,
membership. Thank
asking
you
anyone
so
who,
much.
you know,
Oh,
to share
Michelle, you're not going to get it because she's sleeping.
to know about him and hopefully.
But you're
find him.
commenting, so it's not on members only if you're not a member, or according to her.
Find Sebastian.
Describe what it's like to live with so much uncertainty, trying to figure out where he is, if he's okay.
Awful. It's
We're
hard,
asking her to
honestly.
turn it
I
up
don't
to solo. They can't hear
have a
well.
way of knowing if he is okay, of knowing if Sebastian is safe, of if he's being cared for, and where he is, and
Only
it's
big
something
concern
that
is
I
right
don't
here.
think that I will ever
Now they're removing comments against
be
her
okay or
sleeping.
be used to.
Oh,
until
they
we get
just took one out that said, I'm unsubbing. This is the last time. I'm done putting up with this shit. See, now they're removing comments, but not the troll comments that was getting her all wound up. This is so disrespectful to Sebastian. Plus, we can't hear from all the snoring.
Answers until we find him, because that the best way I can describe it is a gaping hole in my heart and in my home and in my family.
In your mama's heart, do you see him coming
Please,
home?
someone
Okay,
in
he's
her,
alive,
who's
he's
actually in her
I
life,
do,
check
I do,
on
and
her.
that honestly
She's
keeps me
doing
going
what
every
she
day.
always does. She's fucking sleeping, Doodlebug. You know that. You're in there enough.
The thought of knowing that my son is out there somewhere and that none of us are going to stop searching until we find him and bring him home. But the thing that really and truly keeps me going every day is knowing that one day we are going to find Sebastian and we're going to bring him home one way or another.
What's your level of hope right now?
They're not keeping the hope, or they're not keeping the attention on the parents. Katie's not doing that. You're talking to the wrong group. The one keeping the focus on him and Bullhornbetty is none other than Sebastian's father. Buy my merchandise, put money in my pocket. I had to drive an hour and a half to get here.
Truthfully, it's hard to keep hopeful when it's been so long without answers. But like I said, I won't let that hope go. I refuse to let
She
that
is
hope go.
really
And I
out like a
refuse
light
to
bulb, man.
stop believing that he is out there and that he's going to come home.
She
And
is out.
I just pray to God that he's looking
They
over him and that he's
give
keeping him
her
safe until
all
we can
the
find him.
excuses in the world. Jesus.
Let's remind our viewers, remind folks about Sebastian, about who he really is. Not just this case, but about him.
Oh, Sebastian is 15 when he went missing, 17 now. But he has just this beautiful smile. I mean, he's just got a big grin, and he's got a goofy sense of humor.
So
and,
this one says Sebastian deserves for Ellie to actually look for him, not sit behind a desk. You idiot, Amber or Amy. They have pulled out all the stops.
He loves being helpful, and he enjoys playing video games and building things. I think one of the most recent things we did was that crane that I had shown a while back. But
Oh,
we
shut
love
up,
making those little
Lolly.
projects, like the Lowe's and Home Depot projects and building. And he would always get so excited swinging the hammer, or even so far as building a deck with his stepdad, and being just so proud of himself for those little accomplishments and making something. Typical teenager, though. I mean, he had his days where he was just grumpy and leave me alone and being in his room. But for the most part, he wanted to be a social butterfly. Sometimes he'd struggle making friends with like personal space and things like that. But overall, he is just usually a very happy young man. And he loves animals. Cats particularly are his favorite animal in the world. Green is his favorite color, and he loved getting out and doing things with us, going bowling and going out. We used to go hiking a
Let
lot.
me tell you something, Lolly.
And
after
we'd
the
hike to
after
like
18 months of putting up with Brittany and her panels of brilliance, spreading misinformation and going at them, he had every right to respond. Do I agree with the words he used? No. But he had every right to respond. He has every right to his feelings. So does Katie. It's their son that's missing.
we lived in California, there were waterfalls and whatnot that we used to go hiking to. And he would get so excited at the end. Just we'd make little videos showing how far we'd come and whatnot. But just a good kid overall.
What do you miss most about not having him around?
Oh God, everything. I miss his smile. I miss telling him to get up in the morning for school and him going, Mom. I miss him making his little jokes. I miss watching him run around with the dogs. I miss all of it, the good, the bad. I miss everything about my son.
What would you say to him if he were to walk through that door?
I would tell him that we love you.
They
I would
took
tell
that
him that we miss
comment
you so
out.
very much.
See, now
I
the
would tell
mods
him-
are deleting all the comments, but they wouldn't do that the first time around because they wanted to get her all riled up.
To stay strong. I would tell him to hang in there, and that if he ever had the opportunity to reach out and
Nothing said.
get a safe adult and call 911 if you have to, that we're looking and we're never going to stop looking, and that he's okay, and that everyone at home loves you, Sebastian, and everyone wants you to come home, and we're here.
You know what? Just my girl says sorry, but I get no sadness from her. Are you fucking dumb? Wow.
How long will you keep searching?
Until my last breath.
She looks like she's doing great. She only has negative things to say about him. No, she didn't say negative things, Team Sebastian. You fucking idiot. Can you not hear? Can you not comprehend? Oh my God.
Never stop. I'll never stop searching for him.
I feel like as a parent, a lot of times we have these other, intuitions, just different thoughts and feelings about what's going on. Do you have anything?
Chat says she's putting him down about waking him up for the school part. And that's not how I did. That's not what she was saying. She was describing what they went through. She misses her son. She misses everything about him. Brittany, your chat is as gross as you are. These freaking idiots. And then they're making excuses for her sleeping. She was asleep within seconds of hitting the play button.
In your innermost thoughts that you think happened to him?
No, they shouldn't call themselves
Truthfully,
that.
I think that there
Nodding out.
are different options based off of what we know and what we don't know. More particularly, what we don't know is what makes it more difficult to.
Lolly, stop spreading lies and misinformation. They weren't at a biker rally. That never happened. The only one having hang-ups, get-togethers, and meet and greets is Seth, Lolly. Ask him about all the drinking they do. Remember Betty and her guest, I think was the real Me Too, finished off his bottle at the Airbnb. All they do is get together and go out and eat and attack the Proud Puts the Bower Socks and law enforcement. They don't do anything to find him. Lolly, you are and will always be a true vile locale. You're happy to spread lies, gossip, and rumors. That's all you're about.
To do that, but all I can say is that I feel like he is out there, and that is my main hope, that him being out there means that he's alive and that he can come home when we find him.
I want to talk a little bit about the latest with the investigation. So have there been any tips at all that have given you hope over this last year?
Now we don't hear.
There's been several times where I've gotten my hopes up, but
I'm going to fast forward it. Oh, these idiots. Fucking idiots. In her chat are disgusting. What happened to the video, Brandy? There's nothing else? Sound, everything cut out?
But
oh, here we go.
I know that law enforcement is still working on Sebastian's case. I know that they are still taking any tips or leads that anyone can call in. But unfortunately,
no, the stream's not glitching. She's sleeping.
To help us find Sebastian yet. So my plea would be that if anyone knows or sees something, to please call it in and call it into legitimate law enforcement.
Excuses. This happened. It's almost 2 a.m. Yesterday, it happened at the same time. Her stream might not be working. Finding them sus isn't the same as hating them. Oh, good Lord. I cannot support anyone who abuses and allows abuse of a child. Well, you have no clear evidence of any abuse, Lolly.
The sheriff's office, but don't wait. Because I know that some people they would wait and you can't follow up on something that
at least there's somebody with common sense. I think she's genuinely hurting.
So that's my ask of anyone and everyone is call it in, but right away.
Here we are 2 years later and still nothing. So
she wasn't neglectful. Katie was doing everything she could to get her son the help he needed. You people keep sweeping under the rug the fact that there had been severe behavioral issues both at home and at school that were escalating.
How does that make you feel?
There was no mistreatment. Show me proof.
No one should be living this life. No one. And I know that there are other moms that are going through this with so many missing children. And since Sebastian's gone missing, I've become aware of so many of them. And it made me realize how much people just...
How much you want to make a bet Brittany comes out today and says, it was technical issues. I wasn't sleeping.
Look, these kinds of situations, you see Sebastian or any of the missing kids, and it's only a fleeting thought. And going through my son missing has really opened my eyes and really made me aware of how oblivious we can be. And so it's really made me try to get more people out there to do more than just glance at the flyer, but to actually take 10 seconds to actually look and to actually pay attention and just to, I don't know, like when you're out and you're walking, just take half an eye out to have that awareness of who you're seeing, because any one of these children, including Sebastian, I mean, you could walk by him. And my prayer is that if that happens, that you recognize him and that you know.
She doesn't come back on at all.
That call will come in so that we can find him. And
let's fast forward.
Good and the hard times.
No commentary at all.
I've just missed
nothing.
I'd say that Sebastian deserves
You don't
better.
hear her snoring anymore, so she muted.
And I mean, anyone that knows
Oh,
us,
wait, she
that
comes
knows
back at
us,
the
knows
end.
that Sebastian is loved and that we would never do anything to hurt Sebastian.
And I believe that, Katie.
I see a sweet smile on your
Oh,
screen.
God,
So we're going to
wanna,
get a close-up shot.
I just want to hug her. God bless her. Oh. That woman loves her son and just wants him home. That is so obvious. Oh my God, are you kidding?
Of that shirt, but I do want to say thank you for sharing your heart.
Thank you. Thank you for helping and being a part of sharing the awareness for Sebastian. Thank you for keeping his name alive.
So happy to do it.
Thank you.
Oh. Every day hurts the same. Tennessee mother speaks out 2 years. Yeah. That's all. Oh. And nothing. Watch Bullhornbetty stream for more of what he said. Oh, who cares? He lied. You guys are hating on the parents, not hating on Seth or any parent. Yes, you are. You're hating on Chris and Katie. Let her husband make a fool out of himself and dress up like her kid's dad and make fun of them. Look, what they think is funny, they're allowed to do. They've been through hell and back because of him and his army of idiots. Well, she's back on screen, but nothing. And it just keeps going. Nothing. No other commentary. So maybe she did have some technical issues. I do believe, because of what we were hearing, that she did nod off. Again, that's just my opinion, but I really do think that she nodded off. She often does commentary or does stuff without fair use. And one of these days, it's going to catch up to her. Okay, she did a quick one, a request and discussion moving forward. She's done with it. Well, I got a little bit of time. We'll run through this real quick. Because it's going to be her excuse is tech issues and I'm pregnant. Yeah. Anyway. That's something. She didn't have she got a whole new computer system. And nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. But Craig himself would say it's not your computer. You have a good one. And her computer's wasn't even old. Because she'd been gotten several in the last couple of years. But her computer wasn't even old. So, anyway. And she's still having the same problems. Go figure. It may have been in bad taste, but I get why he did it. Yeah, exactly. And who am I to tell him how he can feel after what they've been put through? She does love him, Kat. She really does. I mean, her very first interview, I was in tears. And Betty and them said, oh, she's faking it. Look at her. No concern. That woman was devastated. She was completely devastated and broken. Get out of here, you fucking idiots. May God bring Sebastian home safe and sound to all his family. That's what I hope for. None of this other crap.
Thank you to John Treadway Studios for becoming a member. Thank you for, and I really am have remained a member. We made a baby. Okay. Opal says, Laura, I'm sorry you got a headache. I'm sick today, and Neely is sick as well. He's home with me today in the bed. We both woke up with temperatures. I knew last night something was off. I could feel it coming on. I just knew it, and which I've been feeling it coming on for the last couple of days.
You guys are always sick.
but it's progressively gotten worse. And yeah, oh my goodness.
Never has tech issues.
I feel like I'm fried, died, and laid to the side. But we're
Sorry.
okay. I just wanted to ask,
I'm actually, yeah.
you know, for those of you that do believe in the power of prayer, if you don't mind, just please say a prayer for us. It's greatly appreciated and it means a lot.
I hope Israeli's safe.
And I, of course, appreciate all of you guys just as much. I know that there's a lot of stuff going on.
I'm speeding her up.
With everybody. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I've never seen YouTube quite like this. It's pretty bad. It's absolutely bad. And like, it's really got me thinking about, oh my God.
Look, I can tell you what happened this morning was not StreamYard or YouTube's fault. It was my equipment. I'm not going to put it on them. My equipment is a piece of shit. She don't have that excuse.
Hang on, y'all.
Oh,
Jesus.
Hold.
So, there's lots of wild and crazy stuff going on this platform, and there's lots of people who are being attacked. There's lots of people who are doing things that I never expected they would. If you'd have told me
about
a month ago that Center would be teaming up with the BNN network and trying to like screen snipe me and target me just like he did, you know, Queen Bee, I would.
She's got to go to the drama with Center. She doesn't have everybody else drawing attention to her right now. She's got to do something.
I can't even believe it. Talking about my kids, I can't believe that people are going to be okay with that. I can't believe people are okay with it.
You were okay with it when it was being done to Queen and me and Clue and Nonsense and Trisha and whoever else they decided to throw in there. You were okay with it then. You're not okay with it when it's turned on you.
Him over there playing lullabies and talking about my children and doing things that we literally what is wrong with Queen Bee? Jesus. Oh my God. Okay, I can't. I'm not even going to acknowledge it. I'm just going to say this right now. Any allegations of Craig, I can't say much because it's this is we have litigation.
Playing lullaby.
But any and all
talking about what happened, what I missed. Hey, Darby. I hope all's good. I hope you had a great birthday. My baby's 8 today, Darby. And Sissy got his virus, his stomach virus, so now she's down. He's finally back in school, but she's down. But I tooted because, hey, toot my horn. This is the first time they've been sick this whole virus season, so that's a win-win. And thankfully, it was a short stomach virus. But, yeah. Anyway. I hope you had a great birthday. But who's she talking about? Who was playing lullabies? I have no idea what she's talking about.
Allegations against Craig harassing somebody are blatant lies, and
not a good day.
That's false police reports. That's criminal. And Queen Bee, you are perpetuating a lie. You are absolutely perpetuating a lie right now by saying that. You really need to get Julie to show you some proof of that, because that's absolutely not true at all. And that's all I'm going to say in those regards.
Okay.
Penny says, "Oh, Brittany, forget about him. Grown men never act this way. Those with issues do."
Julie, what lie is Julie?
And they are trash. Yeah, Penny. Yeah, I know. But listen. Everyone needs to write to YouTube. Don't even have a name to name a creator. Just push for a rule not to use children as a weapon against parents. No, Mad Beads, I agree with that. Because it seems like
you do. You do it all the time. You actually have exploited and weaponized Sebastian against his own family. And many others. What do you mean?
Second that people...
You weaponize...
The very second that people start attacking you, they go after your kids. Like your kid... My children should not even be... my children should not even be a topic of any...
You were okay with knowingly lying about Queen. You admitted you knew it didn't say... The police report didn't state that. You admitted to knowing Sinner was lying. You admitted that, no, she didn't do that. You accused Clue of crimes involving children, knowing it was a fucking lie. You were okay supporting Center when he was putting my car out here, putting me and my children who ride in that car, my small children, every day.
Hey, Moon, good to see you. Hey, Angela. Hey, Nomad Beads. Hey, see you next Tuesday. Hey, Penny Monroe. Daisy, good to see you guys. If y'all don't mind, please click that thumbs up. It's greatly appreciated. It means so much to me. Honestly, it really does. I'm not going to be here too terribly long because I feel bad. I really do feel like crap. But I started to just make a post, and then I decided against it because I said, you know what? Y'all deserve better than that.
You make
And
a post and delete it?
I wanted to talk to you guys. Last night was horrible. Nomad said I would be in jail for real. These idiots have children. And they act like that. Yeah.
She's having no problems today.
Yeah, you're right. They do. It's true. It is true.
This is insane.
I don't know, guys. It's just too much. But it's just too much. We do need a new direction, and that's why I'm coming here now. So let me just go ahead.
Here we go again.
Say this: I'm sick. I don't feel good. I made excuses, or I've told y'all that already. But that's not an excuse.
So why are you even live? Because YouTube, you are so addicted to this all, you can't not run on there and run that mouth. You cannot stop flapping them jaws. If you were that sick, you shouldn't even be live.
The last couple of days, I have been really, really exhausted.
In my opinion.
My chat, the way that it was flooded, the amount of hate that I got
that you did
last night was unreal. Like we couldn't even get a break. And honestly, if it's to the point where I can't stream openly like that.
Your mods during your third live had no problem immediately deleting the comments, but they didn't do that the second live, and you addressed them all. Oh, wait, you slept through the third live. Got it.
I am going to be forced to do members only chat for the time being, simply because I need to be able to focus. Because when these people come in and they do that, even though my mods block people, I still see the stuff that they're saying, because unfortunately you guys are all on.
But you can ignore it.
You guys are all on YouTube and I'm on StreamYard. So what the mods delete on YouTube it still shows up on YouTube. I mean, on StreamYard. We still see it. Me and Reality or whoever's on panel with us, we still see it. It's the end of the month. Take a 2-day break, reset. It's hard not to respond to the bullshit. Moon, I don't want to respond to any other drama, but here's where I'm messed up too. I have to.
Here we go again. I don't want to respond, but I have to, and I do it 2 and 3 times a day sometimes.
I have to go live. I have to. And the thing of it is, with having these 3 streams be ruined the last couple of nights, that's costed me 3 days of revenue right there. So you know what I mean? I've got to get my head back into what I'm here to do and not what they're talking about. And they know that.
Okay.
Yes.
Include the violins. I had to delete those 3 streams, so I'm not going to make any money.
They even when they're blocked, absolutely. They come in and they super chat, so it'll show up. Still,
so just ignore them. Don't read it.
Here's the thing: if somebody, let's say that we were in the court of law, for an example, right? And somebody says, "Okay, so and so, Miss so and so, did Brittany J come over to your channel, to your chat, to bother you?" They can't say that I've ever done that. I'm not going over into if I was going into these people's channels and I was harassing them or bothering them, actually actively going and seeking out the drama, I would understand. I wouldn't be able to say a whole lot then. But I'm over here minding my own business, really. And it's guaranteed.
I'm minding my own business, really, while I poke, and accuse people of crimes against their children and all kinds of crap. But I'm not doing nothing. All we ever said is that somebody's ugly. That's all we've ever said. Nothing more than that. Just that somebody's ugly.
Then 20 minutes of me starting my stream, maybe even less than that, but given a little leeway, let's say, 20 minutes, within 20 minutes of me starting my stream, we're being full-blown harassed by trolls and hate watchers. We got comments flooding the chat. You got insults going left and right. People saying that I need to leave true crime. I'm the worst, most disrespectful creator. And it's like,
because they know how easy you are. They know it just takes one comment, and then you will read every negative comment you can find and read none of the positive. That's what you do. That's part of your shtick. In my opinion.
Hey, Froggy. Sorry, guys. Hold on a minute. My daughter's going somewhere. Hold on 1 minute. I'm sorry.
She acts like she's trying to make them believe her daughter's in there with her. She's not. They have never lived in that house with her and Craig. Her and Craig discussed this. He made that very clear. Live.
Had to send my daughter a message. GD says, it's bullying, period. They need to be held accountable. Yeah, no, man. It's just simple as that. That is the sheer, right? Am I crazy? Isn't that the sheer definition of harassment and bullying when a bunch of people come in unsolicited and they just start attacking you?
Oh, good Lord.
Because I have a feeling if that was done to anybody else, people would call that shit out. But because it's me, it's all cool. It's all Gucci,
No,
oh,
it's not. I don't agree with trolls doing that to anybody. Never have, never will.
He deserves it. And look, I ain't being a victim. I'm not making myself a victim.
Oh, yes, you are.
Oh, God, let me tell you how tired I am of that shit. That bullshit narrative that I'm a...
No, it's not bullshit. You are YouTube's forever victim. You have been since before you had a channel. You actually revel in the victimhood role. You do.
I'm a professional victim. Bitch, I ain't nobody's victim. Let me make that clear. I ain't not one of y'all's victims. No.
Remember that.
I'm not here to say poor pitiful old me. Poor pitiful old Brittany. Whole little tink tink. I ain't here to do that. That's not even what I'm interested in.
Little.
I'm not here to cry foul. I'm a grown woman. I can take it right along with the best of them. You can't say that I can't take it because, hey, look at it.
BJ, you are live at no less than twice a day, playing victim, crying about woe is me and all the stuff being done to me. Repetitive, day in, day out, saying the same shit.
Yes, 2 years and I'm still here.
Nope, you do this
2 years and I'm still here. That's something not many of you would be able to say at all. I've seen some of you in the sector go through far less and have to go, like, you have to delete your channel. Like, I've seen people straight up hide their channel.
Because you chose to stay in the victimhood instead of spinning this to your favor because it was easier for you to just play victim and grift.
I mean, you straight up hide your channel and, go hide away in the sunset because you can't handle the heat. I ain't done that. When have y'all seen me take my channel and hide it and go run away? You ain't seen me do that.
How many times have you deleted all your content now? How many times? I've lost track.
That? Yes, tuck tail and run. When have you ever seen me go and leave? No, I might come out of pocket sometime and I might, drop my class and give in and say things that I shouldn't say. And I might lose my temper. I might come on here and cry. I might come on here and embarrass the shit out of myself. I've done that more times than I'd like to admit. I get that. But I stand on it. I'm still here under my name. That's got to count for something. It was absolutely horrible last night. It absolutely was. It was, and it was embarrassing, and I'm sorry. I truly am. That's all I know that's all I can say. I'm sorry. I don't feel good. I'm pregnant. I know y'all are going to say, oh, well, you done this before you were pregnant, but am I afraid of losing YouTube? No. Why should I be?
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm not doing anything to even lose YouTube.
That's why you keep deleting your content. Yes, you are. Stop lying.
See, Patricia, here's the thing. I don't recognize you, but you seemingly are being okay. I'm not doing anything that warrants me losing YouTube. I'm not attacking other creators. I'm not going and finding.
Neither did Burnt Toast.
Seeking other creators out and harassing them incessantly. I'm not doing any of that. And guess what else? I'm not cyber stalking. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm not over here mass reporting. I'm not calling for other people to do it.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. I've reviewed you encouraging people to mass report and also go to Twitter.
I haven't. So I don't really know
reality has to.
what you mean by that. I know y'all people think that I should lose my YouTube channel because other people lost theirs, but
we reviewed you time and time again where you were sitting there trying to strike people, including me, and getting all bent out of shape because it wouldn't go through. Because they were frivolous strikes.
And honest to God's truthness, I have nothing to do with that person losing her channel. At all. If I did, I would take credit for that, but I didn't. It's not me. I'm not the one. If I was, I would admit it, but I'm not. Yeah, it really does.
How many times have you and Craig made it clear that you're a lawyer? That's what's his specialty, taking down YouTube channels. And that's what was going to happen. For months we've heard this. I don't know whether you had anything to do with it or not. Don't. Do I doubt that you did? No. No, don't doubt it. Because I do know you did report, and I do know you did encourage reporting. Also, Wiggs did as well.
I can prove I didn't touch her channel. Not at all.
Yep, she deletes everything.
No bad beats. My doctor knows what it is, and I know what it is too. And it's not anything like that at all. All it is if you pay attention, like on the weekends and stuff, I'm well rested, wide awake. I don't go to sleep. It's only because I this week I have not went back to bed.
You've been nod for 2 years. Has nothing to do with anything else, and it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. Oh my God,
awake.
This is too
much.
And
I've told y'all, and I'll tell y'all this 1,000 times. I know people don't believe me, but it's the truth. I'm wide awake. I'm sick, Froggy. I'm sick as a dog. Me and Neil both. Oh, my nose. I can't taste food. Me and Neil both woke up. I had 101 degree fever. Neil's in the bed. The conspiracies are stupid. It was Sinner. Now he's threatening my channel like he did the Queen. Yeah. Why is he threatening my channel? Why is he threatening my channel? For what? And this is coming from the same person who said that he was going to take Queen down in June. Remember? Queen gone by June. Promised all his subs that Queen would be gone by June. Now I'm the new target. I thought you don't talk about kids. What happened there, Sinner? You freaking liar.
Yeah, they should.
Why is he bringing my kids up? And then said that I'm going to let him snipe me, right? Or he said something like, I'm going to let him snipe me. And if I strike him, my channel will be gone by the end of the day. Oh, and I'm not going to address him after this, but I do want to say this because PJ has done nothing to you for you to target her. Reality's done nothing to you to target her. Listen, I don't know what he's talking about with money. He wants his money back. What money is he talking about? What money is he talking about? And why is he calling Reality and PJ scammers? I want to know that. PJ just lost her husband. She's got enough going on. Reality is already being attacked by other.
I did too, but you didn't have a problem with siding with Sinner and the shit he was doing. Mm-hmm.
People, Sinner, she's done nothing to you at all. You should be ashamed of yourself targeting these ladies for no reason. For no reason at all. Whose Christmas dinner did he pay for? And I hope people are paying attention to this. Pay close attention. This man claims that he did something out of the goodness of his heart. He said that he helped somebody.
But that's all we hear from Sinner. I helped this one. I helped that one. It's not out of... sorry. And he needs to leave the subs alone because he does do that.
He acts like he's so great. He's such a good person.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's feeding people and helping people in need. But look what happens as soon as he gets mad.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what he's doing. Anybody that's gotten money from Sinner, you better be careful. Because who does this? Who sits there and helps another person and then throws it in their face when he gets mad at them? And now you're going to demand Christmas dinner back? What kind of person does that? Imagine that, helping somebody in need, garbage girl, and then asking for them to give it back to you. I cannot believe that. Yeah, and it's like Moon said, that wasn't even his money. The gall and the audacity. It's not even your money. It's your subscribers.
He does this out of his own pocket. He doesn't. People in his chat, Cash App, and PayPal him a lot.
Money. You collected money from the subs, and then you gave it to people in need, and now you're demanding it back. What kind of sick person does that? Wow. Him and Melissa both want refund. I cannot. That's about as low as you can get. Pay attention. That's all I can tell y'all. Pay attention. I want to give a shout out to Shady too, by the way. Chronicles of the Shady went over to Sinner's chat, and she told him that I did donate towards her. Well, it wasn't necessarily her. It was I did donate towards the animal shelter that Shady was helping for her birthday. And Shady said, I do want to clarify that Brittany did contribute to that, and maybe she just doesn't like to talk about it. That's exactly right, Shady. I appreciate you saying that because I don't even know what he said. I'm going to assume that he tried to claim that I didn't contribute towards anything or I didn't help with anything. Listen, here's the difference between me and you, Sinner. I'm not going to go help somebody and then boast about it and pat myself on the back about it every freaking time I get a chance. And then I damn sure am not going to come on here and demand that people pay me my money back. When you did that, that was supposed to be from the kindness of your heart, right? No strings attached. But look at you. Look at you. What happened? Have you always been this way and you just pretended to be something that you're not and you tricked me? Garbage Girl says, I want my money back for sending him super chats.
He's been exactly who he's always been. You knew it, but you didn't care because he was doing it for you. Now that he's doing it to you, you have a problem.
And if he wants to start playing that game, I've seen him Venmo too. So let's get all our money back. Right. Like what?
On her. Yep.
It is an Indian giver, Froggy.
That nasty toad needs to be done off.
I don't think
all social media platforms. That's a
yes,
real
you did.
life for
And I mean,
nasty
let's just be fair here. Yes, Moon did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. And I should have took heed to it. I should have took heed to it. You were 100% correct.
But you didn't care because it was somebody going at people for you. So you didn't care.
Let me see. Garbage says, I did that out of the kindness of my heart and would never throw that in anyone's face. I would never ask for money back. Geez, I know, right? No, you've always been nothing but sweet and kind. Nothing. And do that to people that were in need. Let me explain something to you, Sinner, just in case you didn't realize it. You're attacking a grieving widow. I hope you know that.
Oh, but you were okay.
You
when
are
he
blatantly
did it to
attacking.
me. You were fine, okay, when he did it to me after my heart attack and after my husband died. You were okay with that. Got it. Fuck, bitch.
A grieving widow. My friend just lost her husband. Okay?
Brittany, so did I. And I never shared any personal private information during that live or after that live. All I did was repeat what was on YouTube. Mostly by your own mouse. Never shared a goddamn thing. But you were okay with it, right? Fuck you, Brittany. You only care because, she's in such grief, but she could buy you an expensive laptop.
She is going through enough.
Mm-hmm.
She does not need you to come on this platform and start attacking her.
Exactly. Exactly. Not only did I lose my husband, but I have 2 very small children that lost their dad.
Over something so
bitch.
He has some issues with women he needs to work. Yeah, I agree, Angela. I have no idea what in the world. In reality, I'm sorry what he's doing to YouTube. In reality, he's being attacked on all fronts already. As I have given freely with no expectations
exactly
of anything in return. Why is he even saying anything about you and money? Randa, nothing, in my opinion, just thought the Britney News Network would make him more money. But turns out it's Brit supporters giving him the money. So, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Luminous. Luminous says, hello, everyone.
To him, which I don't understand.
I'll be listening while I'm getting ready. Luminous, thank you for being here. And listen, I have to ask, if you want to become a member, consider joining. I do have it on members only because of, I don't.
Here we go. Shmill away.
Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I cannot breathe through my nose. Help me, Lord. We need to get the numbers picked and correct. Yes. Yeah. So if you want to become a member or I don't have a goal, but if you want to super chat, we have 2 days left of this. Actually, yeah, we got today and tomorrow left of this month. So if anybody wants to contribute, it really helps me a lot. And I promise you guys, I will not throw it in your face if you ever turn against me. Like, that's crazy. Oh, Luminous. She did it. Thank you, Luminous. You're always so sweet. Guys, how cool is this? No, thank you. But StreamYard already, right? I damn sure ain't going to upgrade. All right, if you were gifted a membership.
You wouldn't upgrade regardless.
It's so exciting that, thank you so much. Do the gong. Do the gong. Welcome to Club Thankful, guys. Britt hasn't ever gone after people who's left. However, she's responded to those who leaves and causes issues. Yes, Moon. Thank you for acknowledging that. Yes, absolutely. I usually tend to not just attack people randomly. Jada, thank you for being a member for a month. You guys have been fabulous. We got this. Yes. And I'm glad you're here. You guys are cool. And thank you for having my back.
And
Let
she's
me
also well aware of how he lies. And she was all okay with the lies as long as they were about everybody else.
give you a
When
round of
she
applause.
got
Thank you
up
for being.
on Queen's panel and she admitted that she knew that report never stated that Queen put her hands on her child in any way. It stated exactly what Queen said had happened. She knew that. And she knew that Sinner wasn't telling the truth, but she ran with it anyway. In fact, even after jumping on Queen's panel the other day and admitting that, she was still letting her chat run with that because that D-pole, that nasty fuck, and his old lady was in Queen's chat talking up a storm, accusing Queen of hurting her children and not having her kids and all the stuff that Sinner's been spewing now for how long? Yeah. But, he don't like Sinner anymore either. They're just trying to grow their channel up, Brittany. Same thing Sinner did. He took a chunk of her subs.
For a month. Let me see. All right. It says, you guys have been fabulous. We got guys. Opal said, thank you. Hold on. Stupid. Damn it.
She gone.
Okay, let me try that again. Can you guys hear me? I had to go out and
do you know what she should have done? This is just me, but this is what I would have done, which is what I did when I got this computer. I did not wait, weeks and weeks to set it up and continue using the one I cried about was no good, but yet I've been having, doing lives with it. I also didn't go live the first time I turned it on and not even checked out the system. She didn't even do that. She didn't bother to prepare in any way, shape, or form. See, I would have set it up completely. I may have even done a test run or two. No, not her. Nope.
Oh, well, thank you for gifting a membership. If you were gifted, welcome to Club Maple. Let me get her a round of applause. I didn't want you to. Oh, okay.
No one said reality life, not that I've seen. I'm sorry that I keep clicking on my
Lord, what's wrong with people?
My mouth is dry.
For those who claim that reality has left us, I hope you see her loud and proud. Man, people are crazy. Nobody's left. Nobody's left the channel. Not that I know of. This is not heathen territory, so I left when it was. I'm just saying, I'm heathen enough for me. Moon, you are silly. Moon said, I'm all the heathen I can take. Got a secret, can you keep it? It says, am I blocked? It doesn't even show me that you were live. Got a secret, can you keep it? Girl, why would I ever block you? I would never do that.
Quit eating.
Catch me if you can. Says Moon, I love you every single bit of your heathen self. Hey, what? Hey, Pink Warrior. Got a secret. You my boo thing. Why would I block you?
No, if that's all she wants.
I didn't know if it was an accident. Oh, no, we got you, girl. You here.
No, if that's all she wants, don't make her eat anything. She'll just throw up. If she's saying her tummy hurts and she drank a little bit of it, then at least there's something in her. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be up here in about 15, 20 minutes. You can go ahead and go. She'll be all right for that little bit of time. Thank you for coming in a pinch. I appreciate you. I really do. You saved the day. It's okay. She comes to the door a million times anyway. I get it. Thank you. All right. I'll see you over the weekend. Bye. Okay. Sorry, guys. My sitter was leaving. She has to go to work. I had the sitter come over for a couple hours because my little's not feeling good. And I was live and she comes to the door every 2 seconds anyway. But I just didn't want her, I just felt better with the sitter here for a couple hours. I know people tell me, somebody actually sent me a freaking email and asked me why I am wasting my money on a sitter when I'm sitting there live, because I'm live. I'm not in the house with the kids. They're still little. They still need things. And what's it to you? You're not paying for my freaking sitter. And right now she doesn't feel good. So
Listen,
I just couldn't even believe that somebody had the nerve to send me an email like that and said I was grifting for my babysitter money. I've never once asked you guys for anything for my babysitter. Ever. Ever. Never will. Yeah, I agree, Kat. Hey, if anything, it should show you how much of a helicopter mom I am, that even though I'm right out here on the patio, I still have a sitter in there. Not all the time, but a good bit of the time. At least for part of the time I'm alive. I knew today was going to be long. So, and I just wanted to make sure she was, content, And of course, I already had the soup and everything and the broth and everything already made, and all the sitter had to do was warm it up. But my sitter said it makes her lazy. She said the other parents I babysit for, they don't do that. You always have snacks ready, meals ready. I'm like, yeah, well, it's because I prefer certain things a certain way. It not because of her, it's because of my own, And that's why she gives me a discounted rate, because I do a lot of what she's supposed to already do, But also, I have 2 kids and I use her a lot too when I can. But anyway, enough of that. Anyway, I don't know. That email just hardly even made me bring up that email. I couldn't even believe somebody had the nerve to tell me that. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? You wasted your time typing that shit. Number one, it's none of your fucking business whether I have a sitter or not. My money is none of your business. You don't pay my bills. In fact, I don't even know who you are. I don't think I've ever seen you in my chat. But yeah, there's that. And if I choose to waste my money on a babysitter, then I'm allowed. People make me sick.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to drink some ice water because my throat hurts so bad. Listen to me. Listen to me, Linda. YouTube has been a glitchy mess. It has.
And if I didn't have a
I'm not going to block anybody.
Oh my God, she was live and her kid was sick. Oh my God, what a horrible mom.
But I am going to say this, and I want to give Angela a shout out too, because she's been very protective too of my kids and things like that. But to anybody who supports someone talking about my children, I'm a little shocked by that one. Like, I'm not ever going to say that people should choose, or that, I don't want people in my chat that support over there. I'm not even going to do that. I'm not going to I'm not going to draw that line in the sand. I don't think it's fair, but I will say, if you are actively supporting that person while they're sitting there talking about my kids and my parenting, and
your parenting is not talking about your children, it's talking about you. And I got everything ready for the birthday party tomorrow. And you're not even going to believe what I forgot. The freaking balloons. So guess where I'm running this evening? After work. Actually, no, not this evening. Corrected, because I work till 9. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to get up early and go get them. I can't believe I forgot the balloons. I don't need that many. But I want a big number 8 and a couple of happy birthday balloons just to, because I got all the other decorations. Anyway, and I got to pick up the cake. And then that, I'm done. Little treat bags are done. Games are ready. They're only going to play 2 games anyway because they're watching a movie. It's at the movie theater. So, yeah. Pizzas are ordered. I think everything's done. That's all I got to do. But it's just, yeah, anyway.
I just don't even have words. I don't even know how to say it, what to say, because it's probably going to be taken the wrong way. But I just will say, put yourself in my shoes and tell me that you would be okay with people supporting another person talking about your minor children, even your adult children. Nobody would like that.
No, I wouldn't. And I don't support that. When someone's talking about you, your parenting, that is different than talking about your children. I don't agree with going after anyone's children. I don't care who you are. You make your children part of your content. You use them for a shield all the time. Just like you use the pregnancy now. And why are you even doing a registry? You already got the crib, the bassinet, the stroller, blankets, crib sheets, diapers, clothes. Why are you even doing a registry at this point? You already got everything. Car seat. You already got it all. What do you need to do a registry for at this point? Because that's your greed. And you can bet a lot of that stuff will be going back. In my opinion. Hey, Sassy. But I'm ready for the case. Yeah, me too. Well, over the next 3 days, I'm going to be doing another live strictly just on that because I want to go over the search warrants and a couple other videos that I found that I haven't had a chance to go over. But it will be strictly on that. Today was Hot Topics. That's one of them. I wanted to see if people would be into it as much as I am because I'm going to be following it. So I will be doing it, and it'll probably be like an hour or two live. It's not going to be, unless people want to talk. I'll drop the link and people can come up and have their opinions. But there's a couple other things I'm digging into, like the medications and stuff like that we're going to talk about. What they're using as her defense.
No, I know that got a secret. No, I know that. I wasn't even thinking about you, babe. I'm just saying that in general. Catch Me If You Can says, I don't blame people for asking if they're blocked after the freak used his hidden wrench to block and then blame you for your mods. Coward. Right, who does that? Who does that? Lord. It's just ridiculous. I would never talk about your kids and only click on. Oh no, I know that. I know that. Got a secret. I don't even question you.
More than happy.
Catch Me says nope.
To encourage your chat to talk about people's children because I've seen in your chat not only nonsenses were talked about, but mine, Queen, clues. Yeah. Even though MJ and Jones and them all tried to say no, they were never talked about. The fuck they weren't. If they weren't talked about, why was there responses to comments in your chat? The comments were left up long enough for people to read and to comment on, and then they were deleted. But not before everybody got to see them. Was there a misunderstanding with that he thought you read it out loud? Yeah, there was. I gave you that much. But that's it. Because I know what I seen with my own eyes. And had I not lost power because of the storm, I would have had screenshots, but they were there. In fact, one of your ex-mods said they were there. And if there was no comments about my children, why was there responses to those comments about my children and by one of your own fucking mods? You're always okay when it's on somebody else, but when it's done to you, then nope. No, bitch. Don't work that way.
Well, hell no. Well, my question is, how come you say that shit about my kids now, but you claim that you were against it this whole time, bro? Bro.
And I knew it wasn't one that I was going to get a big audience with. I knew that. But I'm just interested in it. I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Is she going to get away with it? That's going to be a tough sell to the jury. They do deserve to have their story heard. They do. Oh, you're fine.
In my opinion, they are supporting. In my opinion, if they are supporting, super chatting, joining in the conversation when someone is talking about your kids.
I agree with that. If you rock with me, what the fuck you doing in the chat talking that's attacking me and my family and going along with it and sending super chats and shit? No, you don't rock with me if you do that. No, you don't. I agree with that.
They need to just kick rocks and step away from here. I mean, it does seem like you're sending a clear message, right?
Evidently, you're partaking if you're making your own snide comments and super chatting. So that means you really don't rock with me because you partake it. But, you're supposed to be a mod of mine, but you're in a chat where somebody has threatened me and has put me and my kids in danger by putting out my vehicle, has threatened to come and knock on my door. Now, I have a problem with that now. I do, especially when you know, because you had your own situation with the person, you know what they're like. Yeah, I have a problem with that.
If you sit there taking part and actively chumming it up while that's going on, like.
Well, there's a difference between talking to someone else in chat and not talking about what the host is talking about than someone participating in the shit talking. I normally leave. I don't stay around, unless I think it's something I'm going to cover, which is I usually don't cover that shit. But I just check out. I leave. And primarily don't usually go back. But that's just me.
I don't know.
I agree, Sassy. It was awkward.
I never talk on your kids. And if anyone I see that I speak up, I believe you. I know. He was, wait a minute. Jada says he was nice so he could get subs from you. I'm sorry you couldn't see through his bullshit. In the bushes says, I feel like people shouldn't talk about. Wait a minute. I feel like people shouldn't talk about people's family members unless they are on panel. I don't get it. Right. I agree. In the bushes. Why? Why is he bringing up I haven't talked about anything personal in his life. I'm just saying. And I agree with that too, Laura. I feel like I was used.
We tried to tell you that.
Yep.
But you were using him as well. Till it backfired in your face.
It's ridiculous. Got a Secret says, I'm just saying, I unsub from certain people and I get notifications, but I don't get notifications from you. YouTube better get it together, right? Got a Secret? How you gonna not tell my girl when I'm live, yo? They shouldn't be a part of this chat.
You're getting notifications for people you're not even sub to? Huh?
Yeah, when Britt is being ripped apart either. Just my opinion. Opal says they talk about children because let me see. They will talk about children because they know that is what gets to you. Well, that should also send a message to everybody else too then, Hey, that person is no better than all these other hate channels we've told about for months. So yeah, me too, Randa. I'll stay in my little corner. So here's where I want to go with this. I want to apologize for last night and the night before and the night before. True crime is where my heart's at. I know it doesn't seem like that as of lately, and I'm sorry for that. I really am. The truth is I'm exhausted. All of this shit's getting to me. Just the stress.
Same old shit. Different day. Same
It's
story.
just enough. And so I apologize that I went to sleep.
So she's admitting that she did fall asleep. Same excuse. Same as always.
I specifically apologize to Sebastian. I apologize to Katie and Seth. That case means a lot to me, and I need to handle it better than I did. And for that, I am sorry. And I will try to do everything in my ability from here on out to handle any case, not just Sebastian's, but any, with the utmost respect, and try to be better than I was and I have been. So I apologize for that, y'all. And going forward, I don't want to have to do members only chat, but I will if I have to. If it means that's the only way that we can get peace, I don't know what else to do. I'm also going to be dabbling with the time changes.
Is anybody tired of hearing this day in and day out from her? It's the same schmill. Day in, day out. 2 and 3 times a day. Quit saying, just put it on members only and leave it there. Like you do till the memberships stop coming in. Then you take it off members only. Jesus. I will give her some credit for apologizing to Katie as well. Yeah, I'll give her a smidge. BJ, you aren't that dumb. You bring your family members into the drama. When you make them part of your channel, it opens them up for criticism.
I may try to go on a little earlier and do more day streams. But I will keep in mind that, I know there's a lot of you guys who might miss some of the day streams. So I will try to be mindful of the nighttime, like do it in a time
they can replay.
Where I don't know, maybe 7:30. I'm thinking 7:30, 8 o'clock. And let's just see how it goes. We'll play it ear by ear. And I do want to do open panel Moon always. Yes. We're going back to open panel. Absolutely. And I want to apologize to the people who support my channel. I want to apologize to my current subscribers. And I want to apologize to the subscribers that are no longer with me as well. I am sorry, you guys. I'm sorry that I let you down. I'm sorry that I have allowed the shit to get to me to the point that it has. I'm sorry for not being a more responsible adult and actually just going to bed instead of trying to stay up and fight it like a dummy. So yeah, I don't, and if people don't want to support my channel after that, I can respect that decision and I understand.
If this would be the first time and sincere, I would say that's awesome, Brittany. But this isn't. This is the same old schmill every day because you do the same shit every day and have since before you was on YouTube. You don't change anything up. You just play victim more.
But to the people that are saying that I don't want,
for the next
that
couple
I
years,
don't
exactly
deserve to cover true crime, or y'all want me out of true crime, listen, I've done true crime for years.
No, actually, you haven't. Everybody did it for you, and that's clearly evident. In fact, had you not deleted so much of all of your channels, people could go see for themselves. You could see the decline because other people were doing the content for you. You weren't even participating most of the time. And when you lost them and nobody doing it for you, your nose dived.
I'm sorry, but that's not going to work. Like, true crime is something that I am passionate about and I love. I love case topics. But listen, I want to say this too. Moving forward, I do not only do true crime. I reserve the right to do anything I want. So there may be nights where we are not doing a true crime case. We're talking about some current event that's going on. I'm very heavily into Candace Owens right now with the whole Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk controversy. Like, I may talk about that one night. I'm definitely doing Jeffrey Epstein, which that's going to be on the Patreon, which I got to get better. I'm sick, but I'd like to start that this week if I can. And my members only, I haven't, forgot that either. The members only streams. And yeah, I mean, there's so many things that we can do that are edifying. Reality says I couldn't get back on the internet last night.
Fine. Oh, good Lord, she woke up.
What? She says I couldn't get back on. Lost internet due to severe weather last night. I wanted to get back on panel. Oh, okay, Reality. So that's what happened to you. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better. I thought I pissed you off. I'm glad that you didn't get mad at me. In my opinion, I think you may not have enough time to prepare for cases by doing research and having things prepared before coming live. So it just maybe hard for you. I don't know. Yeah, it is, KK, because that's 100% correct. Because like,
what you need to do is quit watching everybody else, which is what I've done. When I can get in there, I get in there. When I can't, I don't worry about it. You've got to start preparing for your own show, PJ.
Afternoon, Ashley. I have always done research before, and I've always had like things lined up before I go live. But as of lately, I have been so.
That's what I don't even understand why she at this point is even going to do registries at Walmart and Amazon. She's already got all the big stuff and lots of other stuff at this point, I don't know. Greed.
Yeah, I cannot. Wait a minute. Hold on. What reality? Reality. Okay. Thank God. That makes me
buy her a Walmart diaper subscription. Okay.
Feel better. I saw Reality's post and it made me stop in mid-sentence. She said, "No, I was frustrated. It was out of my control." Okay. Well, I'm sorry, love. I thought. Okay, that makes me feel better. But yes, back to what KK was saying. Yes, I'm gonna have to just stop letting all this chaos distract me and be better prepared.
Oh.
Because I panicked last night with the whole when I couldn't find Katie's interview. Like, I straight panicked.
You panicked over not being able to. What? Is anybody buying any of this?
So we're totally going to do interrogations.
Okay, so why is my chat not working?
I'm trying to think.
I'm
not interested in giving center back and forth, y'all. I just want to put that out there. I'm not.
Yes, you are. That's why you keep talking about it. You keep bringing it up over and over and over again. I just blocked my damn self, didn't I?
I'm also hearing that, I don't know if this is true or not. Y'all can tell me. Okay. I don't know.
Then don't bring it up.
I'm hearing that Soup is also kind of like jumping on that bandwagon and like calling me out and stuff. If that's true, I don't know.
Yes, you do.
Like I said, I'm
because
gonna
you
say
talked about it and you reviewed some of it, you liar. God, quit lying. No, she's not in the BNN network, but she had an opinion about you having your daughter up. Yes, and then she responded to your bullshit.
I don't know if that's true. I haven't seen it. I just heard it. Not saying that she is.
No,
I'm asking. I don't know.
She had absolutely nothing.
But I am going to say that if she is,
she even said, her and Craig even said they had absolutely nothing. 6 months in, and she still had nothing, not bought one item, because she knew that she'd get on here and everything would be bought for her, and then some. Which, instead of her saying, "Look, no, I got enough," no, she won't do that. She will continue to grip for more stuff, and then a lot of it will be returned for credit. Mark my words. But we'll never know that.
Wait a minute, what? Are you really trying to explain your imperfections? Ideas how to make your channel better. Okay, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to you or anyone. I'm not trying. I don't know what you're meaning in the bushes. I'm not trying to explain my imperfections.
Mm-hmm.
I'm open to how to make my channel better, but yeah, no, I'm not trying to explain my
I
imperfections.
don't know. I have an 8-year-old that I don't.
I am me. I'm not going to change who I am for anybody.
I don't. Will I get his clothes out? Yeah, for school. But he's quite capable of getting his own clothes out because he does. And a lot of times I'll let him pick it out, and if I don't want him to wear it, I'll switch it up. But yeah, he's 8. He just turned 8 today. He showers himself. Has been. Brushes his own teeth. Pretty much makes his own bed, cleans up his own room. I don't know.
But
I have a 10-year-old too that she is shower obsessed.
I guess I am trying to be accountable though, and admit when I'm wrong. And I was wrong. So, and I feel like, it's only right to admit that.
Now this is all part of her shtick for today because she knew. Yeah, but they're not. And another thing is she has a partner who does not leave that house, who is sitting there that doesn't raise a finger to help her in any way. When my hubby was home and I was live, he took care of the kids. And me. He would bring me drinks, whatever,
I don't know.
He would have never had me in the middle of a live, put everybody on hold to go get him a beer when he's sitting right beside me. He can get up and go get his own beer. It just, I don't know. They have a weird situationship.
Anyway, all right, so I want to make something abundantly clear. I absolutely was aware of Sebastian's anniversary. That I have been talking about Sebastian's anniversary.
Yeah, so you had nothing prepared. You couldn't even find this interview that was at a local fucking station. It didn't dawn on you to look up the local, whatever.
How long have I been trying to talk about Sebastian's anniversary, guys? Don't ask, let that go. It has nothing to do with doing your channel. Well, I don't know what you're talking about in the bushes. I'm not sure what. Don't let what go. I don't know what I was wrong. What do you? I'm just saying that I was wrong about falling asleep. I shouldn't have went to sleep. I should have been better with the case. That's all. That's all. I should have. That's all. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be respectful of true crime cases. But I do want to say this. I just got a message and somebody said it seems that I wasn't aware that Sebastian's anniversary was yesterday. Absolutely, I was more than aware.
So why do you care that you got that message? Why are you sharing it if you know it wasn't true and you were trying to do it? Victimhood of the violence commenced.
I've been aware for the last several months. I've talked about it, but I've also, you got to take into consideration Craig got hit with a temporary protection order just in the last week, y'all. We're dealing with attorneys. We're dealing with lots of false allegations. Now, in the last 48 hours, I've been accused of taking a whole channel down.
No, but you don't have to address the YouTube drama. That is a choice you're making.
I'm being cyber stalked and harassed. I don't think anybody can deny that. There's a new, I got other creators who are jumping on the bandwagon now, who are, getting in and getting their licks in. Just in the last week or so, I heard Alex Erickson's done multiple lives about me. I've heard, so we got Cinder going live about me, trashing me. I got people that.
My understanding is Alex has always had opinions about you, and I haven't watched her, so I don't know, but from what I was told, I think it was about the fact that you had your daughter up there.
It's like, I really do feel like everybody's trying to get their lick in. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, good Lord.
Everybody wants to get some, and I don't, I'm one person, like God, like people I'm not even speaking on, or I don't even talk about. But anyway, I don't know. It don't even do me no good to say anything about that at all. It doesn't. So with everything that I said, I just want to ask for a little bit of grace, please. Just give me a little bit of grace.
Oh, but
I'm
you can't give nobody else grace.
The whole of the internet.
Give you grace because you're going through shit that you and your boyfriend caused by your own actions, your own words. But don't give anybody else grace, right? Just when it's about you.
Hanging on to my every word, nitpicking every little thing I do and I say.
Exactly.
If I have a typo, if I make a typo on my community post, it's treated like a mortal sin. Like things that anybody else would do that would go unnoticed is absolutely blown up and inflated to the max.
I don't know anybody else that pulls the shit you do. I don't know any other creator that nods out 100 times alive, or whose old man gets on here drunk, running his mouth and saying the worst, or will have drunk people on panel attacking other people, being vile and nasty, and sitting there giggling and laughing, thinking it's funny. I mean, always asking, always. But don't give grace to anyone else.
It too, yeah. It's all in the numbers, but go look at the views. You will see why they do it. I know, that's why Cinder's doing it. Depot says you weren't responsible for taking a channel down. Only one responsible for that is the channel holder. Thanks, Depot. Hey, Crazy Country Gal. Hey, Yehuda. Yehuda says it's all in the numbers, Britt. Go look at the views. You will see why they do it. I know. You're right. Opal says, and let's be honest. Opal says, let's be honest. We can't even do a stream without trolls coming in and chasing and causing more.
We all get trolls. Put it on subscribers only of 20 minutes or more. That's what I do. I get trolls too, BJ. I just have fun with them. And if it's off the wall what they're saying, I don't even bother responding. You respond to every little thing it said. And not all of them are trolls. There are people that aren't trolls that come in and listen and just have comments that you don't like. You can also put it on members only chat and just leave it there. You have choices.
Much confusion is disgusting. Yeah, that is true. They want to cause more problems and pain and chaos. Hey, Trucker's Wife. I don't get how these people are okay with what they're doing. If it was them, they wouldn't like it either. No.
Who's it by? Loose Cannon?
They would not like it if it was them. At all.
So I don't forget.
Yehuda says, Yehuda, I'm sorry. Yehuda says, I really thought Cinder was a good friend. I guess he's a good actor. I'm shocked. I guess he cake for your subs like Moon predicted. He came from, yeah. And then asking people for their money back, his money back. Absolutely evil. What says, hey, Britt, here's my dig at you. I pray you and your babies get well soon and your new baby is healthy and will make your family and you so happy. Oh, you're so sweet. Hey, Brittany, here's my dig at you. Laugh out loud. I pray you and your babies. I'm so happy for you and Craig. Ugh. Thank you so much. What? That's really sweet of you. Really, really sweet of you to say that. Yes, it's about the clicks and the views. Drama. Ignore it. Mind just what you are doing with your own channel. The goats are like the paparazzi of social media. Yeah, they are, seriously. You're right. You're right. And Brittany, those people are still gonna cause you trouble behind the scenes. Block them.
I got it. Loose cannon, Sumner County. Thank you, Straight Talker.
I don't know. All right, guys, but I do need to get off here because I only got a little bit. I'm gonna go take some medicine and I got to get Christian from school in a little bit. I hope everybody hears this and how would you feel if you won $1 billion lottery? Oh my God, KK. First of all, I would help people. I would help so many people. Are you kidding me? It would change. Oh my God, don't even get me started. I would help so many people. And then I would
ask her that. Yeah, she sounds like she has a cold. Oh, love bugs are coming out. Oh, I hate them things. My vehicle will
crazy,
be
y'all.
demolished with them.
All right, thank you guys. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get off here. I hope y'all have a good day. I'll be back later on. I appreciate all of you. Please say a prayer for us. Please click that thumbs up if you want to contribute. If the mods have my pay links, I have Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so very much to everybody who gifted. You guys are amazing. You really are. Hey, Mandy. Yes, she has. Mandy has been telling me that. Love you guys. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Y'all have a good day, and I'll see y'all. I'll be back. All honeybees, welcome to Club Babel. Thank you for joining.
But like I said, they're always sick. That's why I think there's mold and stuff in that house. They're always sick.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back in a little while.
Up to runny and
we're gonna go live and hang out. Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mandy. I'm praying for y'all too.
She's worried.
Honeybees, welcome to Club Babel. We will see you guys back here in a little bit. Oh my goodness gracious. Y'all please say a prayer for us. I'm going to go find some medicine that I'm actually allowed to take and check on the little one because he's in the bed. When his brother finds out he didn't go to school today, well, I sent both of them. And then before I could even have time to get back home, the school nurse was calling me, telling me that Neil went straight to teacher, told her he didn't feel good. So I had to go straight back and get him. Anyway,
wait a minute.
I love you guys. Y'all have a blessed.
Let me get this straight. She said how sick he was, but she took that child to school anyway? Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, don't it? And what did he do as soon as he went there? Went right to his teacher, who then sent him to the nurse immediately. So she didn't. Okay, Peach. Tell me that makes sense. Tell me that makes sense. She's lying about something. Yeah. Because she said how sick he is. Why did you send him to school and why did you take him to school in the first place?
The rest of your day, I'll be back. Yeah, I can't. Well, I'm pregnant, Froggy, so I got to be careful what I can take. In a little while. Bye, guys.
You have a head cold. Oh, good Lord. So that was her same old schmill. The same old schmill. I'm bringing up that video. And the reason I didn't have it ready is because I just got alerted to it. Okay, I typed in loose cannon, Sumner County. Why is it not bringing it up? Let's try it that way. I got it. See how hard it is to find the video, Beach? See how hard it is? It takes a whole couple seconds. Jesus. And that interview's a Katie. That is big for the anniversary since you're so deep into covering the case. And she had no idea where it was. It's funny. It took me a whole couple seconds to bring it up the day I played it, the day it was published. I don't know. And I'm not a true crime channel. Never claimed to be. All right, this is at the protest yesterday or today, one of the two. I'm guessing today because there's more people, but it could have been yesterday because it's the same group. But a few more came in yesterday because of it was the anniversary, which I agree with Katie. Why are they calling it an anniversary? That's a celebration. It's not a celebration. But it wasn't that great of a turnout, period. But of course, that's not what Betty's saying. And remember, Betty called it the Bullhornbetty event.
Here they come. There they are.
Hey, look. Hey, did you find Sebastian while you went and ate lunch?
Oh my gosh.
He's going somewhere.
Well, he got big mouth. Let's rewatch that. And when he's there with an audience, what's he going to do? Not a damn thing. Law enforcement has pulled out all the stops. This makes me sick.
Here they come. There they are.
Yeah, that's why I have to sit
Did you find Sebastian while you went and ate lunch?
or had. So they don't need to go to lunch?
Oh my
God,
gosh.
does he get any bigger?
He's going somewhere.
Looks like he waddles, but yeah. There's another. Oh my God. I want to play one more little clip, then I got to go. I'm already ready for work, so. I'm supervising calls again today. So I'll be able to take care of the littles and make sure they have dinner and stuff. Until I have to do my Adobe settle down for the evening by the time I do that. By the time I have to do my reports. So anyway. I don't know if I put it to watch later, probably. I think I put it under watch later. I don't think I put it under the list. But I wanted to play this real quick. Oh, maybe I did. It's a Hartley video. Oh, and I see my man's coming back. Lee Jonathan. There's a new one coming. I seen the preview. I can't wait. Ladies, hands off. That one's mine. I'm joking, of course. Oh, this is Betty. Oh, I don't have time to get into this. We'll just listen to a couple minutes of it. I don't really have the time to get into this. I thought it was a Hartley video. It's not. It's actually Betty. But I know Hartley has a video. We'll see. I'll speed her up really fast. It's a really short video of hers. It was at the end of the day, and she, of course, is delusional.
Is part of this good old boy system, and it's got to be broken up. When we get to the point where we have to come out and protest a law enforcement body because of their conduct and their behavior and unprofessionalism, that's not a good look for any community. We should not have to.
You don't have to do that because they haven't done anything, Betty, except their jobs.
We should have law enforcement. We cover a lot of cases, lots of cases. Everybody complains to me about being out in front of, criminals' homes. Very rarely do we show up at police departments, sheriff's departments.
Not true. Georgia, you show up at courthouses, you show up at the wrong buildings. But yeah, you've got a history of going to people's homes and being a fucking nuisance. Hence why we have laws here in Florida for people like you now.
We don't do that because usually the cases we cover, law enforcement, even if they're not You know, we don't expect them to do things perfect. Nobody does. But as long as their heart's in the right spot and they're doing right by the case, we may critique, we may criticize them.
It's you, not we, and you are no trained law enforcement officer to know anything. And they were doing it right in Georgia, just not the way you wanted them to, because they weren't telling you anything. Same with Summer Wells.
But literally showing up and starting to threaten their jobs and their livelihood, which is exactly what we are going to now do. It is, you know, he's got to go. He's got to be fired. That's affecting his livelihood. So at the end of the day, I have made the decision, the personal decision. I'm not arguing with a freaking sheriff to do his job. If he doesn't know what his job is, it's time for him to go. So now we are just going to work around the clock to get him out of office. We have put a line in the sand, and we're going to be willing to.
Who is we? Who is we? Betty, you don't have any standing in Tennessee. You have no rights as a citizen in Tennessee. Keep pushing it. I don't even want you to stop, because even as a public figure, there's only so much harassment and threats they have to take and put up with before the laws that you are breaking get put into effect. Hey, Mystic.
Financially, as well as door knocking, energizing, anything we need to do. We're going to help another candidate become the sheriff of Sumner County. And we've got to start working through their government. So this is not created by just a sheriff. This is a culture issue in here. That means your DAs are corrupted, your judges are corrupted, your law enforcement is corrupted. Basically, your whole government is part of this good old boy system, and it's got to be broken up. This cannot happen in America. What I've witnessed in one county is unacceptable. This is an issue that's going across.
No, she wasn't alcoholic. Actually, that would make me have respect for her as a parent, because that means she's thinking not just about the YouTube drama, but making sure her children are taken care of.
In Sumner County, it's
because she knows that old deadbeat sitting there beside her isn't going to lift the finger to do a damn thing.
County thinks that they do not have to follow the law, and they can just intimidate whoever they want or arrest whoever they want in violation of law, right? They can't just go and arrest people because they want to.
Okay, this is all exactly, Betty. They can't go and arrest Chris and Katie when there's no evidence of a crime that they committed. There was evidence of you. And this is all about you being arrested and having 4 POs. It's not about Sebastian.
They have to have reasons to. Somebody has to break the law.
You did.
And so the state of Tennessee is not going to get or understand unless they are sued into bankruptcy. Almost. So there's just going to be a lot.
You don't have the money, the know-how, or the lawyers to do something like that.
A lot of lessons that are going to be learned by this whole entire process. I truly believe. I believe in the future there's going to be some accountability held at the highest part of this county. We'll leave it at that for now. Me and you, it's nice to see you. Downey Lynn, Connie, Seth, it's nice to see you. I know you've got to be pretty exhausted. It was really emotional for you. Randa, Mama, me and you, Tammy, it's nice to see you. Joanne, KJ, hello, my love. You guys see that? KJ's in the, you haven't subbed up to KJ True Crime Campfire, please get over there and sub up. She's a lovely lady. She was able to call for, that came out, all of you that you know, were on here supporting Sebastian, supporting his father, supporting the work we do. This is not stuff I enjoy doing. I can tell you that. It's stuff I do well. It's stuff that it needs to be done. It's not stuff that I truly enjoy doing. I don't feel that I should have to be here, but I am here because things are not going right. We're all here fighting for, and theoretically, a perfect stranger. We all came together for a perfect stranger. Yeah, we made friends. Yeah, we've made lifelong friends. We support Seth Rogers. We support his son. But this all started with us not knowing any of us, not knowing anybody. Hey, Freeside, I hope you're doing well. Brooke, oh, like she's so sweet. She's smaller than I thought. Her husband's a big guy, so she's got plenty of security. There's no, but they were just nice as all get out. Very thankful and fortunate. You know, she's a bail bondsman, and she's been handling a lot of corruption because one of her friends, a rapper in the area that was arrested, and you know, all this other stuff. But they're like activists. They're like my people. You know, they got out there, they stood, they held signs. They just, I'm telling you, I love activists. I love activists on every side of the aisle. I work well with them. We work well, period. In my community, I think
that's not activism. Threatening people's jobs, harassing and stalking and threatening the parents and family of a missing child is not activism or advocating. Remember, Seth laughed at you the day before and said, no, this is no protest. There was 8 people there. Yeah, maybe a couple more showed up yesterday. They didn't say. It was the same loud mouse.
I got excited having a conversation with her. Just how she speaks,
because she rides
some of the
with you.
suggestions she thought would be really good for the community. Just a bright individual that has a good understanding of what's going on. So I'm very fortunate to have met her. I truly believe that this is going to be something that will help the future of Tennessee, especially this area. You know, being able to find like-minded people that have a common goal, and being able to work that and to fruition and see the results of that would be awesome. So I'm kind of
Soup covered BJ again today. She's let her have it as she should have. Well, you know, she's been poking the hell out of Soup. You know?
excited about that. I think it would be really, really, really excellent, and hopefully start making some significant changes in this community. This community has
Betty, you're a piece of trash. You call flipping off the police officers advocating and activism. It's not. It just shows your level of maturity and that you're trash. Seth acting like he was running up to the curb. He wasn't going to do shit if you notice he came to a dead stop. Stop it. This is ridiculous. I get he wants his son found, but he's got to understand that there's a lot of missing people, and none of those kids got a fraction of all the resources used in Sebastian's case.
Change. It cannot continue to go on like this. So now it's just, I've got to start getting in here. Identifying the problems in this community. I've already found the sheriff. We already know there's problems in the DA. There's problems in the courthouse. So we're just going to have to start identifying where the problems are coming from and start eliminating the head of the snake. And it's going to take us getting in this community, us door knocking, us bringing awareness. A lot of people, and this happens in our community too. You know, a lot of people are ignorant. They think everything is what it is. And when they start realizing they can affect change, it changes a lot. People realize they don't have to pay that high property tax. They don't have to put up with this.
Betty, evidently, you've been spewing this shit now for 2 years. It's not getting you anywhere, Betty. The community did not show up in support, Betty. They did not. They did not show up in support of firing their sheriff, Betty. You don't have community support because you're not part of the community. You live states away. It doesn't matter. Like I said, there is a line. Please don't stop. Because I actually did some asking, and I did. I actually reached out to the sheriff's department and stuff. I asked them how much they have to put up with, and they do have to put up with a lot. But there is a line. There is a line, Betty. So then you can use it and cry, oh, they came after me because I said I was getting them fired. Yeah. Keep going, Betty. Keep going.
Since from this, they don't have to do this. You know, when we start showing them a better way and a new path forward, we're very, very, very effective. And I really truly believe
you're not very, very effective. You have not done shit, but been a nuisance. You bitched about a red light camera that could possibly save a child from being hit, another child from being struck by a car, because you didn't want to pay any taxes. You want law enforcement's budgets cut to nothing, but you want them to do everything. And you don't even understand what they do.
Is the way. So today, I don't know whoever had chicken salad. I think it was chicken salad. It looked like grilled chicken and salad. And I'm like, I was handing it to Sonia or Karen, and I'm like, whose is this? They're like, it's yours. I said, I ate my food.
Oh, that's great, Tammy.
And I'm like, who had chicken salad? They're like, I don't know.
Just be careful with those offers and don't ever prepay for anything. Don't even pay for shipping.
They're like, I don't know. So please, thank you, Justice for Alyssa. Please. If I stole your food tonight, please let me know. I would really like to buy you another dinner. I'm so sorry. I'm so exhausted. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not responsible for myself at this point. Okay, guys,
She's so tired. She knew that she didn't have a meal to take with her because she ate all her food, but yet she picked up somebody's dinner box and took it with her.
Telling you, you cannot blame me at this point. I'm not responsible. I'm no longer responsible for myself. Oh, thank you. You guys are awesome. So, Betty to someone's dog. I know.
What else do you do? You go out there for a couple hours a day and you go back to your Airbnb or hotel and hang out in your hotel room all day and night. What?
She's laughing at me because I'm not arguing with them. Like, I didn't take this. They're like, we watched you walk out of the restaurant.
Areas, yes.
And I'm like, what? I stole somebody's food. Somebody's eating food.
Oh, that's good, Tammy.
I ate all my food. I don't know. I had no reason to take any food. I'm full. I'm not eating. Okay. I'm just the hell am I doing? So sorry, guys. You know what? It's fun. You guys can laugh at it, but I bet somebody's sitting at home thinking, I didn't eat all my food. That sure tasted good. I'd like to share it or like to eat it. And they're probably sitting there like, I paid $20 for that. And I've got nothing to show for it. I really would like to buy some.
Look, I don't know about any of you, but if I know that I sat there and ate my meal, all of it, and I didn't have anything put in a to-go box, then I wouldn't have picked up a to-go box and took it with me. Just saying.
Oven baby, I love chicken. Aw. Chicken salad. Sonia had chicken. Oh my gosh, Sonia. She is, what did she say? She's as full as a tick, I think is what she said. Is that what she said? She's as full as a tick? I said, what? I said, I know what ticks are. What do you mean it's full as a tick? I've never heard that saying before. And I said, I'm going to tease you about that. I tease her about that. Mike Silver's on the Scene came out. We had Mr. and Mrs. E, their children. I got to meet all three of their children I've met. I thought I met their daughter before. They're like, nope, you never met her before. And I'm like, well. So I went up and gave her a hug. I'm addicted to it. I bought a container from Sam's and ate the crackers stuck in the hospital in Tennessee. Oh, you're in Tennessee? We're in Tennessee. Oh, it's Jilly Bean. Jilly Bean, if you're in the chat, if you're listening to the chat, Jilly Bean, reach out to me by email, bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I got information for you. I got information for you. I wrote it all down. Send me an email, and I will get you the information you were talking to me about earlier. So Jilly Bean had just got out there, and we were packing up and leaving. And it was because we really wanted to make sure that the E family and their children could be part of dinner. You know, they've been part of this case since the beginning. They are them and Mr. and Mrs. Carguy were the first two families I met in this community when I came here for Sebastian, just to get a lay of the land, just find out, this community and just speak to them, and they were very, very kind and gracious to take me in and, meet me and just sit down with me and talk to me and just, let me pick their brain. Like Mr. and Mrs. E had some really great information because you guys knew I had no earthly idea about autism or the variations of autism. Oh my dog, I was looking like, where the heck is my Delilah? She's not a happy camper. I packed up tonight and she acted like a spaz. I was cussing, like, I can't handle you, honey. You got to stop. You have to stop. So now she's calmed down under the bed, but
oh, she's home.
The car looks
already.
10 times fuller than it did coming up. I don't know how that happened, but it does. So I'm hoping they'll be able to fit the last Delilah bag because I got to dump out her food, her water, and throw her treats, whatever uneaten treats she has away before we leave. And what do I do with her treats? Oh, they'll be there. Hopefully they're there. And so I wish I could have been. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys were with me in spirit. I felt so bad for Miss Robin.
Home or not
Miss Robin
home?
had left her house to head there. And when she was heading there, I don't want to tell her personal business, but there was a family issue. Somebody got sick and she had to turn around and go back and take care of it. She was hoping that, her family member would be out of the hospital and she'd be able to, relieve. She already left once. And so she just was not able to make it. And, we all always understand family always comes first. And I thought she lived, in Tennessee. She does not. So I wish I could have seen her and her daughter. They're just great people. Everybody we meet is just great people. Oh, thank you, Melanie. Works through that. I hope they start putting that out. So it looks like we are getting to places, that $1 million is really producing. And I wish they would have done it earlier. Now I know that when cases
what
are first
$1 million? It's not getting anything. There's not one news agency that did a report on Sebastian, the 2 years, that mentioned anything other than the legit $50,000 reward by the FBI, because there is no other reward. And no one's talking about it but you idiots, Betty.
It's a madhouse and you get everything. And I don't dog on psychics at all. I think people that truly have a gift, they have a gift. It's just unfortunately law enforcement doesn't understand their gifts. And quite frankly, I know that like when we came out here for Reverend Donna.
And everywhere she sent you guys, everywhere she sent people was a joke. Ended up being nothing but a joke.
Way back and forth whether to call law enforcement, and I ended up leaving it and praying over it, and I came back to it and called law enforcement because my mind just kept telling me I'd rather it be nothing and me make a big deal out of it than it be something and me just walk away from it. So when I told them why I was there, they looked at me like I had 15 heads. So I mean, I know for a fact law enforcement just doesn't give any consideration to psychics and stuff like that. But whenever cases like this, even we know Reverend Donna Sephora in the which case was that? That was that doomsday lady.
Hey Kim,
crazy lady that unalived her husband, her children.
Betty's no
all
Christian
crazy
if
stuff.
she's hanging out.
A Daybell case. Oh, sorry guys, I popped out of nowhere. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I don't think I have a lot of energy. I'm gonna be trying to get up around 4 o'clock in the morning and it's already almost 9. So I'm gonna let you guys go. I just wanted you guys to know I thank you and appreciate all of you that came out. I appreciate all of you that watched. I appreciate all of you that made this trip possible. I appreciate all of you. I just appreciate all of you, and I know Seth does too. This is, he doesn't have a son. His son has been gone for a really long time, and it's unfortunate that law enforcement is treating him so poorly. Oh, this is another thing, and I'm going to tell you right now.
Law enforcement's treating him so poorly. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Betty, what Delulu land are you living in? Because that's one hell of a bubble, honey. I mean, I don't know what it is with you people on the green team, but y'all have these Delulu land bubbles, and they're all a little different. Just a little, but damn them some good bubbles. Because y'all, Okay, treating him so poorly. He literally took his humongous self and ran to the curb to flip off officers who were walking down the street. And that's exactly why this so-called law bill, which I don't believe he wrote either, with people like you representing it, it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere.
This is going to be a major complaint. I don't know who those two
Or
officers were. I know that we have
self-importance
cameras around
is,
that building, so I know I've got them in my footage. But whoever flipped the
she's
father
more
off
annoying
was
than
wearing
enough.
a uniform and badge and flipped him or the people off out there while they were wearing that uniform. I'm coming for your jobs. And I'm not going to go to Sumner County. I'm filing complaints everywhere.
So that's okay that let's back that up. Let me slow her down a little bit so y'all can hear this a little better because I got her sped up really fast. We'll turn her down just a bit. But listen to what she says.
They're off. That was wearing, I've got them in my major complaint. I don't know who those two officers were, and I know that we have cameras around that building, so I know I've got them in my footage. But whoever flipped the father off that was wearing a uniform and badge.
Oh, so they're saying that the officers flipped off the father? Oh, somehow I don't believe that.
Him or the people off out there while they were wearing that uniform. I'm coming for your jobs. And I'm not going
you
to
can't
go to
get
Sumner
them
County.
fired for that,
I'm filing
Betty.
complaints everywhere.
You can't get them fired for that if they did do it. It's not breaking any laws. They have been harassed by you people for days. They were just trying to walk down the street and getting harassed.
Where I can possibly file complaints. I'm going to find out who you are.
Okay,
and
go
when
ahead.
I do, you're coming up on my show. I'm going to throw your photo up here. I'm going to let everybody know who you are.
Keep threatening
and whatever
people.
happens, happens.
Keep threatening law enforcement. Keep it up, Betty. I can't wait to the day you pay your dues for all this shit.
This is social media. And when you're out there in a uniform, you need to conduct yourself with professionalism. I don't play.
I think the county needs to have her served and also put in the restraining order that she is not allowed to talk about none of them. And you can do it.
Do not play. It was a woman and a older man with balding head. I'm coming for that. It was so disgraceful. I'm all about professionalism. You can have your opinions.
When are you professional? You're sitting there in your fucking pajamas. Half the time you don't even comb your hair. You go lie right in your bed. When are you professional? You are a professional. You're a professional piece of shit. But that's the extent of it.
Not while you're wearing a uniform. But we know what we're dealing with here. We know how lackadaisy law enforcement has been. We know that you guys put more non-criminals in jail than criminals. So
has nothing to do with Sebastian's case.
Thing here. We have a
other than you. And that's what you're talking about. I almost missed that. You're talking about you being arrested. It's all about your little fee-fees. You got what you deserve, Betty. In fact, not enough. And I am hoping that the county steps up and finally says we've had enough. You keep threatening everybody's jobs. You keep threatening law enforcement. There's only so much they have to take, Betty, before you become a
womanizing thing here, like women aren't supposed to speak. I don't get down like that.
No one said anything
I don't get down
like
that. This
that.
is 2026.
No one said anything like that. Because you're a woman, Betty, you're a piss poor excuse for a woman. You are a loud, vile, disgusting human being that spreads nothing but lies and gossip. You're not the media. You're not professional. You're just another tragedy pimp that grifts your ass off every chance you get. In my opinion.
This is 2026. So yeah, we had some issues. We had some issues. So I didn't see it.
No, she
but I
didn't.
saw Seth about come unglued, and you should not be doing that in front of a father that has lost his child for 2 years. And you're
no,
sorry
when
us
he
can't even
became
go out
unglued is he thought he was going to be put on this big tough show. You notice how he stopped after a couple steps? Yeah, it took everything he had.
here and look for him and bring him home. Totally unprofessional.
Where's your searches? Where's Seth's searches at? There has not been any. He has not physically searched for his son other than for camera pitch opportunities, staged videos. You know, the 4 times that he did put on a show, he didn't actually go out there and search. Why is he not organizing all you people to search? Heck, why is he not organizing you people to plaster the town with flyers? Nope, not doing none of that, huh? Yeah.
And so we're gonna make sure that is.
And she's getting close.
I'm gonna find that clip in my and we're gonna expose it. I'm gonna blow it up. We're gonna show the man's face. We're gonna send it to the news, but I don't trust the news out there. There's only literally one person out there I trust, and it's hard for me to even trust her. But she's with my sister's company just here.
Don't have nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
You mean
welcome
the
to
sister
Sumner County.
that you have tried to hijack her career and make it your own? You know, the sister that went to school and got her journalism degree and got a real job as the real legit media. And in true Betty fashion, just like you did with your mom's career as a judge's secretary, you tried to hijack that and say paralegal. Nah, you never worked as a paralegal for anybody. But you've done that. You know, you think you thought you could just jump on TikTok and become this media sensation without putting in any of the work or any of the education.
Know why we're here. Like I told him, once you get the stink of me on you, I don't wash off that quickly.
Stink it is.
Because I'm not scared of law enforcement. I'm not. I don't break the law. You can't touch me until I break the law.
Oh, yes, you do. And you also broke the law that day when you trespassed on Chris and Katie's property, on the Bauer Sox property. Yeah.
Period. So I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I'm going to make sure that this man, this sheriff, he's either going to do something or he's going to get fired.
Okay,
the whole community is I'm pretty sure is pretty
the
much
whole community didn't do shit. The community didn't come out to support you one bit
over this, because think about it. All this stuff is coming into their town because of his incompetence. All the crap that this community is having to deal with, including the $200 million taken from their funds.
That wasn't because of Craddock.
That's the stuff this community is having to deal with.
That wasn't because of Craddock. That was because of their total overall government budgets. Everybody's law enforcement budget across the states was getting hit hard. That wasn't Craddock's blame. He had just been in sheriff not long. That wasn't on him. You're talking about higher up legislatures that have control over the county government and the budgets.
Because of him. And what a shame. We're going to make sure they know it. I want to be a boil on the community side too, right? If you don't want Bullhornbetty here, you better fire your sheriff.
Screenshot this.
I'm just saying, bring Sebastian home, right? Bring Sebastian home.
Oh, they'd love to bring Sebastian home. And they pulled out all the stops to do that. And they've had to contend with you idiots mucking the case up.
So one of the news people said, what's the next step? I said, going after their jobs. That's the next step.
Mm-hmm.
When you've exhausted all diplomacy, now it's time to start going after their jobs, because they don't understand until they start losing money, until they start losing their reputation. Then they'll start getting it. Then people will start falling in love.
Your self-relevance. You really think you're something.
Because nobody wants to lose their job. But it's going to take one to fall, and people will start getting in line and realizing the people of this community are the decision makers here. They hire their representatives.
And the people in that community elected him. They didn't show up to support you to get rid of him because your fifis are hurt because you got protection orders against you for your own behavior, your own actions, because it was your videos that the judge watched, Betty. You were caught lying on the stand, Betty.
Representation, not to be corrupted, but to represent them. And at the end of the day, Sheriff Snuggle Struggles is a politician before he's a sheriff.
All sheriffs are politicians, Betty. They run for office.
And so that has got to get corrected.
Mm-hmm.
So next is going to be door knocking. Next is going to be going through the whole entire community one by one with a folder
She's
and a
not
book
going to do that.
and asking them, do they agree with this? Are they happy with this? And what would they do if it was their family member and being treated like this?
Why don't you talk to some of the other parents of the missing down there that didn't get any attention, Betty, but flowers, because there's not enough manpower. There's not enough resources because of people like you who don't want budgets. Yeah.
The only thing that's going to wake this community up. But we'll do it.
No. Also, let the community know how nobody wants to touch this case because of all the frivolous court filings you idiots have done. What you've turned this case into is a circus. You've attacked the parents and the grandparents to the extent that they had to go and take out protection orders. They had to go legal. You gave them no choice. You stalked, threatened, and harassed them, and you're still doing it. I don't understand why you have not been recharged, but they really need to recharge you. But you know, Craddock, you might want to open your eyes here, because this bitch, I'm telling you. But if you had so much community support and they disliked him, where were they all at, Betty? Why didn't the community show up and show out, Betty? Purple Dragon, late goal, but it's never too late. Sorry, I woke up from my nap. Didn't realize you were still alive. Did you need the lives from yesterday? 4 lives. I just listened to a local Amber Alert, which is rare here. No, I'm getting ready to finish this and then I'm done. I did play some of her live. My God, it was bad, Purple. But thank you very much for the super chat and for the goal. I appreciate you. That was awful. That was awful. And her excuses today, rinse and repeat. That's all it was. Yeah, I got to. Oh, it's 3:30. I'm gonna be. Let me. Let work now. I'll be logged in at 4 instead, which is fine because this was extra time. Oh, it's okay, guys. She's on. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. Oh, I love my boss. Okay. Anyway. No, it's YouTube. It's YouTube and StreamYard. I gotta add my Venmo. I keep forgetting to add that. Thank you, Infamous.
We'll put in the effort. We'll put in the energy.
What she said, don't log in till 4:30. You don't have to if you really don't want to this afternoon because you said you was on. But whichever, I'm fine if you do. And okay, I'm gonna log in then. Okay, yeah, that was nice of her. Such a great boss.
My goal is 2028. I think I can cover this county pretty well by 2028. And that is the goal of this. That
now, if it had been my regular shift, she wouldn't be so understanding. But because I'm extra today and I volunteered to be extra, she's really cool about it. But if it was my regular shift, trust and believe, she wouldn't be cool about it. And I still wouldn't be live.
Effective in Tennessee and effective in Kentucky. And once we get those things worked out as much as we can, then we'll start working. I mean, we worked in Montana for a while. We worked in this long before I was ever here on these platforms. We've done a lot of state activism.
You have not
in this country, and it's been very successful. There, I can't even tell you how many
she hasn't. She hasn't done a damn thing. She takes credit for whatever others have done, but she's not done a damn thing except spread misinformation and crap. And I've showed you how many of her local town meetings where the councilmen continuously call her out for her misinformation.
Groups in New Mexico were born from Florida. So I worked
and
with
you
New
had
Mexico,
nothing to do with any of that, Betty. Nothing. And you can tell she's lying. Look at her face.
Political activists in New Mexico during 2019. We got them up and running.
You did
At this
not.
point, since
Oh my
Sebastian and
God.
Seth
She
feel
didn't
like
do
family to
anything.
us. They are family to us.
Oh,
they are
good
family
Lord.
to us. Because I don't know about you. Let somebody look at Seth sideways. They're probably going to get their ass chewed out. And
That's funny, Betty. In these big political circles, they don't know you. They've never heard of you. Your local front row Joes, you're nothing but groupies. You guys are laughed at. You are nothing but the version of a groupie. You stay in parking lots just so you can be the first ones in. That's it. That's all. You carry no weight in the political community, Betty, not even in your own local community.
Right? And then I'll probably chew his ass out. No, I'm just joking. I'm sure some Elliot, they do care. But you know what the problem is, March? The problem is they can't show
Her
it.
homemade press
Like they
pass,
could come
yeah,
by and
put it
wave at
up
us when we
online.
were doing that, but they couldn't honk their horns. They can. One of the officers can flip the father off, but you know, I will find out who that is.
Oh, so
His
what?
mommy, his daddy, and his children are going to know what he did. I'm going to send.
Oh, now you're threatening the officer's family. And if you dox that information, I hope they throw the fucking book at you. You stupid cow.
Notice to all of them. And when they get them, they can say I'm harassing them. I'll be in Florida. Sheriff Snuggle Struggles know where I live. They can come send me an arrest warrant for sending lawful mail in the mailbox.
Doing our best.
See if they're happy with their family member. That's how we roll.
No, that's called harassment and stalking and threatening, Betty. You're not allowed to do that. It's not okay. That you are not protected under your civil rights to do something like that.
General, we ain't even. This is Tennessee. It's a culture issue. I don't trust TBI. I have to ship in a freaking attorney from across the state because this county is so corrupted.
No, the attorney you had told you to shut the fuck up and you wouldn't. So, yeah, you got rid of him.
I have to ship in a freaking attorney. I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty stinking bad. You have to ship in an attorney over here because they're even.
You're going to raise all this money, but you can't even raise money for your own defense, Betty.
Law for like if anybody is in this county using a lawyer in this county, you were dumb. You were dumb. Terry Frizzell worked for the county. He deserves to lose his license. I'm not even done with him yet. I haven't even started protesting his business yet. Oh, that's coming too.
Okay.
That's coming too. He can send me my $7,500 back if he wants to. And maybe I'll forgo
Oh,
going and
that's
doing
her previous attorney. Ouch, Betty, you don't want to go there.
his business. But there's going to be hell to pay. This town has no idea yet. This town has literally no idea, and there's not a damn thing anybody's going to be able to do about it. Not a judge,
Remember
not a
when
damn
she
sheriff.
got that lawyer, how she bragged about him? Yeah.
Nobody. Why? Because I follow the law and I do it excellent. I'm a
No,
professional.
you don't. You are not. You are a professional piece of shit. That's all you are. You are not professional at anything. You do not follow the law. You think your rights supersedes everybody else's and you can trample all over everybody and do what the hell you want to do. God, I can't wait till you are finally having to pay for what you've done.
My job. Unfortunately,
You don't have a job.
So, but we'll keep going down the road. We'll keep going down the road. But I promise you one thing.
Yeah, a culture
If they're dumb enough
issue.
to touch me again, they're dumb enough to deal with the consequences. That's all I got to say. So take that.
Oh, keep pushing it, Betty. You're going to be dealing with the consequences, not them. And a lawyer's the wrong one to go after, Betty.
Back to the bank. God bless you. And people might say, you can't do this. Well, I just did, didn't I?
Betty, your mouth. You're sitting there running your flapping jaws. That community did not show up to support you. That's the bottom line.
And I'll do it
The
again.
ones that did come did not come because they want you to fire the chief. The ones that did stop by was to show support for the missing kid. They didn't come because of Betty having her peepees hurt. None of them stayed to help you protest the sheriff, did they, Betty?
All right, guys. I don't like doing this. I don't like being this way. But this is a child.
This is how you've always been. It's exactly who you are. A true piece of shit.
This is not an adult. This is a child that this sheriff's department doesn't give a crap about. There are
Okay.
some officers that do. I can tell you that officer, Major McCoy, I think he's a major. He's probably one of the nicest people I've met here. That man right there needs to be the sheriff of this county. That man right there seems to know how to handle his business and what he's doing. How the hell you guys got Sheriff Snuggle Struggles is beyond me. Because McCoy,
He's very well qualified, Betty. And you know what? The people that live there, the community, thought so too.
man, you guys need running this shit. McCoy's the man you guys need running this show. Eric's snowball struggles, he needs to be out on his behind as quick can be. So, yeah, it's going to be a long day tomorrow. Well,
You've
we'll
been
try
saying
to
that
go
for 2
live while we're on
years.
the road and just say hi to you guys and let you know that we're making good timing and let
2 years she's been saying that.
you guys know where we're at. Captain McCoy, thank you. Captain McCoy. I don't know why I kept thinking he was a major. Captain McCoy. Captain McCoy.
Because
he
he's
is
a public information officer. That's all he does.
He's a nice guy. He showed up at the vigil. He knows how to handle people. That's the difference.
No shit. He's their public information officer.
Not afraid to speak, and he doesn't cross the line. He doesn't.
I think of that lie.
He doesn't leak out any information. He says what needs to be said the way it needs to be said, whether you like it or not. And he's just very, very respectful, very down to earth, and I think would have a great.
His job is dealing with assholes like you daily.
Morale in the police or the sheriff's department with Captain McCoy as sheriff. Now, I'm sure there's probably some great people other than McCoy, but I haven't met him. My experience has been with McCoy, and I keep looking at McCoy and wondering why
You
the
don't
heck you
have
guys
any
hired.
experience. He was there for all of 5 minutes. You never talked to him. You don't have any experience.
Eric freaking Craddock. But I guess people have to run for office. I'm just telling anybody that wants to run for sheriff and you're concerned about finances, we'll get you financing.
Shut up. You can't even get your defense paid for. Stop making promises you can't keep.
I promise you, we will find you money to campaign with.
Yeah,
we will get
you can't promise that. Where are you going to get the money, Betty? You don't have it. You don't even pay your taxes. You beg on here.
signature so you don't have to pay to be on the ballot. I mean, there's a lot we can do. All you need to do is step forward so we can start working with you and getting those things set up and getting those signatures on those petitions.
There is nobody going to run for sheriff that's going to touch you people with a 10-foot pole. Not anybody decent.
And stuff like that, so you don't have to pay the money. So reach out.
You can't do shit.
I'm very discreet.
This bitch can't even fill a GoFundMe for herself, but she gonna fill it for somebody else. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Hey, Shauna. You know what makes me the most furious is that she calls herself an advocate. She does not want any of these victims or families of missing children through any process. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. She doesn't know the process. Remember when she was threatening to call internal affairs? I called Sumner County and I told them before they had a mass thing of calls of people calling for internal affairs for no reason. They sounded grateful. Let me know they were planning to mass call for internal affairs. Yeah. This bitch is delusional. But like I said, look, I get that they're public figures and they have to put up with stuff. But there has to be a line. There has to be a line on what they have to tolerate. And the constant threats of their jobs. And now she's saying that they're going to reach out to family members and put them all over the internet and stuff. Nah, see, that's not okay. That's when that shit needs to be stopped.
They never even have to know. It's just that discreet because at the end of the day, I am looking for results. No
one cares what you want. You're not relevant.
All right, guys, well, rock it out with your coffee beans out, and we'll see you tomorrow sometime.
Does anybody really even care?
I'm not sure when. I'm pretty sure Delilah is not going to be a happy camper, and I'm pretty sure Mama ain't either. But we will get back. So, all right, guys, I love you too. Thank you, guys. Pray for Sebastian. Pray for Seth, and just we're going to have to keep their name out there.
Fake Christian.
We prayed for a press conference. We knew we weren't going to get a press conference, but
do a press conference for what? There's no updates, Betty. There's nothing. And then if they would have did a nothing burger press conference, you'd have been all over them for that.
If we could get a press conference, I wasn't going to do what I'm about to do. Now it's time
to infamous.
Get Eric Craddock out of office. Not out of office. Like I want him, I want his name so smeared that he doesn't even want to be a deputy anymore.
They do, or did
Like,
he?
I want him gone. I want him gone. So that's what I'm going to be working on.
Exactly.
I'm going to get my pen and paper, and I'm going to develop a strategy, and we are going to get Eric Craddock out of office.
Been hearing this for 2 years, Betty. 2 years.
That is the goal. All right, guys, rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of.
Betty's never cost any sheriff their job or any politician their job. And she got called out for lying about one in her own town meetings. She's a fucking clown is all she is. Hey, Hope. Yeah, the professional piece of shit. Hypocrite Betty. And look, when she's making all these phone calls, I hope or going door to door talking to all these county residents, I hope she tells them about all the frivolous lawsuits and all that's been going on, and that's why nobody's touching this with a 10-foot pole. Courtesy of the biological father and her. And Tony. Betty shines a light on people who are left in the dark. She's helping people. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're delusional. You live in Delulu land too? I'm not way off base. But thank you for coming in. Hey, do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up for me, okay? Thanks. Betty's delusional. With her 40-something arrest. Yeah, she's right. Law enforcement is familiar with her. They should be after 43 arrests. And numerous other calls where she wasn't arrested. Anyway. And I'm sorry, but Seth, shame on you. That's your son. At the end of the day, Katie's his mother. Shouldn't be questioning it. Well, when you're a fake Christian and you use it on here and shove it down people's throats, yeah, that's fake to me. When you don't follow what you preach, that's fake to me. And she doesn't follow what she preaches no more than BJ does. Hey, girl next door. BHB is crazy in my opinion. I hope she steps over the line enough. I can't believe she hasn't so far. I really don't know what they're waiting for. She's now threatening 2 other officers. Threatening an officer to find out who his family members are, put them on her YouTube, and also contact them. No, she wasn't doing the right thing. That's not why she got arrested. She got arrested for breaking the law 43 times. Slicing someone's tire, choking out your own mom, beating up your husband. That's not from doing the right thing. Trespassing on people's property, stalking, harassing, and threatening is not the right thing. But okay, you can think that. Not one search was put together. Not one. They are too busy going out to eat and have drinks. It's nothing but a meet and greet. Let's hang out. It's what they've done before. Remember the first meet and greet? How Betty's roommate busted him out, and Betty was pissed. She about how they finished off Seth's bottle. Yeah. Why didn't they do a flyer campaign? Why didn't they have all the volunteers plaster the town with flyers? Why haven't they organized any searches or plastered surrounding towns with flyers? They've done none of that. They've done nothing. It's all about them. It's all about her and him. Because she did call it the Bullhornbetty event. No, I don't care about Betty, to be honest with you. Never said I was. But what I don't get on here and do is force my Christianity down anybody's throat. All the while, I'm doing everything against what I preach. Just me. But guys, I have to get off here because I want to get my little, take some more, at least soup prop in before I log into work. And yeah, I got the birth. Well, I don't know what time tomorrow. The party's tomorrow. Oh shit! Today's Friday. The party's tomorrow, so I don't know. I don't know why I was thinking it was Thursday. I do have to go pick up the balloons. Well, I guess I could grab them when I grab the cake in the morning. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I don't know when I'll be live. I got the party tomorrow. So if I do go live tomorrow, it probably won't be till evening or late night. It might be a late nighter. If not, I will see you Sunday. But I don't know. It depends on what tomorrow brings. No, I don't hate anybody. See, I don't give them that much of my energy, nor will I ever let them have that kind of space in my head. I don't hate her. Not a bit. I dislike her, but I don't hate her. I'm not wasting my energy on hate for Bullhornbetty. She has enough of that. She is nothing but hate. Oh, thank you, Infamous. Thank you for always being here. Oh, you just like my chat? Oh. Okay. Well, that's your opinion, and guess what? You're allowed to have it. Just like I'm allowed, just like my chat's allowed. We're all allowed to have our opinions. Out there selling merch to support Seth. Exactly. Exactly. Thanks, Infamous. Oh no, don't block them or nothing. They're all right. I don't. Yeah. Unlike BJ, I don't get upset. I don't allow it to get me upset. I want people to have differences of opinions. I like to hear other people's take on things because it would be a boring world if we all agreed and all backed up every word. Hey, when Betty's been on, I've given her the credit. It's not been often, but I've given her the credit. You know, remember how she flip-flopped in the last case? The mom got arrested for no reason. They violated her civil rights. Oh my gosh, she didn't do nothing. She's just protecting her daughter. She's just hiding her. No, she murmured her, which we all tried to tell her. Even her own chat tried to tell her, but she didn't want to hear it. And then she made excuses afterwards. Same thing with Soto's mom. But anyway, no, I don't do that. No one's blocking you. You're allowed to speak your mind. As long as you're respectful, you're more than welcome to speak your mind. You won't be blocked for that. Not here. The child was found while the cops were live. Oh, that's great news. Oh, Purple, that's great news. That is awesome news. Yeah, we're all flawed. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, you can think that. And in some instances, that may be true. That may be true. I have yet to see it. Thank you, Infamous. And like I said, I give her dues when warranted. The circus they've created in Sebastian's case is insane. It's insanity. People don't talk about this case because of what they've done. Just saying. But I do got to get off here. I got to get ready to log into work. And I got to get my little... Oh, it was a troll. Or I don't know if it's a troll or not, but there was somebody in chat that was commenting. I asked the mods not to block them or delete them. And they're not. I see it. G Krebs 6636, whoever that is. I don't know who it is. But they have a difference of opinion on Betty, and that's fine. They can. We don't all like the same people, and that's fine too. We need variety. We need varying opinions, and I welcome them as long as you're, not being ridiculous. But I don't know who's live, so go wherever you want to go. Have some fun. It's YouTube. Remember that. It's YouTube. But we will be doing another live on the Clancy story. I'm going to go over the search warrants and some other videos that I found. And yeah, we'll be doing a part 2 to that. But my next stream's, I don't know. If I get on tomorrow, it's probably going to be late, and I'll probably just do a quick Crama drama update. Because I'm not going to do the Crama drama in the next. It'll be just another Hot Topics that if I go live tomorrow. But yeah, so you go on out here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the supers and for the membership. I appreciate the memberships. I appreciate that. As you know, BJ said it. It's the end of the month. We got another day. But my 8-year-old's party's tomorrow, and I'm excited because it's taken a lot to get him excited, and I'm glad he finally is. He misses his daddy terribly. But anyway, yeah, I'll be seeing you. You go out here, be the best misfit you can be, and have fun. See you, bye, misfits.